can see it. It's looking good.
And NASA have set the next launch attempt to no earlier
So you've got
February 13th.
You've got
4:06
astronauts.
PM Eastern Time.
You've got
Due to an
astronauts
unfavorable
stream
weather
up at the moment, have
forecast over
you?
the next 2 days, time required to address the ground support
Oh,
issue,
is that-
and time required to update the late load science. So be sure to tune in just
Yeah,
a few
all
days. We are
Can
actually
they
going to
hear
send you
me?
over now to understand more about the incredible
Lovely.
international collaboration that's happening between ESA and NASA.
Lovely.
NASA's Laura
What
Aguilar
NASA
is live
can't
with
hear you.
members
Can
of
see it.
both
It's looking
agencies
good.
and
I'll hate it when
mission
NASA can
teams
hear
to
me.
find out more.
I
Thank you,
know.
Joshua. I am
You've
joined
got
by Dr.
astronauts.
Thomas Serbuka,
Oh,
who
it's a
heads
shame
up
'cause I tell them I want to know where my
National
bloody
Mission
check is
Directorate,
this month.
and Professor Gunther
Bastards.
Hassinger.
I am having
who
so
is
much
the
trouble with the
European
NASA
Space
feed.
Director of Science.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I'll
gentlemen,
have a
tell
look
us
and
more
see.
about
Where is
the
it?
collaboration.
Can they
Have
hear
you
me?
posted it?
Go into show my shit.
Suite of missions out
Lovely.
there.
What NASA can't do again, just
I'll hate it when NASA can hear me.
for sea cleaner.
There have been
Oh, it's a
two
shame.
missions.
They tell them
One is
always
the
to
Soho,
zoom
which
and
we
check.
have already done 25 years ago.
I am having so much trouble with the NASA feed.
Me,
Me, I've got
Oh, yeah. I'll have a look.
At NASA,
Shouldn't
two-thirds of
I
our
know?
missions are done in international collaboration, so we're really much
show my shit.
used to it. And
Is that better?
what happens is the science community works together as one. And so when we work together, it's a very natural, locking of arms.
Joy.
It's not easy because we have
All
different
squad.
cultures, we do things differently. And so we learn to trust each other and go forward. So this one is a really unique collaboration in which the spacecraft and most instruments are done in Europe. Couple sensor heads, one full instrument done here in the US, and of course, we're so excited to launch it here in the United States.
And Gunther, Solar Orbiter is going to study the sun.
Yep.
Now, why is that important to the agency's overall space
I just got to
exploration
log
plans?
into.
So the sun is what gives us life and supports us, but it also poses dangers. It is governed by a strong, unknown
Well, that's
force,
loud.
the magnetic field. The magnetic field can actually create explosions that create magnetic storms that can affect the satellites out there, that can affect the life of astronauts. And so to understand the sun is actually of vital importance for all of us, and therefore also for the space agencies.
So we're going to learn a lot. Now, Thomas, you had an early touch on this project. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's of all the missions that we're working with here, over 100 in NASA Science Mission Directorate, this is the one that I used to work on when I was a lot younger. I was, over a dozen years ago, I was part of the Science and Technology Definition Team, an international team that came up with the overall design of this, and actually was part of the mission team too, because I, together with the team, came up with a sensor that is now sitting on top of this rocket. How exciting is that,
You're
right?
super excited.
Yeah.
Well, Joshua, the collaborators have gotten Solar Orbiter ready, so let's get to launch.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all excited for that. We're now just about 23 minutes away from our planned liftoff at 11:03 p.m.
Alright, so I've
Eastern
got all
Time.
the streams
And we're
back
going to
up
head out
too.
now to the Kennedy Space Center press site, where NASA Edge's Blair Allen has more on NASA's
Still waiting for Reds to go
efforts.
live.
Blair?
Thanks so much, Joshua. Joining us now is Nikki Fox. And Nikki, I'm so glad to have you on
Can
the
you
show.
hear me, Terry?
As you know, NASA Edge, we're big fans
That's
of
all right.
heliophysics. And as we just heard,
I'll tell you as soon
it's
as
very
Rex
important
goes
as we
live,
work on these
in case you want to
partnerships,
switch
work with
to
our
that.
international partners to study the sun. I'm wondering, from a solar orbiter standpoint, how can both agencies benefit scientifically with this mission?
Well, it's a wonderful partnership. I mean, obviously, I come from Europe,
So they
and
can't
I'm
hear me
particularly
then.
happy to see an ESA-NASA partnership.
That's right. So,
and, the ESA-led mission,
I've
NASA
got
launching,
Astronaut up,
it
which
is
has
such a
got
wonderful
the
time, and we cannot
rebroadcast
wait
of
to
the
welcome
NASA
Orbiter up into the
thing
fleet.
at the moment.
Particularly, I'm excited, of course, because of the wonderful partnership between.
Then I've got the Solar Orbit live launch.
Solar Orbiter imaging for the very first time the poles of a star, and that is incredible.
That's right, and it's incredible. And I was just thinking that.
I can hear you. Are you live,
there's
Terry?
That crossover
Yeah, I'm
side
live
where
at the
they
moment,
actually
but
will look at the
I
same
thought I
area
wasn't
at one
feeding
point.
you
Talk
the
a little bit
volume
about that.
through
There are actually many times that we'll look
the
at the same
desktop.
area, and to
My
be honest,
voice can be heard
they are
through
doing
there.
great science. You know, sometimes we're not in the same line, but we're in quadrature, and so we're looking at different areas of the sun, and that's just as exciting. The beginning of the solar orbiter mission, she will still be in the ecliptic plane, so she'll
All
be
right,
in
so
that
there's an easy way to
around
do
the
this,
sun's
Terry. I'll
equator
just go
where all the
logical.
planets are
Can you
orbiting.
hear
So is
me?
Parker's solar probe, and so we have so many conjunctions that are interesting.
And then we wait 15
magnetically,
seconds, and then they'll
radially,
answer.
It's fabulous. And then as she moves out of the ecliptic, the science changes. But yes, solar orbiter giving wonderful views, Parker solar probe flying right through that field of view. It's just fabulous.
I tell you what, my mind is blown. I know we're going to get a lot of science, but right now we got to send it back to our friend Joshua.
Gonna be pushing the limits of my computer if I come in. Actually, I might come in on my phone. How's that?
After liftoff today, the work of solar orbiter is a
If I
pioneering
come in,
effort, but it's not the first time that we've sent robotic explorers
and
to take a closer look at the sun.
So NASA's
3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff of the mighty Delta IV Heavy rocket with NASA's Parker Solar Probe.
You may remember that NASA launched Parker Solar Probe on its journey to touch the sun, so to speak, seen here in the early
Can they hear me then? What? So you're saying they can only hear me in the feed? That's correct. Hang on.
Oh, I can hear Boulder now. I've just. Oh, I can hear myself coming through twice.
Lots of great science ahead for LSP this year. Kicking off tonight with this launch. Daryl and Mick, over to you for a launch countdown update.
Yeah, that's right, Joshua. We just entered a few moments ago the planned 4-minute hold. This is a 15-minute period of time, Mick, yes, where they hold up everything and make some evaluations at this point in time.
That's correct. The team will use this 15 minutes to take a last look at all their systems, make sure everything's good, make sure everything's ready to go, verify they've all their red line limits and operational limits, and that they're ready to proceed with the count. So this is their last time to do that while we're in this hold, and so far we're not working any issues, and things are going well. And Chief Engineer for NASA's Launch Services Program, Dave Solberger, polled his team, and they're ready to enter the terminal count after getting out of this hold. So things are looking good.
A very smooth count up until this point, and as you look at the camera views that we're showing you, you can see that condensation coming off the rocket as the wind blows by. In fact, the middle portion of the rocket is white. It was tan before. Just where it lines up with the U, L, and A, that is all ice covering that portion of the rocket, which has been chilled down to minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit.
Minus 184 degrees Celsius, roughly.
That's right. Mick's got his little professor calculator here, and he's doing on-the-fly metric calculations. Appreciate that. Hey, you know, this is an interesting rocket because it is configured in a very unique way. Tell us a little bit more about that, Mick.
Yeah, the Atlas V 411 vehicle we're flying this evening is a unique configuration in the fact that it has one solid rocket booster on the vehicle. That's a unique configuration for ULA and this vehicle. This configuration has has flown 5 times, including NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission. So tonight will be the 6th mission. Our first stage, or our booster, is powered by RD-180 engine. This engine burns RP-1 and liquid oxygen as it's fueled. Or RP-1 is a highly purified kerosene, so that helps deliver the thrust we need, and delivering that thrust tonight of about 860,000 pounds or 1.2 million pounds with the solid rocket booster. That's 5.2 million newtons, just in case you're wondering.
Thank you.
But we do move on up the stage to the second stage, which is Centaur, using an RL-10A engine. This will be the last single RL-10A flown on this configuration. From here on out, they'll use 2 engines to fly on an Atlas vehicle, so we're very proud of that this evening. The RL-10 engine is a cryogenic engine, so it uses liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as its fuel in the upper stage, producing about 22,000 pounds of thrust, or 99.2 kilonewtons.
I was hoping you had that metric conversion. Did
Yeah,
well.
Unique configuration that we're happy to fly tonight.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mick. And, to this point, the count has gone very smooth. We've heard nothing but good reports. So we'll turn it back over to Joshua in the studio, and we'll continue to monitor the count here. Joshua?
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Look forward to hearing more from you soon. Hopefully, still lots of good news ahead. Let's take a look at what to expect going forward. Obviously, that rocket is poised on the pad, but here's what's going to happen after launch through spacecraft separation.
And liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket.
The Atlas V RD-180 main engine and 1 solid rocket booster ignite to generate more than 5.3 million newtons of thrust to lift the rocket on its way towards a hyperbolic escape trajectory. Shortly after liftoff, Atlas begins a pitch over to attain the proper flight path while minimizing the dynamic pressure the vehicle experiences during flight. The Atlas V reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound, at 58 seconds. The single SRB is jettisoned at 2 minutes 20 seconds. At 4 minutes 3 seconds, the propellant levels deplete and the booster engine shuts down. 6 seconds later, the Atlas Centaur separation system activates to release the booster stage. The vehicle now weighs less than 14% of what it did at liftoff. 10 seconds later, the first burn of the Centaur main engine begins. This burn guides the Centaur into a near circular parking orbit. Approaching payload fairing jettison, the Centaur is burning propellant at a rate of 23 kilograms per second, traveling at more than 17,700 kilometers per hour, and located nearly 134 kilometers in altitude and 470 kilometers downrange. At 4 minutes 27 seconds, the payload fairing is jettisoned. The vehicle now weighs less than 7% of what it did at liftoff, 4.5 minutes earlier. 12 minutes 14 seconds into flight, cutoff of the Centaur main engine, or MECO 1, occurs. The mission now enters a coast phase in preparation for the second burn. Because this targeted Earth escape trajectory varies from day to day, the coast and the second burn will vary to accommodate this. The Centaur main engine is restarted at 42 minutes 58 seconds for the second and final engine burn. Nearly 7 minutes later, the final cutoff of the Centaur main engine occurs. At 52 minutes 40 seconds, Centaur releases Solar Orbiter for the European Space Agency and NASA to begin its nearly 2-year journey to the Sun. After using gravity assist maneuvers at Earth and Venus, Solar Orbiter will help us understand how our star creates and controls the heliosphere, a giant bubble of charged particles blown by the solar wind that permeates the whole solar system and influences the planets within it.
For those of you just joining us, welcome to team coverage of the launch of the Solar Orbiter mission, destined for unprecedented views of the poles of our star, the Sun. We're now just about 12.5 minutes away from launch. Here are a few things that you need to know about this groundbreaking mission.
The Atlas V rocket for this mission is in a 4-1-1 configuration, sending Solar Orbiter to a high-latitude orbit, enabling the first ever images of the Sun's poles. This single launch will deliver 10 state-of-the-art instruments to study our star. Gravity assist flybys of both Venus and Earth will enable the highly elliptical orbit. After liftoff, it will take just under 2 years to reach its operational orbit for a 7-year planned mission.
We do have a 2-hour launch window tonight, but launch is still on track for liftoff at 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 41 at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. There you see on screen. Solar Orbiter will take off on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Again, they're poised and nearly fueled, ready for flight. This is an international collaborative mission between the European Space Agency and NASA. The spacecraft has been developed by Airbus Defence and Space. ESA's Engineering and Test Center in the Netherlands is managing the development effort. And the European Space Operations Center in Germany will operate Solar Orbiter after launch. Solar Orbiter's flight will take it to roughly 26 million miles from the Sun, or about 42 million kilometers. That's just over 1/4 of the distance from the Sun to the Earth. It will experience sunlight 13 times more intense than we feel here on Earth, and to survive, it is equipped with a heat shield capable of withstanding temperatures over 900 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 500 degrees Celsius. The science to be conducted will range from analyzing solar winds and solar magnetic fields to remote sensing and high-resolution imaging of the Sun's atmosphere, the corona, and even solar disks. One phenomenon to be explored is that the Sun goes through an 11-year cycle that involves emerging and vanishing sunspots, as well as a flipping of its entire magnetic field. Why does all of this happen? Well, we're hoping Solar Orbiter will shed some light on that. The mission intends to answer some fundamental cause and effect questions like how do flares and coronal mass ejections impact our solar system, and how do the energetic particles originate that lead to extreme space weather? The answers to these questions can not only have a direct impact on our daily life and the electronics you rely on, but also impact future exploration as we pioneer to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's head back now over to Daryl and Mick to take us through the rest of the count. Gentlemen, count us down.
Thank you very much, Joshua. We look forward to getting on with the count in just a few minutes. We are, of course, in a hold at this very moment, T-minus 4 minutes in holding, but we've got a little bit of business to do as we go through here. So far, nothing to report in terms of the count itself and the teams. Everything working pretty smooth to this point, Mick.
Yeah, everything is good. ULA launch conductor Scott Barney is giving his briefing right now to his team of what's going to happen as they get ready to pick up the poll at T-minus 4 and counting. But while we see the teams here in all different places, Daryl, we have them all over the world. What we see on the screen here is the team in the Mission Director Center here at AE, which has our ESA folks up front.
And then just across the way, just a few miles away, is the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center. That is where the ULA launch team is going through their count. And then, of course, in Denver, we have a team out there as well. The Denver Operations Support Center in Denver, Colorado, where ULA is based. In addition to that, we have a European space operations in Germany.
Absolutely. We have ESA teams supporting, as you heard earlier, from Germany, where they will operate and control the spacecraft after it separates this evening. So big collaboration of teams that have put this mission together and get ready for launch this evening.
And we've had some fun talking about the conversions between standard and metric, but we were talking earlier, Mick, there's actually, that played a role in working with this international collaboration, because much of what our teams here in America do is on standard, and overseas they're on metric. So there was a little bit of a conversion that had to go between.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really fun working with our international partners on this mission, and there have been some challenges with the unit conversions and some communications, but that has been key, is communication between the teams. All of us has been done very well, and as Tim Dunn put it, our launch manager from NASA, at our readiness review last week, we all speak the universal language of mission success, and that's what's gotten us here this evening. So working with our international partners has been fun. We're very excited to see Solar Orbiter get off the Earth tonight and head on its way to the Sun to start its science.
And it's going to do some big science once it's there and in orbit. For now, we are looking at a shot of the rocket on the ground as the water vapor condenses around the super cooled liquid oxygen. In just a few seconds, we are going to get a status poll from Launch Director Scott Barney of ULA, and he's going to give that and a final check before we begin to resume the count. Let's listen in now as Scott conducts that poll over at United Launch Alliance.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems. Propulsion. Go. Hydraulic. Go. Pneumatics. Go. ASGAS. Go. Electrical systems airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GCQ.
Go.
Operations support.
Go.
Com.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Rick, go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
Relay safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verified T0 is set for 0403 Zulu.
Verified.
And so we are on time and on schedule for this launch at 11:03 Eastern time. There, you just got the confirmed count from Scott Barney. That's good news.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you, my heart's beating really good. It's awesome to hear the team give a go and everything's clear. That means they've been working all their stuff and everything looks good on the vehicle. Targeting an 11:03 p.m. Eastern time liftoff. I can't tell you how excited I am to hear that poll.
That's right.
Is
And
going
now
to
they're
be
configuring
on
the
the
spacecraft to
left
go on to
side.
internal power, off of its shore power, its land power. Talk about that.
Yeah, in parallel with the launch team getting the launch vehicle ready, the spacecraft team is preparing the solar orbiter satellite to get ready. And we just heard over our nets that the spacecraft is on internal power, configured for launch. Everything looks green and go. So we've heard from the spacecraft and from the launch vehicle.
Less staticky?
Yeah, less staticky.
Right. Just leave it on auto magic.
Is it
mode.
actually going to be recording something?
It will when I start.
Well, start recording something.
Okay.
That's pictures. You're taking pictures.
Yeah, that's
Video.
right. That might explain why. Yeah, that's why.
There it is. Yeah. Okay, so you want to take the exposure down a bit?
It's on auto magic mode.
Oh, okay. Then leave it. Let it do whatever it does.
Yeah. Just gonna let it on auto. It might overexpose initially, but it should make the rest of it look good.
Sounds good to me. All right. Again, left side is going to be Astronomy Live and his LX200. The right side will be me and my Nikon P1000. Yay. This is neat. Alright, so we should be like, what, 4 minutes from now? Or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make that 3 minutes from now and mark.
Alright, cameras are reset, and they're recording.
Should be clear. Nice. Shouldn't have too much cloud.
Nope. The heavens are smiling upon us.
The feed behind us is delayed by about 41 seconds.
Alright, so... Alright. Let's do it.
Two minutes. T-minus 60 seconds.
Okay.
That's a good idea. $30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Everything's clear, basically mean there's no nothing to impede launch, nothing out there in the water, nothing out there in the air. T-minus 30 seconds as we count down to the liftoff of an Atlas V rocket.
Liftoff.
25. Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Solar Orbiter.
There you heard the final status check for Booster Centaur and the spacecraft. Everything is go.
And so here we go. T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And liftoff of our solar orbiter, an international collaboration to give us new images and a better understanding of our life-giving star. Listening now, you hear the voice of Patrick Moore, ULA's launch commentator.
Now 25 seconds into flight. Chamber pressure on the SRB looks good. Engine operating parameters on the RD-180 also look good.
Good report so far. Atlas V beginning to
35
pitch
seconds
over.
in, vehicle is completing the pitch over maneuver. Now 41 seconds into flight.
45 seconds into flight, everything is looking good.
We heard that the RD-180 engine was operational.
RD-180 throttling down slightly as expected, and engine response looks good.
I'm going to pull those engines down for just a little bit as we anticipate max Q.
Now supersonic. Vehicle's now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure.
Right, maximum dynamic pressure is the period of maximum mechanical stress on the rocket because it's reached its highest velocity and resistance created by the Earth's atmosphere. Made it through and they're throttling back up.
And standing by for SRB burnout. And we have burnout on the solid rocket booster. Atlas will hold on to the SRB for an additional 47 seconds prior to jettison.
They're going to let that thing go at 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Now 1 minute 45 seconds into flight. RD-180 continues to perform well at full thrust. Pump speeds and injector pressures look good.
All right, stand by now for booster jettison.
And now coming up on 2 minutes into flight, the Atlas V vehicle now weighs just 1/2 of its liftoff weight. RD-180 throttling down slightly as expected. Engine response continues to look good. And standing by for SRB jettison shortly.
Now look to your screen.
We have good
see
indication
it. There it goes.
jettison of the solid rocket booster. Atlas V has gone to Q alpha limited closed loop steering. Vehicle body rates look good.
Now the next major milestone is
now 2 minutes 35 seconds into flight.
At 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
And the second stage RCS system press valve is opened. System now pressurizing to flight levels.
Flying at over 5,000 miles per hour.
Now 3 minutes into flight, approximately 1 minute remaining until BECO.
He's talking about main engine cutoff. 1 minute.
RD-180 continues to look good. At pump speeds and injector pressures look good. 3 minutes 15 seconds in.
Right, about to cut that booster.
Vehicle body rates
Just
look
a few
stable.
seconds.
Now 3 minutes 30 seconds in. RD 180 now throttling to maintain a constant 5G acceleration limit. Engine response looks good.
Whoa.
And we've begun boost phase chill down.
Separation.
Now throttling to a 4.6G acceleration limit. Boost phase chill down has ended. Standing by for BECO.
Here I see Centaur.
And we have BECO booster engine cutoff. Standing by for stage
Atlas
step.
Centaur separation.
And we have good indication of Atlas Centaur
Still
separation.
tracking Centaur.
We have pre-start on the RL-10. Standing by for ignition.
Next major milestone is the payload fairing. When that comes off,
We have ignition
the
and full thrust on the RL-10.
Yeah,
Chamber
thank you,
pressure
fine
looks good.
camera,
Body rates look good.
that payload
And we
fairing
have good
jettison
indication of payload fairing jettison.
right now.
This first burn of today's mission will last approximately 8 minutes. And the RCS system is now performing initial firings to warm up the RCS motor catalyst bed. System response looks good.
What do you got?
And the Centaur is now 100 miles in altitude, 450 miles downrange distance, traveling at 11,800 miles per hour. 5 minutes, 10 seconds into flight.
You know, I
Listen
forgot
to
to
the
put
voice of
my
Patrick Moore,
dead
ULA's,
cat on my camera.
Launch commentator.
Centaur propellant utilization system has gone to closed loop control.
Flight is looking very good at this point.
And RCS system now performing periodic firing for thermal conditioning of the system. System response looks good. And initial review of booster performance shows the booster performed close to pre-flight predictions.
So the next major milestone will be the Centaur first main engine cutoff, and we've got about, I'd say 5 to 6 minutes before that. Let's bring Mick Woltman back in. What did you think about the liftoff and the flight and separation? Looked pretty good from here.
Yeah, as we were listening to Patrick there, it was
Centaur
good to hear
has
all the mark
performed
events.
a roll.
Hear all the mark events that were hit, and it seems like first stage performed very nominal, and RD1E performed very well to get the first stage and Centaur on its way. So things are looking really well on this flight.
That Centaur performing a thrust of about 22,000 pounds and flying in what Mick has been described to me as a very exact entry into orbit. It's not going all the way around the Earth, but it does have to have a certain amount of precision because it's a partial orbit around Earth.
Yeah, this first burn will get Centaur and Solar Orbiter into a semicircular orbit as we come around the Earth, and then we will get ready for our main engine start number 2, and that will get us onto our transfer trajectory orbit, so our transfer trajectory to head off toward the sun. So, yeah, Centaur has to perform very well on this first burn to get into that semicircular park orbit.
And it's a lot of power that's needed in order to get this thing going, because she's going off into the deeper part of space, headed to the sun. We're getting a report of good performance so far, and that's excellent news. The team here, Mick, talk about the reaction at this point for the launch team. We heard a little bit of a celebration behind us.
Yeah, the team doesn't really get too excited here, but it is a mark event of first stage separation is important. Getting main engine start is very important too, as you said, getting Centaur on its way. The Aerojet Rocketdyne RL-10 performing very well right now in this first burn. But the team is starting to look at their data, continuing to follow the Centaur in flight on real-time data. The booster team is looking at their data after first stage separated to make sure everything performed well, doing a quick look of everything to make sure there's no anomalies in the flight so far. And so far we haven't seen anything or heard. So things are performing very well for this flight for Solar Orbiter on its way.
And that's good news, certainly for our European partners who are collaborating in this effort. The Solar Orbiter plans to unlock quite a few mysteries of the sun, as we have learned in the weeks rolling up to this. There's been a lot of time and effort that the teams have put into building this spacecraft and then, of course, preparing for launch. Many years in the making. As we listen in now, we're getting a little more of an update. So far, continues to have good flight. This orbit, you were talking a little bit about this transfer orbit. It's using a planetary assist to get to its location ultimately, right?
Ultimately, once we get into our transfer orbit and Solar Orbiter's on its way to the sun, eventually they'll use the gravitational assist from Venus and to get into their orbit and trajectory heading for sun so they can study the poles of the sun. And that, as we heard earlier from Josh, that'll be a couple years into the mission as they're doing that to maintain their trajectory and keep going. As you had said earlier, Centaur performing very well here on this first burn, and the teams are continuing to look at data and how it's performing. And, you know, we're happy to be at this point in the flight, but as you said, important to our ESA friends and Solar Orbiter and NASA, we still have a long way to go for payload separation. So mission is going well so far, and we will continue to follow this and see how Centaur performs to get our payload deployed successfully.
The spacecraft team certainly watching every moment of this very closely, as this is a very tense time for them, but no need to worry because at this point Centaur is taking her to the spot that she needs to go. And this Centaur, we were talking a little bit earlier, it's the last of its kind that is in flight now, but it's getting some upgrades. It's performing great, but what kind of improvements is it getting?
Yeah, I would say not Centaur mainly, but the RL-10
engine. Right.
Yeah, it's the last single version of RL-10A that will fly. All vehicles in single stick from here on out will fly an upgraded RL-10C. However, the RL-10-4A will be used for human space flight. We need dual engine configurations on Centaur for human space flight to get astronauts back to the moon and then on to Mars. So RL-10-4A will still be flown and used, but in a dual configuration instead of single. So we're very happy to fly this last 4A in this single configuration with Solar Orbiter. It was very well suited for this mission and to perform the task that seems to be done.
And that dual engine has to provide a lot of power when it comes to, as you mentioned, the astronauts who are going to be going back up to the International Space Station from American soil once Boeing gets the go-ahead to fly. That dual engine, that power is needed because it's going to be a lot heavier.
A lot heavier, and we want more energy and controllability from the Centaur. We also have that dual engine setup for redundancy and controllability there.
We're going to get an update in just a moment from Yole Scott Messer, but until then, we are tracking this flight and the successful flight that it has been so far. You're looking at a graphical representation of exactly what we're expecting the flight to look like, and everything is looking good at this point.
Matter of fact, Daryl, we just heard we've got main engine cutoff, so Centaur is shut down its engine for the first firing. Things look good, body rates have damped out, and everything looks good on this mission so far. So as we get ready to go, Centaur will continue to its mission by rolling and turning to the position it needs to get ready for main engine start 2, that transfer orbit or transfer trajectory that we talked about. Mm-hmm. The engine will need to get ready and chill down and get ready to fire up. This coast period that we're in will be about 30 minutes to get into position before we have to fire up the Centaur engine again. That'll be about 38, 39 minutes into the mission that we will do that, and it will fire for roughly 6 minutes to get into that transfer orbit. So Centaur performing very well. Atlas, Centaur, and Solar Orbiter on its way. So things are looking really good.
This is a bit of a coast phase, you would describe.
Coast phase, yes. Centaur performing well and doing some maneuvers here in this coast phase. So.
All right. And so while we monitor the coasting of the Centaur stage, we will also be monitoring the launch teams to let you know when they fire that engine back up. But in the meantime, we are going to send it back to the ASOC with Joshua Santora, who is joined by Scott Messer. Take it away, Joshua.
Hey, a lot more ahead, but we appreciate you both walking us through those first few very dynamic minutes of flight. Again, a lot happened, a lot to go, and now with me is Scott Messer. You're the United Launch Alliance Program Manager for NASA missions. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
Perfect. Awesome. So, Scott, got to feel good, like the booster's off the ground, we're on our way. So what's all happened so far?
Yeah, so it is a beautiful count. One of the most quiet counts I've ever been through.
Indeed.
And the liftoff was right on time. Everything has looked good so far. All the data we're getting back is looking really positive.
Yeah, and so how are you feeling right now? Because obviously, like, we've stolen you away in the middle of, like, the job is still happening. So appreciate you being here, but how are you feeling?
I'm super excited. It's always great to launch and get it off, but beginning of the window and everything looking great. I'm just really excited and thrilled to be meeting customer requirements.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, right?
Yeah, it certainly is.
So what's ahead left for us? Because obviously the ULA portion of the day is not done yet. So what's still to come?
Yeah, so we're in the middle now of about a 30-minute coast. The second stage engine will then start up again, burn for about another 7 minutes, a short 2-minute coast, and then separation at about 11:55ish.
Very cool. So 11:55. So that's still another. Is that a typical timeline? Because this is a lot of times we see for low Earth orbit flights, the booster is only used for 8 to 12 minutes or so. But this obviously we're using this rocket for on the order of an hour or so. Is that typical? Is that atypical?
No, it is very typical for NASA missions. I think probably most of them last about an hour on average.
Okay. And so what's next for ULA after obviously we want today to go great. That's the focus right now. But kind of looking to the future, what's next for ULA?
Well, so this is the first launch for ULA in 2020.
Yeah, congrats.
The 137th successful launch, at least
so far. Yeah, absolutely. Everything looking great.
We expect everything to go there. So we've got several other missions for NASA coming down the line. We've got a Mars mission in July.
In July,
this year.
Mars 2020.
So that's really excited.
Very exciting.
And yeah, it's going to be a big year for ULA.
Awesome. And can you explain just a tiny bit more kind of about your role? Is it just focused on you're taking care of NASA missions? Is that, I mean, that's kind of what your description is. Is that true?
It is. I work with all the NASA science missions, and so Solar Orbiter, Mars 2020 coming up here, and it's our job to make sure that all the spacecraft requirements are met. We integrate with the spacecraft closely for several years and make sure that the rocket provides all the necessary requirements that the spacecraft asks for.
Great. Well, Scott, we appreciate you, appreciate the United Launch Alliance and all their work and helping us be successful to unlock secrets of the sun and everything else that goes on. So appreciate that. We're going to let you get back to monitoring this rocket and the rest of the flight. And I'm going to send you back out now to Blair out at the press site, who's got some guests with him.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joshua. I'm here with basically a solar dynamic duo, Holly Gilbert and Daniel Mueller. So great to have you guys on. I'm telling you, I'm so excited. Tell me your thoughts about the launch. We'll start with you, Holly.
Just one word, wow. I am just floored at how exciting and amazing it was. And I got to share it with my husband and my daughters and my partner in crime.
Yeah, dynamic duo, though, not on the crime side, you know, partner in good science.
That's right.
And Daniel, how about you?
I think this was picture perfect.
Yeah.
And suddenly you really felt like you're connected to the entire solar system. I mean, you're here on Earth and you're launching something that will go close to the sun, really out into space.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point. I was thinking of you guys earlier, and I thought, you know, when you were starving scientists just getting out of school, Did you ever think that you would be here at Kennedy Space Center watching not just a rocket launch, but a rocket launch carrying a mission and spacecraft that's so near and dear to your hearts? Holly, how about you?
I couldn't have even imagined this. Even though I've been in solar physics for many years, I just never thought I would actually witness something come to fruition like this and actually launch. It's amazing.
Yeah. Daniel.
Similar for me. I mean, I met Holly, I think, almost 20 years ago at a PhD school, and I mean, immediately knew this lady would go very far. I would not have expected to go along with her to this point, and so we're now sort of really, I mean, after many years of hard work and setbacks and excitement, we've now really made it. I mean, we are on our journey, and that's a big thing for me.
Yeah, and that's great too, because this whole week leading up to the launch and all the stuff we've done leading up to the launch in terms of preparing for the show, we've been hearing the international partnership, our friends at NASA and ESA, and how they've all worked together. And I just, seeing you guys here, talk a little bit about the relationship and working together on this particular mission.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. I couldn't ask for a better project scientist team. I mean, it's a challenging thing having an international partnership. So we've had to, especially Daniel, has had to really work hard at making that all work, and 10 instrument teams, and it's just, it's an amazing partnership.
Yeah.
And I was lucky that I had the opportunity to work on the SOHO mission before, and I joined SOHO in the phase where it was fully operational, and I was working for ESA but actually based at NASA, so I could really form personal bonds with people that I still work with today, and that's been really key.
Well, you know, I'm glad you brought that up, because as an observer to this, because I'm from the liberal arts side, it's really impressive to see that even though you're separated by miles and miles or kilometers, I guess, in some cases, in the science community, the boundaries sort of disappear. You kind of have the same objectives, and it's got to be a really, really great feeling to be able to know that you can trust and work with people of different backgrounds to get such important data.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, we have one common goal, and that is to get the good science out of this mission. And I think we're going to succeed.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point I try to make also to younger people and school children. I mean, science really makes the borders disappear. It doesn't really matter where you're from. And in particular, if you have a real successful collaboration between different countries on an institutional level, that can really bring people much further than they might have dreamt of.
Oh, that's incredible. Sure. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks for being on the show. Continue to celebrate, and we'll go back to Joshua. Joshua and the ASOC, tell you what, congratulations on a good launch, and back to you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Blair. Same to the folks over there, Daniel and Holly. A great launch. Everybody's excited. So we're actually going to send you back out now to Laura, who has caught up with another one of those special people working behind the scenes for years leading up to these missions. Laura, take it away.
Thank you, Joshua. I'm joined by Anna Packros with the European Space Agency, and she is Solar Orbiter's payload manager. Anne, what did you think of that launch?
Well, really, it was a roller coaster of emotions for me. It was exciting, of course, after working 8 years on the project, to see it go on its way. But it's also I was a bit anxious, to see is everything going to go well? Is the signal going to be acquired in a few moments? So, yeah. Wait and see for now.
Okay, so Anne, I know you're an engineer, but tell us a little bit more about what the payload manager's responsibilities are.
So as payload manager, I'm responsible for the well-being of the 10 instruments. So making sure the spacecraft is compliant to what the instruments want to do, making sure the instruments are also ready to be integrated on the spacecraft, and sometimes chasing them a little bit to deliver on time. So it was really a big job together with my team to take care of these 10 instruments on this mission.
So with 10 on board, that must have posed some challenges.
Right, exactly. So the 10 instruments are all different. It's like 10 different children, and all of them have their different needs. So it was sometimes a bit of a compromise we had to find to make sure they could all fit on board and live together on board this mission, because the point of Solar Orbiter is really to make this connection between the in-situ science and the remote sensing observations. So we really had to make them fit together, to take their measurements together.
So they're all on board, and Solar Orbiter is on the way. What's next for you?
So, as I said, so we're going to acquire the first signal, and we're going then to start deploying all our antennas, all the boom, and after that, we have to check that all the instruments are working as expected. This is called the commissioning phase. And because we have 10 instruments, it lasts 2 to 3 months. We're going to take first measurements. For some instruments, we're going to take the first images already to make sure everything is working fine. And about June timeframe, when all this has been done, then we declare the mission commissioned, and they can go ahead on their way for the cruise phase and the science phase.
All right, so just a little bit longer, a little bit more work to do. But Joshua, you could see after a lot of years of hard work, you celebrate by coming all the way to Florida to Kennedy Space Center to watch a launch. Back to you.
Hey, listen, that's a great way to celebrate anything with rocket launches. So we appreciate that energy and enthusiasm and excitement from people like Anna, just because that helps us be just all the more excited to see them succeed and to succeed alongside of them through this international collaboration. So we're going to send you back over now to Daryl and Mick to check in on the status of our vehicle. Still in flight here. Daryl, Mick, how are we looking?
Well, looking good. Speaking of energy and enthusiasm, yeah. Mick here is a real rocket guy who loves watching these things every single time. You get pretty jazzed about it.
Yeah, and it's great to hear our international partners and how excited they are so far for this. We still have a little ways to go to get separation, but so far this has been a great launch. Very quiet and very excited for this. Matter of fact, it's just been really nominal so far. That's good.
It all started at 11:03 Eastern, 00, as a matter of fact, right on time.
Actually, I don't have a conversion for that.
No conversion? You're letting me down, Nick. What happened?
No, it was right on time at 11:03 liftoff. The ULA, NASA, and ESA teams did a great job of coordinating and getting this rocket off the ground today.
So we continue to see a graphical representation of the Centaur in coast phase as it goes along. And trust me, the spacecraft team at this point is still very much very focused on the telemetry that's coming in from this spacecraft.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking at that. The ULA and NASA teams are looking at the Centaur telemetry, making sure that things are going well. Matter of fact, we've got about 18 minutes still left in the coast. All Centaur systems are looking nominal with the RCS thrusters firing and settling the propellant back into the tanks, getting ready for that main engine start too, to get us onto that transfer trajectory.
So talk us through the next steps that are coming. You know, we've got a little time to kind of talk about that. The Centaur second main engine will restart, and then it will fire for a period of time. Talk about the purpose of that once it's relit and then cut off again.
Yeah, so Centaur is in its coast phase right now in that semicircular orbit we talked about earlier, that parking orbit to get us started. And as we get into coast, the vehicle is performing a few maneuvers now using the reaction control thrusters to make sure that the liquid oxygen hydrogen that are still in the tanks are settled back down to the bottom of the tank to get ready for main engine start. That's a unique thing with the RL-10 engine is you can do multiple starts with it to support a mission like this and the trajectories you need. And the purpose of that is when they get ready for main engine start, they will fire that engine for 7 minutes to get us into that transfer trajectory orbit that we talked about, basically breaking out of that circular orbit around Earth and getting into a transfer orbit to head on towards the sun and start its science mission. So that's a very important burn to make sure we get out of the Earth orbit and on towards the sun.
And we can see in this animation here that there's subtle little firings there.
Yep, that's the RCS thrusters settling the vehicle and getting ready for that main engine start too.
All right, and so as we stand by for that, we're going to send it back to the ASOC. Joshua, we'll let you have it, and we'll continue to monitor the discussion here between the launch teams and the Centaur rocket in coast phase.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that update. We are very excited. And as Solar Orbiter continues pressing on to spacecraft separation, let's take a closer look at what's ahead for this mighty explorer.
Ever since we've been pointing spacecraft at the sun, 2 regions on our star have been missing from satellite images. The sun's 2 poles have never been mapped because all the solar images we've built have remained in the ecliptic plane, the swath of space roughly aligned with the sun's equator, where all the planets orbit. A new mission from the European Space Agency and NASA called Solar Orbiter aims to escape this plane and take the very first images of the poles.
The planets are all moving and circling the sun, and so we already have some velocity going one way. If we want to launch up out of the ecliptic, it requires more energy.
To get outside the ecliptic plane, Solar Orbiter uses Earth's and Venus's gravity to slingshot itself into a view of the poles. The only other satellite to fly over the poles was Ulysses, which launched in 1990 to study the solar atmosphere. But Solar Orbiter will be the first mission to capture actual images of this hard-to-reach region. Scientists think the poles could be the missing piece to understanding what drives the sun's activity. Every 11 years, the sun's magnetic field flips. North becomes south and vice versa. This mysterious process has direct effects on Earth. Before the poles flip, solar activity reaches its peak. The number of eruptions increases, sending powerful bursts of solar material that can potentially harm our astronauts and satellites.
We don't really have a good understanding of the global solar behavior.
Another one of the mission's goals is to monitor how these eruptions and solar material travel through space. Using a suite of 10 instruments, Solar Orbiter observes an active region on the surface as it explodes, and then also takes measurements as the escaping material passes directly by the spacecraft.
Solar Orbiter will give us a comprehensive full view of the entire sun and how the sun is impacting throughout the entire solar system.
At closest approach, Solar Orbiter will be closer to the sun than Mercury, at a mere distance of 26 million miles away, the ideal distance to get a comprehensive view of the sun and its surrounding atmosphere. It will fly close to the sun every 6 months and endure temperatures more than 900 degrees Fahrenheit. To survive the intense radiation, a large titanium shield protects the instruments, while a carefully orchestrated dance of opening and closing eye holes in the shield allows the instruments to peep out at the right time. Other instruments will directly measure solar material from behind the shadow of the shield. All of these observations will tell us more about the sun than we've ever known before. And by the end of the 7-year mission, we will have seen our star in a completely new way.
Our understanding of the sun will change dramatically. I will say that we are living in a revolutionary moment in our field.
So we'll get back to Solar Orbiter in just a minute, but right now I'm joined by Kennedy Space Center director, 4-time shuttle astronaut, space enthusiast, all-around good guy, second longest running center director actually now, coming up on the first and not too long, Bob Cabana.
Great to be here, Josh.
Hey, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you taking some time for us.
Another great launch by the ULA Atlas V and our launch services program here at the Kennedy Space Center.
So beautiful. So beautiful.
Oh, man. Awesome.
So I know that you love to kind of think big picture and talk big picture when it comes to the work that the Kennedy Space Center and NASA are doing. So how does the Solar Orbiter kind of fit in the big picture of what NASA is doing? How is this a part of our universe, so to speak?
Absolutely. So Solar Orbiter is on its way to study the sun, right? And one of the issues that we have is sending astronauts beyond our home planet. So with Artemis, we're going back to the moon, and the ultimate goal is get onto Mars, right?
Right.
And we need to understand better the sun and the environment beyond our home planet in order to protect astronauts from that harmful ultraviolet radiation, from all that's going on in space. So I think, this is great. This is what we have as a combination of science and our exploration programs working together so that we understand. So right now at Kennedy, I'm focused on 2 things. First off, I want to see commercial crew flying. I want to get astronauts to the International Space Station on a U.S. rocket from U.S. soil with 2 partners.
That's right.
Both SpaceX and Boeing.
Yes.
Got to get them both going. And then, the Artemis program. Artemis 1.
Artemis 1.
Kennedy Space Center is going to be ready for that rocket when it arrives. The Space Launch System, the core stage, is over at the Stennis Space Center right now in the B-2 test stand, getting ready for its green run, a complete testing of that rocket. They're doing modal testing, then they're going to fire the engines, full firing, and really document the rocket before they ship it to us for processing here. The Orion spacecraft, the Lockheed Martin Orion spacecraft, that's up at the Plumbrook facility at the Glenn Research Center up in Ohio, and it's going through thermal back testing. It's going to be back here around April timeframe, and then it'll be ready for processing. So we're going to get the spacecraft here, and then the core stage. We've already got solid rocket motor segments arriving, and we're going to send Orion on a test without crew in and around the moon, right? They're not going to land. It's just going to be without crew. It's going to go around the moon. We're going to really document the spacecraft, how it operates, and make sure that it's safe so that we can launch astronauts in 2022 to the moon. And then, you know, the goal is having the next man and the first woman on the moon in 2024. That's a huge challenge that we've been given by the president, and we're going to do our very best to make that happen. And with the budget we got coming, I just can't wait, you know.
Yeah, the budget hit the news cycle today, so people got a chance to see that a little bit. So there was definitely a nice little bump up for NASA from the president.
Yeah,
so
it's awesome.
We're super grateful for that.
Absolutely.
Obviously,
this is a great budget, man. You know, we got to make this. I can't. We got the money. Now we got to go do it.
That's right. We got to go do it. So, and obviously, Solar Orbiter playing a part in that, again, giving us that understanding of the world beyond the Van Allen belts that are so great in protecting us.
Complete package. Yep.
So, anything else coming up for you, things you're thinking about? Obviously, we have Mars 2020 coming up this year.
Yeah, you know, Mars 2020 ships here on Tuesday on its way to the Kennedy Space Center from JPL. And, I look back on the Curiosity rover, and I thought, that was so cool. You know, it came here, and I got to see it. I put a bunny suit on, went in and saw it when it was over in the PHSF, getting processed and everything. And then I went out to JPL when it landed. And this is going to be the same thing. It's another rover the same size as Curiosity that we're putting down on the surface of Mars, right? And I thought, well, it's no big deal. You know, they're watching it. It's all delayed. It's all automated. It's not like human spaceflight, human in the loop and all that stuff. And they're seeing it 8 minutes after it happened. It was one of the most exciting things I've ever done. It was so cool, you know, getting the reports back and watching it, and you know, and then to see, you know, that rover on Mars.
Yeah, we've gotten some amazing imagery back.
Now we got to get humans there, you know.
Yes.
Rovers, they're the precursors to sending humans. But, you know, that's the goal in the 2030s, to be having humans on the surface of Mars. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're all excited for that. Obviously, this rover is the same size but different science instruments, so it's not a one-for-one copy.
No, I know.
And we also have a helicopter on board this time, which is super exciting.
Way
so,
cool.
I'm going to let you get back and listen into the rest of the flight here. And I'm going to send you back out now to Blair, who's out.
Oh, awesome. Those NASA Edge guys are really cool.
Yes, say hello. Blair's online now.
Hey, Blair.
Hey, Bob. I got to tell you, with Curiosity, there were 7 minutes of terror. With Bob Cabana, you get 7 minutes of pure, unadulterated enthusiasm. It's really exciting to hear from him. But we're also very excited about Solar Orbiter tonight. And before the launch, I had a chance to sit down with Cesar Garcia, the project manager from ESA for Solar Orbiter. Let's hear from him. We're here at Astrotech Space Operation with European Space Agency project manager for the Solar Orbiter, Cesar Garcia. Cesar, thanks so much for being here today.
Thanks you for having me.
The first question I want to ask you is, tell us a little bit about the overall mission for Solar Orbiter.
Okay, Solar Orbiter mission, as the name shows, it's a space mission that will orbit around the Sun in ways which we have not done before. We will be different in that we will be relatively close to the Sun, and we will also change the orbital plane so that we can observe the poles of the Sun. We will investigate also the solar wind and features close to the surface of the Sun. Then they will also look into the heliosphere, and we all live in the heliosphere of the Sun. And finally, they will investigate the reasons why we have this 11-year cycle and what drives the solar variability.
Some of the instruments are going to be capturing images. What are those images going to look like?
Well, we capture images in various frequencies across the spectrum. Normally, science instruments, or well, also Earth observation instruments, they don't take what we call white light pictures. We try to take pictures in a very small frequency band, and then we combine those various frequencies to create broad spectrum images. Now, Solar Orbiter has instruments in the visible, so the various colors of the visible, a little bit in the infrared, also in the ultraviolet spectrum, and all the way up to the X-rays. So the various instruments will detect these images in different ways. And what the scientists do, they combine various frequencies to create, well, pretty pictures like the one we have in the background here. That's one element. And the second element is that the various instruments, they have different fields of view. Some of the instruments will be able to capture the complete solar disk. And at the same time, they will be able to look with very high resolution into very small portions of the sun. Some of the instruments will be looking at the rim, or to make things more interesting, when one of the instruments detects a feature of interest, he will send automatically a trigger to the other instruments so that they can also change mode of operation and focus on that specific feature to learn more about it. And if that involves, for instance, the ejection of material or a change to the solar wind, when that happens on the spacecraft, then also the in situ instruments will be able to react and to sense that specific feature. And that combination of things which happen on the surface or close to the surface of the sun, and then at the location, later on at the location of the spacecraft, is one of the key features and unique features of Solar Orbiter.
There are a lot of fascinating and important instruments on the spacecraft. If the scientists see something interesting during an observation, do they have the ability to adapt and sort of reorient to take a look at that interesting event?
Yeah, they want to maximize the opportunities, of course, and there are several ways of doing that. One way is something that we call the short-term planning, as opposed to long-term planning. Long-term planning is what the scientists do. They plan every instrument, every mode of operation, like 6 months in advance. However, every 24 hours, if they see a particular feature, or if there is a signal coming from a different space mission or from the ground, then they can change in very short time what the instruments will be doing in the next observation day.
Well, it must feel really good now because everything clearly is here on the spacecraft and ready to go. It's got to be a good sense of accomplishment.
I think so. I think that overall, when you develop a space mission, there are always many challenges. And there are moments where you don't really know if there is a technical solution for the problems you're facing. Then, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes teamwork. And now, once you move to the launch space, then it's like an army. I mean, different armies, they are sort of coming together, and sometimes people who you never met, but they've been working on this mission for years. Then you get to meet those people, and then you realize that everybody's working to the same goal. And I think it's a real sense of accomplishment and achievement, yeah.
Well, and here we have it, a successful launch, and that team that Caesar mentioned is very proud and excited at this time. And we just want to congratulate them. And back to you, Joshua. Take it away.
Hey, thanks, Blair. Yeah, obviously that international collaboration is such a theme running throughout this program and throughout this entire mission. We're glad to have them on board. We did want to kind of cycle back again and go through the fact that this evening, there was a Northrop Grumman Antares scheduled to launch, and it was scrubbed after off-nominal readings from a ground support sensor. Northrop Grumman and NASA have set the next launch attempt to no earlier than February 13th at 4:06 p.m. Eastern Time due to unfavorable weather forecast over the next 2 days and time required to address the ground support issue. NASA TV coverage of the launch will begin at about 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and teams will refresh 24-hour late load cargo the day before. The Antares rocket and Cygnus spacecraft remain healthy. Launch Thursday would result in a capture of Cygnus on Saturday, February 15th. For more information, visit nasa.gov/Northrop Grumman and nasa.gov. We're going to send you back over now to Mick and Daryl, who are going to take you through spacecraft separation. So this is still not quite the end of the mission today, but another huge milestone. Daryl, Mick, take it away.
That's right, Joshua. It's a big moment that everybody is really anticipating here at this this portion of the mission. He's Mick Woltman. I'm Daryl Nail. 25 years as a vehicle systems engineer, so he's got all the knowledge to help break this down.
And I will tell you, it's exciting every time we launch. The next mission is the most important, and tonight was great to see Solar Orbiter get off the ground. And like you said, we still have some things to do to make sure it's a mission success. But we're moving along, and things are looking really well. Centaur is in its phases of settling propellants and getting ready for that main engine start 2 coming up. So things are looking really good.
Yeah, and he's not just saying that, folks. I literally got to watch him get a little giddy as we're getting ready to lift off. So it's an exciting moment. We are in that coast phase. We've been in this coast phase for quite a period of time now. We've got a few minutes left in it, and as you mentioned before, you can see in this graphical representation that there are thrusters that are being fired from time to time to settle that fuel inside of the Centaur, and that will allow it to restart. It's really one of the keys to this vehicle. And this vehicle, in fact, is pretty reliable. It's gotten really good at doing this, and it goes all the way back to the 1960s.
Yeah, Centaur was designed for multiple engine starts and missions like this. So it's a very reliable vehicle to get that way. We're seeing now that we have pre-chill down on the engine, which means the engine is chilling down and getting ready for fuels to get through and start up ignition. The igniters would fire and we would get MES 2 or standing by for that call right now. We should be coming up on main engine start fairly shortly.
Chamber pressure looks good.
So we just heard that we have full thrust and main engine has started and body rates look good for this 7-minute burn of the Centaur engine.
Now, this is a key burn as it refires that engine and starts to get into that transfer orbit, right? It's partially gone around the Earth, and now it needs to get on to its destination.
Yeah, it's gonna fire and get us into that transfer trajectory to get Solar Orbiter on its way to the Sun, which is very important for us. So once this burn happens, we get through this successful 7-minute burn, we'll be coming up on spacecraft separation, which will be another major milestone for us. However, we will not be celebrating quite yet. Solar Orbiter has to get moving on its way, and we have to make sure we acquire signal from the satellite, which will happen about 4 minutes after separation. So that'll be a major milestone for the spacecraft crew and the launch team. But this milestone of main engine start and this second burn that we refer to, is a major step in the right direction.
And of course, this is kind of the safe period of this entire launch and mission. The toughest part is getting it off the ground. We go back to 11:03 p.m. Eastern time when it lifted off. That is a big moment to see that thing coming off that pad, riding a controlled explosion up into space.
The team does a very good job. They make it look easy. Matter of fact, as we heard from Scott Messer earlier, this was the quietest count he's heard in quite a while, and that is just a shout out to the teams and how well they have done. All the collaboration between the international partner, the United Space Force, NASA, LSP, ULA, all the teams working together to make sure the count happened on time, and the vehicle got off at 11:03, specifically at the beginning of our window. That is just that's always exciting to me to watch that. Every launch is just amazing to see that fire and lift off.
We've been flying for about 45 and a half minutes to this point in time, and the ULA managers have been working this launch for that entire time. And as Mick said, they are continuing to be very diligent in tracking the telemetry and tracking the flight of the Centaur upper stage. It is in the midst of a 7-minute burn, a few minutes left in that one as it positions itself to get into that proper orbit. It is going to use a gravity assist eventually, much later down the road, but that is part of the deal in order to get this thing close to the Sun so it can start gathering its data. It's got a lot of interesting instruments on board. In particular, one of the ones that I find, one of the aspects of this spacecraft that I find most interesting is its ability to open up little ports on its heat shield. It's going to get so close to the Sun, and it's going to point its heat shield at the Sun, but it's got little ports that it opens up inside the space, inside the heat shield to allow the Sun to come through, which is an amazing thing. It's got to cool the instruments because it's going to be so incredibly hot.
Yeah, the heat shield is a specific part of this spacecraft that's required. As you said, it gets really close to the Sun, a couple million miles, which is close for a spacecraft.
Right.
And but those little apertures inside the heat shield get opened at particular times to catch things, catch sunlight, catch ultraviolet light, test things in the instrument, and help protect the instrument. So the satellite basically rides around the Sun with that heat shield pointing at the Sun at all times. Another unique feature for myself as an engineer that I thought was really neat of this satellite was the solar panels when they come out. Normally we see on a satellite, solar panels come out and they're pretty flat in order to get sunlight to power the systems, right? Charge the batteries and do all the other things on board. These, because we're so close to the sun, the team actually has to turn these solar panels almost at 78 degrees to keep them from getting too hot and collecting. But they have, as Ian Walters from Airbus said, who designed this spacecraft, said, we do not have a problem with power on the solar panels.
There's a problem with heat.
Exactly, we have a problem with heat. So that's a unique thing about the spacecraft that I find interesting.
Absolutely. Just a little less than 2 minutes left in this burn, this second burn of the Centaur upper stage as it gets ready to transfer into its new orbit. It's an exciting time. We certainly know that the team is anticipating that cutoff of that engine, but also, more importantly, looking for the separation of the spacecraft, which is coming up just a few minutes after that, and then followed by, hopefully, some signal acquisition.
Absolutely.
The spacecraft tells us, I'm here. It's kind of opened its eyes, so to speak, right, and says, I'm in position, I'm headed in the right direction.
Yeah, the spacecraft team knows that the satellite's where it's supposed to be, and that the Atlas Centaur has delivered it on the proper orbit, as you were talking earlier, that precise orbit that we need. We've had 2 burns now. This is the second burn, and that second burn of this Centaur will put it in that orbit trajectory or transfer trajectory that the team is looking for. So acquisition of signal after SEP is very important. But we're still getting there. So 49 minutes into flight, and things are going well. Centaur pressures on the engine look really good. Engine continues to perform nominally, and the RCS thrusters continue to keep Centaur where it needs to be.
A little less than a minute until main engine cutoff. You can see in the graphical representation this Centaur continues to fly with solar orbiter at the very front of it. That RL-10 firing behind it as it goes. And just about 20 seconds now until we see that engine cut off and go into that next coast phase. So let's watch now and listen in as they get close to this moment. This is the Centaur's second main engine cutoff.
Body rates look good.
So yeah, Centaur continues to perform nominally. Body rates on Centaur look really good.
Standing by for cutoff in approximately 10
standing
seconds.
by here for main engine cutoff.
And we have MECO, main engine cutoff.
And there you go.
Body rate stamped out nicely from the cutoff transient.
Main engine cutoff from the Centaur. That's great. That second burn has performed. So now we're about 3 minutes away from spacecraft separation, our next big milestone. So I can tell you the launch team is very happy on how Centaur performed. And looking at the data, Centaur performed very well on this second burn, getting solar orbiter onto that transfer trajectory. So spacecraft separation will be our next milestone, Daryl.
Yeah, and if we can take a shot of the Mission Director Center here, we had a little bit of a celebration after that main engine cutoff. I believe that was probably the spacecraft team back there that was cheering.
I think it might have been a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both, because Centaur performed very well looking at the telemetry data here. And so the launch vehicle team is very happy with RL-10 and Centaur performance tonight.
A lot of pride, and deservedly so. Talk about now what the Centaur is doing as it prepares for this the separation event.
Yeah, Centaur is maneuvering into position, getting ready to separate spacecraft on the trajectory that it needs to head off into this transfer trajectory. So the RCS thrusters and everything are moving the vehicle around since body rates have slowed down, and it's positioning itself in for to deliver solar orbiter onto its transfer trajectory.
And you can see in that representation how it is maneuvering to get into that position, just a few seconds away from that separation now. In fact, just less than a minute. The Centaur continues to perform well, and it is positioning itself at this very moment. What's the actual mechanical procedure that takes place in order for this spacecraft to separate from the Centaur?
First thing is, as we said, main engine start, main engine cutoff on that second burn was very important to get us where we need to be. Now Centaur has positioned itself, and as you can see in the STK firing there, the graphic, the RCS continues to fire to settle out the body rates and the Centaur to get it into position and a stable mode to separate this spacecraft. So the erection control system continues to fire at a 50% duty cycle to keep that vehicle stable and where it needs to be to separate spacecraft SEP. We want to null all the body rates out so that we can make sure that we get good separation and no tip off.
Just a few seconds away from separation, you're about to see some celebration here at the various control rooms across the Cape and across the country.
The Solar Orbiter spacecraft.
So we just heard from Patrick Moore.
There
Good indication of separation. That is a huge milestone for the Solar Orbiter team. Daryl, as you see in the ASOC there, they are celebrating.
Yeah, and they were celebrating here in the Mission Directors Center as well. You can see some hugs and handshakes going around. This is, of course, a big mission for ULA, especially given the collaboration that took place. You're talking about 22 different countries that were involved in this spacecraft, the Solar Orbiter. We're talking about a decade or more in the planning. So certainly United Launch Alliance has a lot to be happy about as they celebrate. Just a couple of miles from us there, the folks there standing up from their console. That's Tim Dunn, and I believe in the lower left corner there, NASA's
launch
Tim
manager,
Dunn, launch director, and giving some good handshakes all the way around for their hard work this evening, late in the evening. I should mention, Matt.
Yeah, the launch team is very happy. I've been looking at the data for Centaur, and the quick look looks like Centaur performed very well within our pre-flight predictions to get the Solar Orbiter where it needed to be, and as you just heard and saw the celebration, a successful separation. Now we're just waiting to hear from our spacecraft team, roughly 2 minutes from now, hopefully, that we will get acquisition of signal and make sure that everything is going well with the Solar Orbiter spacecraft. So the mission is a success so far, but we still have a little bit more to go to make sure Solar Orbiter is on its way.
Holding out for those final moments as they pass to get this spacecraft separation. We know the spacecraft team is here with us, just behind us here in the Mission Directors Center. They've been pretty calm and collected throughout their work, and you know them.
Oh, yeah, very well. The spacecraft team, and you're going to talk to them a little bit later, how things are going from that aspect, and I think they're going to be very happy. You can see here the Denver Ops Center in Denver, Colorado. The ULA engineering team is still looking at data on performance of the launch vehicle. Even though we've had a successful SEP, things still get looked at to make sure everything was within our pre-flight predictions from that aspect. Again, a very exciting moment. I'm very excited that we are here and looking forward to get acquisition for that. So things are going well with the teams and as we proceed forward.
So now the Centaur has separated away, and there's a little bit of business that it actually has to do as it leaves the spacecraft.
Yeah, now that the spacecraft is left, Centaur has to perform a couple maneuvers to get out of the way and make sure that it's basically done with its mission so the Solar Orbiter can move on and we have no interferences and things like that. So it is going to fire its thrusters a little bit longer to make sure that it's well away from Solar Orbiter as we continue with the mission and wait for acquisition of signal. And as you see there on your screen, that's a picture of the Mission Director Center here at AE, where our ESA friends are sitting and waiting on that acquisition signal from their spacecraft. So I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing that from them and see how excited they are to know that Solar Orbiter is out there and doing its thing.
That's right, and just a few seconds away from that event, Mick, and the spacecraft team is sitting in the front row that you see there on the left portion of your screen. So once that confirmation comes in that the spacecraft has indeed sent its signal and they verify that it is in the place that it is expected, you can probably expect to see a great amount of relief and celebration from that front row here at the Mission Directors Center at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Of course, we're in the broadcast booth to the upper right with our backs to you, but it's not trying to be impolite, but we are monitoring our systems here as well.
Yeah, well, like you said, we're looking at data too, and we're waiting to see that. hopefully we're going to hear that we get acquisition from signals from the spacecraft, but we'll continue to wait and hear that from our ESA friends. So with that, I think we are ready to throw it back over to Joshua in the ASOC, who's with my good friend and who's excited about this launch, my favorite NASA launch manager, Mr. Tim Dunn.
Can't do much better introduction than that. Take it away, guys.
Is he saying that because Omar's not here? Is that why he's saying
Only
that?
because Omar's not here.
I see.
You know, Mick, Omar is in the next room.
No, yeah, and this is NASA launch manager Tim Dunn. He's the NASA launch manager for this mission.
Yes.
So appreciate you taking a few minutes away. We kind of keep saying this, that we're not done yet.
Right.
But we're close. We're getting there.
Close. We keep getting there.
Everything's going well. So tell us about the flight so far. How do we do?
So flight's going really well so far. I'm a little bit tamped down on my enthusiasm just because we want to get a few key mark events from the spacecraft.
Yes.
But obviously, countdown went incredibly smooth. Worked a couple of minor issues in the background, nothing of significance. Boy, gorgeous weather. Range instrumentation from the 45th Space Wing was exceptional today. The ULA team, I can't say enough about the ULA team. Just incredible how they're able to process and prepare this rocket. So a great countdown, beautiful night liftoff here on the Space Coast. I hope folks locally you enjoyed it. I hope folks watching on NASA TV, I know you guys showed them some great shots. Had to be beautiful out there. We felt the rumble here in the Mission Director Center in the ASOC, and nothing like a successful launch. So obviously we got great spacecraft SEP a few minutes ago, and now we're just waiting for a couple of mark events, and then we'll want to tell you the full story and share the real excitement then.
There you go. Yeah, we're excited for the folks from here, from ESA, as well as the tourists in the area and just employees and everybody. It was a beautiful night out, clear skies. So if you were outside, you were treated to a beautiful launch. Just you could see that thing go almost to the horizon, I think.
Yep. Gorgeous.
So, Tim, again, appreciate you stopping by. I don't want to keep you too long because I know that you're still focused on that because the job is not done yet for today.
All right.
So
Look forward to coming back and talking to you in a few minutes, though.
Thanks
Joe.
for stopping by. And if this is not excited, I can't wait for super excited Tim. So,
all right.
Thanks, Tim. We're actually going to send you now. We want to look at one of the greatest mysteries of the sun, and that's that in the corona, the temperature is actually millions of degrees hotter than actually on the surface of the sun. We call it the coronal heating problem. Take a look.
The sun's core is the hottest part of the sun, but our star's temperature doesn't behave as you might expect. The core is roughly 27 million degrees Fahrenheit and 10 times more dense than gold. As you move outward, the layers of the sun become cooler and less dense. Something unusual, however, occurs when you reach the outermost layer. While the surface is around 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the corona, the sun's outer atmosphere, is several hundred times hotter. That's the opposite of what happens with a fire. When it gets cooler, the farther away you get. Scientists call this the coronal heating problem, and evidence for this was first uncovered during an eclipse in the 1800s. The corona is usually hard to see. It's too dim to be seen next to the sun's bright body, but it can be seen with the naked eye when the moon blocks the sun during a total solar eclipse. To understand how this mystery was discovered, it helps to know how scientists started studying the chemical properties of materials on Earth. In the early 1800s, instruments named spectroscopes were invented to identify materials that emit light when heated. Light enters the spectroscope and is filtered through a tiny hole to isolate a single area. It then bounces off a special grating that disperses light into its different wavelengths. While sunlight contains every wavelength, scientists discovered that every chemical element and compound contains a unique pattern of wavelengths that allows scientists to determine the composition of light sources. It wasn't long before astronomers started extracting information from the light of distant stellar objects. In 1869, two scientists independently decided to point a spectroscope toward the corona during a total solar eclipse. As the sun's light disappeared, the pattern of wavelengths changed. They saw something they had never seen before. A bright green line that did not relate to any element found on Earth. For a short while, scientists named it coronium. It wasn't until 70 years later that a Swedish scientist discovered that these lines were the result of elements such as iron being stripped of its electrons. Every element has a specific number of electrons surrounding the nucleus. As each electron is removed, more energy is needed to remove the next one. The green line shows that iron has been stripped of 13 of its 26 electrons, indicating that the corona needed to be millions of degrees, counterintuitively far hotter than the sun's surface. Scientists have since proposed a variety of theories for what mechanisms could be adding that extra heat into the atmosphere. One theory suggests that small waves in the sun's surface pushes particles and heat into the atmosphere, a bit like how ocean waves push surfers. Another theory suggests small bomb-like explosions from the realignment of the sun's magnetic field create heat. Many scientists think it may be a mix of both. We've studied the corona from Earth during many eclipses, but to solve our star's biggest mystery, we have to make direct observations from the region itself.
We just heard great news. The signal acquisition has been confirmed, so another check on the list of things that need to go right today. And so that list is coming together very beautifully. We're going to send you now out to NASA Edge's Franklin Fitzgerald to take a look and talk to an astrophysicist, a solar astrophysicist. Franklin?
Thank you, Joshua. Yeah, I'm here with Dr. Alex Young, who is an astrophysicist from Goddard. Alex, how are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. You saw the launch from Banana Creek. How was it?
It was spectacular. It was so spectacular. It's not the first launch, but it's the first time I've seen one from there, and it was amazing. And being with that crowd was amazing.
That is good to hear. Now, I know you are very interested in getting to the science of Solar Orbiter. Tell me about what you most are looking forward to.
Well, I mean, one of the most obvious things that comes to mind is the unique view of the poles. We have never imaged the poles of the sun. We've never gathered detailed magnetic field observations of the poles directly. And that's a really, really important thing for understanding the sun's activity cycle. And so that is really, really critical because that's what, the sun's magnetic activity drives space weather. And so this is going to be a game changer with these kind of observations from Solar Orbiter.
Now, you got a couple years until you start gathering data from Solar Orbiter, but you do have a recent solar mission where you've been receiving some data, and that's Parker Solar Probe. Can you give us a little update on that?
Yeah, so Parker Solar Probe has already been around the sun 3 times. It's going to make 24 orbits, and each one, it's every time it passes Venus, which will give it a little kick, it'll go closer and closer. But they've already brought back data. They've already brought back tons of data and have gathered amazing number of questions that they hadn't expected. They've made amazing discoveries already. They haven't even gotten to the final goal. And we have a new understanding already of the turbulence, sort of the region where the solar wind becomes turbulent, where the solar wind sort of relaxes. We found out that the magnetic fields that come away from the sun actually do these crazy 180 turns back. They call those switchbacks. And, some of the scientists have even discovered something non-solar. They've seen some of the dust trails that are what cause meteor showers here on Earth due to comets and asteroids that they've been trying to see for a long time, but they're so difficult to find because so close to the sun, it's too bright. But we've used really, really sensitive cameras on the side of the spacecraft that have seen these. So it is so cool, and this is one of the things, you and I have talked about. One of the things that excites me so much about science is the fact that you always come back with more questions than you do answers. And that's what really drives science forward.
speaking about the science a little bit more, is there going to be any overlap in the type of discoveries you'll make between Solar Orbiter and Parker?
Oh, absolutely. So these are really two complementary missions, because Solar Orbiter is going to get really, really close and give us a lot of detail of what's happening in the regions where we think the solar wind is accelerated away from the sun, where we think energetic particles are accelerated from the sun. But Solar Orbiter is going to be slightly farther out and give us more details as to what's happening in these transition regions as things are moving out, as well as this perspective, out of the plane of the solar system. And so having all of these missions so close, because even though Solar Orbiter is not as close as Parker Solar Probe, it's still in an unknown area. It's still in a region which we've barely sampled. It's closer than we've been before, not including Solar Orbiter. It's closer than we've ever been before. So both of these are sampling a really unique area and a really important area in the sun. And it's the data is going to continue to surprise us and excite us.
Hey, Alex, it is great to have you on the show. Great seeing you again, and we look forward to getting more data from Parker Solar Probe and from the Solar Orbiter.
Absolutely.
Joshua, back to you.
So much. Appreciate that. Good insight there. And I'm joined now by Omar Baez, who today is the assistant launch manager, NASA launch manager. And so you and Tim flip-flop roles depending upon the mission. So today Tim was the manager and you're the assistant. But then in the future, coming up this year, what missions are yours? What are you the lead for?
So we talked about it earlier. Bob Cabana was here. He started talking about the Mars 2020 mission.
Yes.
That's our next mission up. We expect the rover to be arriving this week. Parts of it have already arrived, and we really are looking forward to that. That's going to go on an Atlas with a couple of more solid rocket motors in this one here to get it out to the Mars for its 7-month voyage. We plan to launch that on July 17th and hopefully land on Mars February 18th of 2021, 7-month voyage. Really exciting mission. The country's going to be overwhelmed. The world's going to be overwhelmed when we see this helicopter as its payload, and not a primary instrument, but really cool stuff going on with that the public's going to really love. The mission's out there to get cache some samples and hopefully get a sample return mission to keep that continuity going. And we're super excited about doing that this summer.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you're the lead for that one?
I am the launch director for the Mars 2020 mission.
Very cool. So tell me a little bit about the relationship that you and Tim have on launch day. Obviously, one of you's launch manager, one of you is the assistant launch manager. So practically speaking, what does that mean?
We're completely interchangeable.
Okay.
So no matter what's going on, things get busy. We're able to take on that. If we get really busy, the other one can take some load off of the primary guy. That is what I'm there for today, is to do those things where when he's time crunched, I can help him out with. Likewise, when he's, stuff happens. You have to go to the bathroom. You have to eat.
Sure, the practical things.
You got to step in.
Yeah, very good. So, and I think that's a really important point to key on, is that it's really an interchangeable where essentially you just have to have one person in charge, and so it's him, but ultimately you all kind of carry that weight together.
Correct.
So beyond Mars 2020, what's ahead for the Launch Services Program? Obviously, I think we're coming up on 22 years of existence. So what's the next decade hold for Launch Services Program?
There's an array of missions. I've been with the Launch Services Program for the 20 years and a couple of years before that when we were the predecessor organization, and we've assaulted all the planets, and
in a very research-oriented way.
Absolutely, and it's phenomenal to think back. An organization that was very tiny, a small portion of the agency, we weren't even noticed. We're able to reach out to the furthest planetary bodies around us And it's been a real pleasure, and we're going to continue doing that. And as Bob said earlier, these missions are precursors to humans going out beyond Earth's orbit, and we really look forward to doing all the pre-work that we can with automation before the human gets out there.
Sure, good. Does this job ever get old? You've been doing this a while now. Do you ever get tired of sitting there, another launch countdown? Does it ever feel that way?
No. It's always exciting. I've got the most, I'm most fortunate in the job that I do. I really love it. Someday there will be a sunset for me. Just this prior week, I become eligible for retirement.
Uh-oh.
Not that I'm going, but it's a good feeling, and it's been a great career. And I intend to stay around for a couple of more years.
Very good. Is there anything else in your career that you have your eyes set on? Like, what's above, what's better than a launch director?
I can't think of it right now, except being retired and having a margarita somewhere.
All right, and with that, Omar, I will let you get back. Again, we kind of keep saying this, but it's true. We've done a lot. We're not quite done yet. So I want to make sure you get back and support Tim as we close out this mission, close out this launch activity today.
Okay.
Thanks, Omar. We're going to leave you now with this video. Not leave you now, but we're going to check in with this video. We showed it earlier, but this is a preview of the LSP missions for this year, 2020.
Oh, I think that's about it for the launch. I don't think they're going to be doing much else. And geez, Peanut's out in the peanut gallery. Should put yous all in time out in the corner and put a dunce hat on yous.
Yeah, I want to see how the space shuttle or a rocket could exit a closed system. We're not in a closed system. We're not in a closed system, Montreal.
Yeah, I don't know what he wants. Yeah, there's closed and open system argument again.
Yeah, we're not in a closed system. We're in an open system.
Did he want to see a rocket launch from Earth to space?
Yeah, and he wants to see the rocket leave the atmosphere. But he's not going to see nothing because it's gradual.
I've got front window, dash cam, space. Don't know if that one's the other one I've got here. Did have a video for that.
Andre's just putting out, Montreal, do you think you'd see a window of some sort open that allows the rocket to come out of Earth?
The acquisition signal, as Joshua reported out, so we know that Solar Orbiter is on its way, and the folks in Germany have acquired Solar Orbiter at the right position. That tells me the launch vehicle did a great job tonight at delivering them in the orbit they needed to head off.
A lot of Globe supportors are saying that we live in a
they started their auto sequences, which
closed,
is the software programs on board
no, we don't.
the spacecraft
we live in
to
an
get
open
ready
system.
for solar array deployment that we're waiting on. So that is in work, and
Yeah, a
what's been reported
closed
so far
system,
is
we
that,
wouldn't have light
all
getting
things are
through.
nominal and proceeding
No.
per the timeline. So we're just waiting to hear from them if solar array deployment and that they're getting good sun.
We don't
signals.
live in a closed
About an hour
system.
and 15 minutes ago, we launched here from the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station on an Atlas V rocket bound for the sun. The Solar Orbiter spacecraft on top. It was a good flight. Initially off the ground, we saw the good separation, and now we're getting some celebration here at the MDC. Getting more information on that solar array deployment. As you can see there, they just erupted in applause on the front row. That is the spacecraft team, all from overseas. The European Space Agency and their partners with Airbus Defence and Space. They have celebrated.
Yeah, we've seen the celebration here in the MDC. I haven't heard anything or confirmed whether solar arrays were deployed or not, but I'm going to assume that based on their celebration, something in the sequence happened the way it was supposed to be.
Yeah, we can still hear the feed,
We'll continue to monitor and find out
Yeah,
what's
I know.
going
I'm just
on.
looking
But
for
based on that, I would say things
a
are going
certain
very well
video.
for Solar Orbiter. And, we'll just wait for that confirmation, verbal confirmation that solar arrays
I
were
don't know how many they've got out
deployed,
there,
but we'll see. It's been an exciting night with the liftoff
That'll do.
of Solar Orbiter on the Atlas V 411 vehicle, and things are going well so far. So we're getting to that point that I like to say we can really celebrate that things have all gone successful.
It's a good moment in time for this mission, which
Okay.
has been going
Blue,
for an hour and
Phil
17
Bell,
minutes
and many
now as we
others say
approach,
closed system.
just 20 minutes after midnight here on the East Coast. There was a little bit of a treat for us, although we can't quite show
Well, I
this yet,
say
but
the
we
closed
certainly saw it
systems
on our
in
screens
reference
where
to
we
the
saw
type
the
of mapping you're
replay
talking
of the
about.
spacecraft separation.
Yes, it's an open
event.
system. We can allow a
Certainly
rocket
they
to
confirmed
go
that there was
through, and we can
spacecraft
let light to
separation, but
come
to see
in.
that visually, it looked really good.
But heat doesn't.
Yeah, it is.
Heat,
the team
heat
had a camera on board, unfortunately,
and those
based on the
things
flight and the
is
orbit that
the
we were
open.
putting Solar Orbiter
But
into.
closed
You
is
could not get that
the
real
atmosphere.
time live.
So depending on the
So
size of the
team
particles
had
we're
stored that
talking
in
about,
telemetry, downloaded
it is a
once they got
closed
over to
system.
a ground station that they could get that.
Yeah.
They're verifying that video.
Yes, but
and,
it's not
making sure it's all
isolated.
good. So I'm sure in the
Yeah.
days to come you will see some.
Hey
live
Terry,
video
do you mean
of
to be
Solar
playing
Orbiter
the
separation from
the
the Atlas
NASA
V, but,
interview?
it's always good to
we're
get
still
that
playing. We're
information
still
from
playing
spacecraft
the
and
feed, but
from
the audience can hear us at the moment.
team that everything's going well.
Oh, they
Yeah, they
can.
can
And
still
as you
hear
see
the
on the
feed,
screen
too.
there, we have
Well,
live
they don't have
coverage
to.
from the MDC here.
We can. Got no choice. You're playing it, Terry.
Well, I can mute the feed.
Oh, good.
Okay, I'll talk to Professor Phil about that, Jose.
Yeah, no, Jose's right. It's considered a closed system just based on the percentages and ratios involved, the mass entering and exiting the system.
That's right.
It's not isolated. It's not fully sealed or anything like that.
No, it's not a sealed system, no, because
Why have I got
matter
two
can still
Peters?
escape.
Whoa. Somebody's feedback.
Probably my fault.
Yeah, you're right. Which Peter are you? Are you Peter 1 or Peter 2?
This is Peter 2. I've just cloned myself. In this one, I don't have to talk so loud.
Professor Phil said such. Sorry. I mean such.
Hello.
Hello, Andrea.
Hello.
Hello, Andrew. How are you?
Hello.
Peter, my dishes aren't done. Why is that?
Probably because the same reason that mine aren't done.
I thought you were going to do them, though.
That's right.
No, but he was out. Peter was out.
I filled up the sink and I looked at them and I thought, yeah, I'll get them done soon. And yeah, no, I haven't done them.
I got some spaghetti sauce made. That's about it.
Oh, I'm coming round. I hope you got enough for seconds.
It's just spaghetti sauce.
I don't care.
But it's
can
just
eat it on
the
bread.
mixture.
It's not cooked then.
Yes, it's cooked. It's spaghetti
Oh, that's
sauce.
all.
Like there's no meat in it.
Oh, I see.
It's spaghetti sauce.
Oh,
The sauce,
no, that's
the
boring.
sauce part.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to cook the meat, and then I'll come round.
Yeah, no, that won't be happening for a while. This is going in the freezer, this lot.
Yes, Jose, but it can still escape. Particles can still escape, so it's sort of a bit of both, really. It's
Yeah,
not isolated.
it depends on what context you're putting the open and closed system in.
Yeah, it's not
It's a closed
sealed.
system, yeah, but it's not a sealed system.
Yeah, it's not sealed. We can still escape it. Otherwise, meteorites wouldn't be able to enter our system.
Yeah, they just bounce off the dome, don't they?
Yeah, boing.
They can't see sorry, Terry. The YouTube can't see the inside screen, can they? They can only see what you're presenting.
Yeah. I'm not showing anything internally yet.
Okay, hang on. Let me bring up a picture for the internal chat.
They're all hugging each other out in the screen.
A lot of years. Some of these folks, 7 to 8 years spent on Solar Orbiter, and they're very happy for this tonight. So that's a huge thing, and they'll get started. They're happy, but they will get going in the ESOC and start checking things out. So very happy for the Solar Orbiter team and the successful mission.
Yeah, that's what I said, Phil.
We always love this one.
You just said it in a different way.
Earlier, this is just the beginning for us.
You're playing the stream again, Terry.
Yeah, they were hugging each other for some reason.
Atlas 5 with a few more solids than we had tonight.
But they're finished with the...
are going great for Solar Orbiter. So, Daryl, I'd like to say thanks for having me on the show tonight. It's been a pleasure working with you and following this mission as usual. You did a
that's
great
right,
job,
John.
And thanks for having me.
That's why Flurf has always tried to cherry pick our words
saying that,
in the
you
scientific
have been a wealth of
terminologies.
knowledge, during this entire mission, and it's always nice to have somebody.
Yeah, can you mute the stream, Terry?
Yeah, I've just muted the stream, Terry.
I was just going to read, right, for everyone in the side chat, right, I'll just read what Professor Phil's just written, right? When we model climate, we model as a closed system because the amount of matter leaving the Earth is negligible. The absolute definition is meaningless because there is no such thing. So can we just move on from this, please?
I know.
We can escape our atmosphere if that's what people are worried about.
Yeah.
Bull hockey. Hello there in them. Sue HU. Is that a new one for your?
Oh yeah, I just noticed a grey nomad.
Yeah. Yeah, she's naked.
Sue HU.
Yeah.
Depending on the application of the science, depends if you treat it as an open or closed system. Yeah.
It's correct.
That's why it's hard to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that comment.
Montreal does understand. It's just that it goes against what he understands or what he thinks is true.
I'll see you if you if you're sub to me, you get a spanner. I'm not sure if you are or not.
Yeah, true.
Hello, Carl.
Hey, Carl, did you go and have a look at that video I dropped for you?
Hello, Carl Edwards. Hello, everyone in the side chat, by the way.
Carl, are you running on battery power or mains power?
Yeah, Montreal. You said you're a geek. What are you geeky about?
Yeah,
Computers?
yeah.
Electronics?
Yeah.
Give us a clue. I'm
Yeah.
interested because I'm geeky.
Yeah.
Well, we're all geeky, really, because we're on the.
There you go, Terry.
I'm more of a fantasy than geeky. Like, I like the science stuff, but I
Mega Man.
prefer the fantasy shit.
Oh, that's a vacuum
Terry,
in space.
That's where the rockets fly out.
Oh, out of the Hoover.
Out,
I thought it was gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Yeah, well, it's that as well, but that's where the rockets, because they type in the code, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the door opens and they can fly out there.
Sounds like the combination an idiot puts on his luggage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I need to change my luggage.
I don't know what's better, that I pulled up a thing from Spaceballs or you're doing quotes from them.
My vacuum cleaner doesn't look anything like that.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I've already read out Jose. I've already read out Professor Phil's comment.
We already read out Phil's, Jose.
That's where the rocket's coming at. All right, I'll stop that. All right. So do I make that?
He's not.
Do I make that video go public, Terry, or do I leave it as unlisted?
Which
Well, if I say it 3 times.
That one
Who's
that
that?
I dropped that private message to you on Discord. It's that other one I showed you last night in Discord.
Well, if you want me to show it, I'll show it. That's your prerogative.
Well, it's downloaded anyway, so that you can upload it. I'll hit that public button and let it go. See what happens.
Well, I'm watching it now, so.
Oh, yeah. Done.
Anyone out in the peanut gallery, watch this video and let me know what you see is different.
Hey, Montreal, measurements are not experiments, okay? You can measure things and it's still scientific. Science is just a body of knowledge and a method, or a group of methods.
You want to come on, Montreal? You can come on and we'll talk.
So, okay, open and closed. I close the door, but I can still get air coming in.
That's because
how it works.
Because that was a fly screen you closed.
Yeah, but still, here we go. Even if you close every single door in your house,
You still get an exchange of matter. You still get air coming through.
well, not only
And
that,
light
not,
through the window.
and not just light, heat as well.
Yeah,
heat
light and
still
heat.
makes it inside.
Yeah.
So which
Heat
means
will, transfer, yeah.
Yeah, so which means all of those different forces and energies are still being transferred. However, the house is closed.
Yeah.
It is seen as a closed house. You know,
Yes.
No, the stars are going the right way round, Stewie.
Stewie, they're going the right way.
So, Jose, you're saying that you wouldn't want to escape if someone gave the opportunity to go up to space? Hell, I'll be there knocking on the door, kicking it down. Let me in, let me.
I don't know about space. I had to get on my ladder the other day and I had it shaking. That's not a good sign when you get ladder shaking. Standing up about 3 rungs high.
Was it the ladder shaking or your legs were shaking?
I think everything was shaking.
Montreal, I totally agree. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and I will fight for everyone's right to have their own opinion. However, the important thing here is just because you have an opinion doesn't make you right. You need to understand there's a big difference between the two.
I assure you when I tell you that a closed system, matter cannot exist.
I like
Only look it up, learn something.
You read that too.
Yeah.
So
it'd be easier to push a watermelon through an eye of a needle than explain Montreal how it works.
Here's a perfect example. If you get a jar with so one of those large jars with say half an inch of water at the very bottom, you screw that lid on as tight as you possibly can. That is now classified as a closed system. However, if I put that jar outside in the sun, if it was truly a closed system, why does the water inside evaporate and turn as condensation on the side of the glass? If it was a truly closed system, no energy would be able to transfer between the two.
So he thinks closed as in sealed, closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's assuming, I'm guessing.
And
he's
open
assuming
as
that
in
closed,
every
yeah.
system wide open.
It's open to certain matter. It's closed, and it's closed to certain matter.
Like was said before, by what was her name? Sue HU. It all depends on what you're looking at. Energy transfer, matter transfer, what particular matter you're looking at. It all depends on what which angle of perspective that you're looking at it from.
You there, Jose?
Jose coming into the chat?
Yeah. I sent him a link.
Oh, cool. Haven't spoken to Jose for ages.
Yeah.
I popped in and said hello to Chemo this morning.
Chemo came on me chat yesterday, but he didn't say anything.
Oh, did he?
No, he just muted himself and just sat there for a little while and then disappeared.
So Terry, tell us a bit about this video you're playing at the moment.
Very noisy.
No, it's not me.
Me.
Not me.
Not me.
Not me. Is that me?
It could be No Name.
That's No Name.
Jose!
Hello.
No.
Hello, Jose.
Hello.
It's not you, Jose.
It's not
you were
I'm sorry, what's up?
You noisy bugger.
Hang on, Terry.
We can't hear Jose.
Terry.
Hang on.
We can't hear Jose.
Yeah.
Check one, two. You hear me
Yep.
now?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can
there
hear
you are.
There you are.
Still
Hey,
very
Jose.
low.
I cannot speak too loud. Neighbors will yell at me.
Okay.
We'll just whisper then. Okay.
Zoe, we just be very
We'll whisper so they can't hear us.
Hey, Jose, do you like the picture? Do you like the video I made?
This one we're playing right now?
Yeah, the one we're playing right now.
Yeah, pretty cool. I like it.
The star's going the right way.
Rise in the east, rise in the west, set in the east.
No, that's the wrong way.
Right. Rise in the east, set in the west.
No, rise in the west, and
Southeast.
set in the east.
Okay, so this is good.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, it's good.
Guess there's no Polaris on it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's no actual central star.
Is this
just central point
in the
but not-
Sigma Octantis? Is this in the bottom of the world?
It's at the bottom of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Bottom.
I like it.
It's 2,260 single images taken 10 seconds apart. Rendered at 23 frames a second. There's one satellite and I think 3 planes that you see traverse it.
Is that from your new camera?
Oh, it's not that.
I have tried to make star trails and time lapses, but I always get the fog and the little water particles on the camera. I never make it past like half an hour. Hate it.
I'll be honest, Jose. This is my third attempt, Terry. I think it is.
Yeah,
I think it's my third attempt. The one I did just before this, the smoke came in, and probably about an hour into taking the pictures, it was complete whiteout with the smoke, and I couldn't see anything. The one before that, my battery went flat too quickly, and this one just, well, it is what it is. You get to see everything. You still get a bit of cloud, but it's not too bad.
It's good, man. Thank you. Not easy yet. So you were playing first rocket launch.
Yeah.
When did that happen? Today?
Yeah, that was live. That was live.
Oh, was it live? Okay. Nice. People got really triggered when I called out cartoons I said, no, it's no cartoons, but I meant they corrected me an artistic representation or computer generated or whatever it is. I like calling it cartoons. I mean, same thing to me. Like if I'm watching a movie, like whatever, Shrek, an animated movie, I call it cartoons, even it's computer animated.
Yeah.
So I don't know why the anger was about, like, for
Well, they
real.
had. I know. Well, you're just stating fact. That was a bit of animation
Yeah,
at
it
the end
was
there.
weird, very weird, man.
Well, it's kind of demeaning and insulting to call an animation like that a cartoon, though. I mean, the context is important.
Montreal can't join either because he can't talk loud.
He can.
He said
That's
he
all
can't
right.
talk
Just
loud.
whisper. We can. That's okay.
All right.
I'm just gonna mute
Very
the.
loud.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Okay. We're live again.
All right.
I'll work it out as much as I can, Jose. And you didn't have to leave my channel because of that.
No, I think he's fed up with being
So
bombarded
again,
by all
no
the
problem,
other,
yeah.
all the other spam. So.
Professor Phil, who's he talking to again? Therefore, for the purpose of modelling climate, we consider Earth to be a closed system. Yeah, as the amount of mass that leaves Earth is less than the amount we can calculate with the model. Well, that's basically what I said, the size of the matter.
Yeah.
Small matter, closed. Big matter, open. Now I've got sound now, Fred. Sorry, I think. I've got the sound back.
It's just a delay, Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think everybody got. I came in to give my side of the story on It was some kind of a defense mechanism when I called cartoons to that rocket launch. It was so much triggering. It was kind of amusing, and the name calling started and
Yeah, I know.
retard.
That's
Oh,
what.
what?
That's why I
It was
I did it in
really
jest when
odd.
I started timing everyone out because I didn't want to feel. I just didn't want to single everyone out. So at least it stopped it. I think.
Yeah, and some people understood, in the chat, but then some of them they were like just aggressive, and then I started pushing it more, trolling. But by trolling, I don't mean disrespecting because I try not to disrespect in other channels. I do it in mine, and I take charge of my own stuff. Just unfortunate that some people get that defense mechanism on because somebody disagree with them, they will personally attack others, and I don't think it's the right thing
Yeah.
to do.
Even the silly words like "you're stupid," "you're dumb," "you're an idiot." Even them words. I don't know why people have to use them as a response. If you've got something to say about what the person's opinion was, well, reply to the opinion. You don't have to call people names.
Let's be honest, Terry. Instead of turning around and calling someone stupid or an idiot or whatever, you can simply turn around and say, well, I disagree with your opinion. You don't have to belittle someone just to get your point across.
No, you don't. You don't. You can say that's a stupid argument or that's a stupid statement in that
Yeah.
contest, but not the person stupid. Yeah. Have we all seen the rocket launch enough times? I think we did.
So.
Yeah. So, does anyone know how long it's going to take to get to the sun?
I don't
Roughly.
know. I didn't pick up on any of that.
No. Professor Phil, if you're listening.
Yeah, I might have to go. I should have had something up on the Googles about all that sort of stuff.
Oh, gimme.
Yeah. Are you able to do anything, Mrs. Secretary?
I'm just looking now.
Okay. I can open up more tabs. I've got plenty of flat Earth research room left. I haven't reached my goal of 33 tabs yet, have I?
Don't forget to hit the like tab, please, people.
McToon had 6 tabs open the other day.
Well, I won't show you how many tabs I've got open at the moment.
Yeah, but your
I don't think
computer
we can
will
get
crash.
tabs here.
Your computer will crash if you open any more up.
Okay, so hang on. I've got 1, 2 on one page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on another page, and about 15 on my searching tab. All right, so it will take the solar orbiter about 2 years to reach the height ecliptical orbit around the sun. Gravity assist from Earth and Venus will help swing the spacecraft out to the ecliptical plane or the space that aligns the sun's equator. So it can study the sun's poles from above and below. So it takes about 2 years for it to actually get into position.
I would like to read one comment. I gotta get out of here. It's like really, I gotta go. I don't want to get yelled at. From General E. Shady. Calling animation cartoons is moronic. Geocentric beliefs are stupid. Denying reality and proving science is fucking dumb. I'm gonna address calling animation cartoons is moronic. That's your opinion, sir. I would like calling cartoons to whatever I see is not reality. Thank you. Geocentric beliefs are stupid. That's your opinion. And denying reality and proving science is fucking dumb. Maybe that's your opinion. So I respect your opinion. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll see you later, Terry and everybody. Boom.
Thanks, Jose.
Okay, Jose.
Later.
Later, Jose.
Later, Jose.
See you soon.
Laters.
Yeah, so 2 years from today before it's even going to be in position, Terry.
Wow.
2 years. Yeah, but it is a long way to go, isn't it?
Well, it's not like there's any petrol stations on the way as well. So
yeah,
everything that it needs has to be on it now. Hence
Yeah,
why
there's
it's also
Yeah.
going to be using Venus and Earth to do gravity assists on it to get it into position.
You know what I found out the other day?
Go on.
What did you find out? The Verge.
No. Mars is on the other side of us, further away from the sun.
Yes, it is at the moment.
I always thought it was on the other side, closer to the sun.
This was posted February 9th. So that's given a good shot of what it looks like with its solar arrays all out and antennas.
Hmm.
The European Space Agency and NASA are launching a new hardened spacecraft bound for the centre of our solar system, where it will get a view of our sun that no vehicle has seen before. The probe, dubbed the Solar Orbiter, will be tasked with observing the sun's poles in hopes of better predicting how our planet's star behaves. Up until now, practically all vehicles we have sent towards the sun have stuck around the star's midsection, orbiting in line with all the planets in the solar system. But the solar orbiter is set to fly a path around the sun at a high angle so that it can get a glimpse of the polar regions that have eluded our observations for so long. Just like Earth, the sun has poles on its top and bottom, but they've been hard to see since our planet orbits the sun's equator. Once in its lopsided orbit, the solar orbiter will come within 26 million miles or 42 million kilometres of the sun. So it's not really getting that close.
Oh, it doesn't need to, Terry.
Gathering images and data from a truly unique vantage point. Hopefully this new information can help scientists figure out some of the mysteries of our star that have remained unsolved for decades. Specifically, they want to know what drives our star's strange 11-year cycle, where it alternates between times of intense activity and times of quiet. We understand the cycle behaviour. We've observed it for 400 years, ever since people have pointed the telescope at the sun. Daniel Miller, the ESA's project scientist for the Solar Orbiter mission, tells The Verge. But we don't really know why it's 11 years and obviously what drives the strength of the cycle. Oh shit. I can't read anymore.
So the solar orbiter is equipped with 10 instruments that can capture the observations of the sun's corona, which is the atmosphere, for want of a better word, the poles and the solar disk. It can also use a variety of instruments to measure the sun's magnetic field, solar wind, and energetic streams of particles emanated from the sun that reach across our solar system. At the beginning of the end of its 11-year run, the sun's massive magnetic fields completely switched direction.
Peter, some of the people in the chat are saying they don't have sound out
There
on YouTube.
is. I just heard it. I just checked.
Well, it's just Montreal. You may need to rephrase.
Yeah, you can hear Peter.
Okay.
Yeah.
The sun's massive magnetic fields completely switch directions during the impressive flip. The poles essentially trade places, so that on the equivalent of the Earth, it's when the North Pole and the South Pole switch directions. Going from positive to negative or negative to positive. This strange process dictates how the star is going to behave for the next decade. During this 11-year period, the sun alternates between what's known as maximum solar maximum and solar minimum. The sun and its solar maximum sunspot dominates its surface, while the sun is relatively sunspot free during the solar minimum. If you want me to keep reading, you need to scroll down, Terry.
Don't get sunburnt.
Oh,
Ow, ow,
hot,
ow,
hot,
ow,
hot.
hot.
The sunspot cycle also
Coincides
with just how much junk the sun sends our way. Highly energized particles are constantly breaking free from the sun, with speeding outwards in the direction eventually making their way to the Earth. But when the sun is at its solar maximum, these particular parade gets much more violent and intense. The sun's solar flares activity heats up, and the star will burp up whole bunches of particulate at a time, which carries pieces of the sun's magnetic field, creating highly energized chaotic cocktails that zoom towards the planet.
How much more we got?
Oh, there's heaps there, Terry. And I've got another 2 pages over here, so what do you want to know about it? The poles are particularly important to us to be able to model a more accurate and to model it more accurately, says Holly Gilbert, the NASA project scientist for the mission at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. For forecasting space weather events, we need a particularly accurate model for the global magnetic field in the sun. I know one of the things that is most affected on Earth with the 11-year cycle or the 22-year cycle, depending on which way you want to look at it, is radio communications is somewhat very affected, be it the GPS from the satellites or be it just radio communications on Earth. Depending on how much particulate matter is hitting our atmosphere, depends on how it affects the radio signals on Earth as well. So, and if you look at it from the point of view that a lot of that, when you've got, say, an AM radio that's not tuned to a station and you hear that hiss, that white noise, a lot of that background noise is background radiation that comes from the initiation of from the Big Bang, other stars and all the other things that are creating the radiation within our solar system and whatever. It's so having something that close to us that changes causes quite a bit of disruption to radio signals on Earth when it's at the higher periods. Fortunately, our planet has its own strong magnetic field, which acts like an umbrella, shielding us from most of the sun's particulates. Particles. But when the large influx of solar plasma heads our way, it can be an issue. These events can perturb our magnetic field and triggering geomagnetic storms, which are known as space weather events. These can particularly muck up spacecraft that are in orbit around the Earth, like our GPS satellites, and heighten the radiation risk to astronauts on the International Space Station. a strong enough storm can even disturb the power grid on the ground.
Wow.
And that has happened a number of times already. So it's not something that could happen. It's something that has happened and will happen again.
Yeah, I've heard of that, where solar flares and things have interrupted telecommunications and things
Oh
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah. It's
We had
even,
one back in the 90s.
Yeah, the one back in the 90s blacked out. I think it was something like something around 10 or 20% of America. It
Yeah.
screwed up power grids and it screwed up the mobile communications. Simple radios.
Yeah, go on.
I was just
Sorry.
going to say the simple radios like your CBs and your amateur radios and your other stuff along those lines were not working like they should be. They weren't getting the distance that they should be. So for something like a plane, where they have a signal that's beaconed out from, say, an airport, so that the plane knows which way to go, they weren't working properly, which means the planes had to actually use manual navigation. They couldn't just rely on the instruments in the cockpit anymore.
We could see the Northern Lights as far down here in Suffolk.
Yeah.
Like 600 miles, which you don't normally see. You never ever see the Northern Lights this far down.
And at the same time, Mad, I was living in the country Victoria in Australia, and we could see the Southern Lights all the way up to Victoria at the same time.
What colour were yours? Ours were just green.
Ours
Limey
were
green.
Ours were like a white with green haze.
Yeah. VHF was quite
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it just? I was hearing Russian stations.
Yeah.
That was well cool. But yeah, a friend of mine thought the world was ending. He saw green sky. I point out to him it's just the Northern Lights. I said it must have been a solar burst, a big one. But yeah, it made a hell of a mess of electronics, didn't it?
Yeah. And that's something that, like, people need to realise that, in some ways the energy that's actually coming from the sun is somewhat like a electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah.
It's
EMP,
an EMP. So it really can screw with electronics.
Did you read this bit yet, or is that where are we up to?
Yeah. No, just down a little bit, Terry.
Have we read that bit? Fortunately,
yes.
Our Planet. We read that.
Yep, we read that. We're down to the next bit.
Scientists have been trying to better understand this behaviour for decades, so that we can be best prepared for potential storms. What we want to be able to do is reliably forecast space weather conditions in the Earth environment, says Muller. Researchers have gotten good data of the Sun's magnetic field from its middle, but since the poles are an important part of this flipping process, scientists are eager to observe them as the Sun revolves. We're missing the key part, which is at the poles, says Muller. Okay, so we're talking about the probe itself here, surviving the Sun. That's where
the solar orbiter comes in.
Yeah. So that's where the
roughly
solar
the size of a small.
You're going to read it? Okay. You can read it if you want. Okay.
The box-shaped spacecraft houses 10 instruments designed to take images of the sun's surface, as well as gather data on the star's magnetic field, its atmosphere, and more. These precious tools are protected by the solar orbiter's most essential piece of equipment, its heat shield.
Oh, that's interesting, Montreal.
Yep.
You're telling the professor he's wrong.
He's not, is he?
Yes. Generally, it doesn't matter if he's a professor on the issue. Oh, sorry. He is wrong. Oh, sorry, Andrew. Sorry, Andrew. I just thought it was funny.
Andrea?
Yes.
Andrea?
Are you ready?
Carry on.
The shield is a large
We're
rectangular
waiting for you
piece
to
of
read.
titanium. Sure. The shield is a large rectangular piece of titanium that adorns one side of the solar orbiter. It is coated with a special material called solar black that can absorb the intense heat from the sun, preventing solar orbiter's instruments from getting fried. Thanks to the design, the shield will be able to withstand blazing temperatures of more than 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit, around 600 degrees Celsius. Behind the heat shield, the rest of the spacecraft is hiding, and we have to keep that heat shield pointed at the sun for the entire duration, unless we're doing manoeuvres, says Ian Walters, the project manager for the solar orbiter at Airbus, which built the spacecraft. Of course, the instruments will need to look at the sun from time to time to get the data that they need. Engineers have built little doors into the heat shield that will open and close every so often to allow some of the instruments to get a view of the sun. Taking measurements will heat up the instruments, but a special radiator at the base of the heat shield should conduct the heat away from the instruments and out into space. Oh, that's nifty.
It's well compact, isn't it? It's well cool.
I haven't got little arrows pointing to things that we're talking about there.
So
This is the screw.
Yeah,
This is
Terry,
the screw.
Terry, go
This
back
is
up
the
for a sec.
face.
That big black section is the heat shield that they talk about.
What, here?
Yep. That's the heat shield there. Then you've got on the top.
That looks like a radiator or something.
Yeah, well, it is. That's so
That
at the
look-
top. That's the
that?
transmitting dish that will be pointing towards the Earth most of the time. That section there that you've got your mouse on now, that's the heat exchange radiator.
Yep.
So it works on a similar process to a piezoelectric cell. So it actually draws the heat out that way.
Oh, a heat sink, like a heat sink.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That looks like a brake booster there. Is that for when it has to slow down?
Yeah, it's a drum
That's the
brake off.
clutch.
That's
Yep.
a drum brake off the
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a brake booster off disc brake.
Off of Kingswood.
Off of Kingswood. They use that when they don't want it to turn anymore. Oh dear. I was listening to one of the women that were that was
Wow, size.
oh geez. That is very big. I was talking to one of the women that was not talking. Sorry, I was listening to one of the women that was involved in help the design and all of that, and she was saying that the instruments themselves, the way they've been put in, they've had to spread them out throughout the whole satellite so that the heat dissipation from each of the sensors didn't interfere with the other ones, so they couldn't just have them all integrated all into one location as you would generally do it. They had to be very mindful and conscious of where everything was laid out within the satellite itself.
If it all works, then the solar orbiter will get some of the closest images ever taken of our sun's surface. At closest approach, it will be roughly 3 times better resolution than anything we've seen so far on the ground, says Mueller.
Ooh.
The solar orbiter is set to launch late Sunday night at 11:03 p.m. ET from Florida, out of the newly renamed Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Its ride into space is an Atlas V rocket operated by the United Launch Alliance. It will then spend the next 2 years travelling toward the sun, swinging by Earth and Venus a few times to pick up speed and get into its angular orbit around the star.
Oh, okay.
So does that mean if it goes fast enough, it can go backwards in time?
Do we need to watch the animation?
Around the sun.
it's going to have music. We can't play that.
Whee! Whoosh.
Does an elliptical orbit. Wings past. There it goes.
Meow.
Just touched a planet. There's another planet.
Gosh, the calculations they would have needed to do that.
Yeah, look at
But
it.
that's Venus and Earth that it uses.
Just to help speed it up.
They use the gravitational pull of the two planets to change its orbit and change the angles in which that it passes past the sun.
It's going to hit Mercury in a minute if it doesn't watch out.
I have enough issues budgeting my bloody checkbook, let alone trying to work stuff out. Oh my God.
So flybys, Venus, Earth, Venus.
So it comes close to Earth quite a few times. Does that mean we're going to be able to see it?
Yeah, you'd think we were able to. How big was it? The size of a bus?
It looks like it gets pretty close.
Peter, you got some more video footage to do.
Do I?
Yeah, you got to catch this this probe as it goes past.
How am I meant to do that? Terry, you're going to have to go fund me.
26th of November 2021.
You're going to have to go fund me a equatorial mount.
Yeah.
You got a year to get it.
I'll take it out of my donations for me subs.
I donated half of that. I know how much it's worth.
Oh. I can sacrifice a few subs for you, Pete.
Too small to be seen, says Carl.
I think poor old Montreal's having a problem understanding what Professor Phil explained to him.
It is a similar route to one that another NASA spacecraft took towards the Sun 2 years ago in 2018. NASA launched a solar-bound spacecraft called the Parker Solar Probe, which has gotten closer to the Sun than any human-made vehicle has come before. The mission has already gathered valuable data about the Sun and is better shaping our understanding of how the celestial body works. Like most other solar vehicles, the Parker Solar Probe is orbiting in line with the planets, and it is not equipped with a camera. Solar Orbiter will be able to complete the mission with its unique route and instruments. There's an amazing amount of synergy between these two missions, says Mueller. They're not really competing with each other. They have really complementary focal points. Above all, Mueller said he's excited for the Solar Orbiter to venture into the new regions of our solar system that we've never been to before. Can you just scroll up a bit, Terry?
No.
Sorry. No, that's too far.
Too far, Terry.
It's just...
That was it.
Yeah, going to these unexplored regions, unexplored poles, means scientists will probably learn something new. This is really something that no one can tell you what it will look like exactly, says Mueller, but we really hope that we can fill in this blind spot in our knowledge of the Sun.
Ah, there we go.
Well, cool, isn't it?
That's amazing they're able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
So what?
Some people can't organise a trip, 200 miles away from their home. They're organising a trip to a star 93 million miles away with quite accurate.
I like this.
Quite
I like
accurate.
this video where they did this.
Yeah, that's well cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to play that again.
Oh, shit. Mute.
Can't quite get it in. That's as best I can get it. I'm AFK for a sec. My battery's flat again.
All right.
Yeah, because someone explained to
Professor
Montreal.
Phil, SE Montreal, last week and today means right now, I'm saying for the purposes of using our climate model, we consider our system to be closed because the mass leaving the Earth is too small. And that's it. That's why it's seen as closed Montreal. However, because we can fly a rocket out there, it's not
Sealed.
always closed for everything. It's easier to do the calculations if it's seen to be closed for some things, and it's easier to see it as being open for others.
Like rockets.
Like rockets.
Yeah.
You know, it all depends on what you're talking about.
Yeah. What you're trying to model and what you're trying to achieve.
All right, gentlemen, it's getting late.
Yeah, I
here.
think before you go, Montreal, you better apologise to Phil, Professor Phil. Don't call him a hypocrite, please.
Yeah, Professor Phil's far from a hypocrite.
No, he's quite to the point.
Yes.
That'd be good just to apologise to him, Montreal. For calling him a hypocrite and saying he's wrong. He's not wrong. He's a professor. And there's a reason he's a professor. Most of the time, Montreal, you are.
It's not about being right or wrong.
No, it's about understanding what someone's trying to explain to you. And asking the right
Brainery's
questions.
going la 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 with his fingers in his ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, Montreal, it's not you're always wrong.
So, I'd like to point out something here that's completely away from flat Earth.
Talking with your mouth half full?
Yes, I was. Until I swallowed. And I'll move it away from flat Earth. However, I'll use this practice that they used back in the 1800s, where they'd bring in leeches and they'd put leeches on your blood for bloodletting. Now, it wasn't the practice was stopped and seen to be a heathen way of healing someone. However, it wasn't until recent times where they realised, particularly for people that have had skin transplants and stuff like that, that the leeches actually could serve a purpose because, number one, they had an anticoagulant in their saliva, which stops the blood from becoming solid like a scab. But by the simple process of the leech drawing the blood to the area of the skin grafts whatsoever, it actually helped with the healing process. So just because a practice or a belief becomes outdated doesn't mean that it's necessarily wrong or doesn't have a better purpose or a better way of being utilized. So, you know, all I'm saying is beliefs and ways of things being looked at become, burn victims too, thanks, Hannah, yes. These processes were used in the past. They were removed and seen to be, outdated, dark age magic or whatever. But they were reintroduced because they could see a purpose in it. They reinvented the wheel, if you want to look at it from that point of view, and use the leeches in a different way.
I wonder. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say it was wrong at the time, and then they changed so that things worked better. And all I'm trying to get or allude to is that it's you don't need to look at it for being wrong or right. It's just at this point in time, those beliefs aren't the ones that are seen to be true and accurate. Sorry, Andrew. You say what you were going to say.
I was just thinking like what you said there. Like, I think I could be wrong, but some of our snake bites, when we get bitten by it, it thickens up our blood. So it makes it really thick and gluggy, so it can't do anything. So could they use that for that?
I'm just waiting for this rocket to hit the dome.
Yeah.
And it's a continuous live feed from the camera's point of from launch. You going, Carl, too?
I think General Shady's going. Night, Shady. Night, Montreal.
Oh, yeah, Carl. That's what I was asking you before,
Oh,
Carl. Are you on battery power or
yeah.
normal mains power?
Those powers going off.
You say
no,
same
he's
thing,
on
Carl,
mains
too.
power. Yeah, night, Carl. Gino's naked.
Who's naked?
Gino Maynard.
There's somebody naked out there.
Gino Maynard.
Oh, yeah, Gino Maynard.
Yeah, he's naked.
Almost 60 and incapable of learning. Well, I won't be far off, Gino, and I'm still able to learn.
No name.
If you,
It's not just the curve. It's just
if you sub Gino, I'll give you a spanner.
You call me, Andrew?
It's not just the curve. It's the fact that that rocket took off in America, and yet I can still see America. And the ice wall is supposed to be how far away from America? And America's in the northern hemisphere, isn't it? And the ice wall is supposed to be in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, but there's a curve, and I can't see land past the curve, so I can't work that out.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for it to splash down in the water.
Yeah.
Like, we wouldn't have the words that we use in science now if the Earth was flat. There wouldn't be the word horizon. We wouldn't have the word atmosphere.
No, we wouldn't.
Half of the language that we use for science is based off what Latin, and all of that is based off what people say. We wouldn't talk the way we do if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, he's referring to SE. That's what I thought, not himself, Terry. About 60 and still.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a ferret.
It's a ferret, Chris. I dubbed it a ferret ages ago.
He's asleep. Space Weasel's asleep, Chris.
DK Custom want to know which rocket launch stream is this. This is just ones I've saved on my watch list. This was an Atlas V OA7 rocket cam. And it was it was 2017, this one. No, it wasn't today's Centaur launch, Chris. This is just I'm just replaying other footage I've got of live feeds with cameras that are actually on the rocket.
Yeah, Montreal wanted to see a rocket going into space.
Yeah, that one did. Yeah, that one did.
Yeah, he wants the front view though.
Oh, jeez.
But all he's going to see is dark.
Yeah, he just wants it to go blacker and blacker and blacker.
Okay.
Well, it would. That would go pitch black. You'd see absolutely nothing.
I think I may have that. What's going on out there?
There's one thing that I dislike when they say is the fact that, you try and point out the sun moves in certain ways. And they're like, yeah, but you don't look at the sky to determine what's under your feet. That might be true, but you certainly don't look at a root to determine what plant it is.
No.
You need to look at everything to determine what it is.
Is that no
Not
name?
just one feature.
Is that no name?
Yes, it's no name, Terry.
I fix him. Where's that one I was looking before?
I gotta go anyway.
Oh, okay.
Dang it, I'm sorry. I keep hitting the mute button.
And so do I.
I think it's hitting it in my pocket or something.
Lock your phone.
I need to go and get some dinner started.
Dinner.
Talk later.
Dinner.
Tuna morning.
Later, Andrew.
See you later, Andrew.
See you later.
Yeah, later, Andrew.
We'll catch you in Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds cool.
Yeah, that one. That's the one I wanted. Play. Open.
Free Honda.
That one. I wonder if this is the one I was looking at once before. It's looking straight up.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all
That's
the
your
vehicle's
screen,
critical
Mippet.
functions. 20 seconds.
Refresh
Sound
snippet.
suppression water system
Well, this
has
is
been
back in the
activated,
space shuttle day.
protecting Discovery and the launch pad from acoustical energy
Oh,
waves.
that's cool.
Go for main engine start.
Yeah, but look where we're looking.
We have main engine start.
We're looking straight up.
1.
Yeah.
Booster ignition and the final liftoff of Discovery.
We're just looking straight up.
To the dedication
Well, there goes the
hard work, and
there goes
pride
the
of America's space shuttle
what do you
team.
call them?
The shuttle
Parrot.
has cleared the towers.
Is they hung on?
Space shuttle now rolling over onto its back with a 7-minute ride into orbit. Discovery now
Still
making
looking
one last
up.
reach for the stars.
What do you expect to see if you're looking up? Just sky.
Yeah.
Oh, at least if we hit the dome, we'll be able to see it coming.
Discovery's engines are now throttling down as the orbiter passes through the area of maximum pressure, reducing the stress on the shuttle as it goes supersonic.
It's amazing, that. Less air pressure, the faster it'll go, so it may as well just throttle back because it's not going to achieve any more thrust.
Discovery Houston, you
The
are
amount
go
of power it
throttle
can
up.
produce, so just throttle back a bit.
No, they need
World
to
Commander
sustain the
Steve Lindsay acknowledging the call
acceleration.
from Captain
No, they
Charlie
don't.
Hobaugh as Discovery's 3 main engines throttle back
Yeah,
up.
to leave orbit they do.
Yeah, but they throttle back when they reach less
Lindsay is joined on the
atmospheric
flight
pressure.
deck by pilot Eric Bowe and
They
mission
can
specialist
throttle
Alan
back a
Drew
bit.
and Nicole Stott. Mission specialist Mike Barrett and Steve Bowen. Discovery's 3 main
Yeah,
engines
it's
are
leaving
burning
the
fuel
Earth's
at a rate that would
atmosphere
bring an
there
average
past
swimming
the
pool in
carbon
about
line because
25
there's less
seconds.
oxygen. That's why it changes
there you
colour.
go.
Combined with the solid rocket
And now it's
boosters
just
produce more than
going
7
black.
million pounds of thrust. 1 minute 50 seconds into the flight, we're
You
standing
sure that's
by
not
for
the dome?
separation of the twin solid rocket boosters. Discovery now
Yeah.
traveling 2,695 miles an hour. Its altitude 24 miles. Downrange from the Kennedy Space Center 29 miles.
How many
Add this
miles
to
up
your
is the
list.
Kármán line again? 100
About
kilometres.
100.
100k.
Yeah.
Yeah. DKG Customs has just put a link in the side for you.
Booster separation confirmed. Discovery's
Add
guidance
that
is
to
now
me list,
converging as the
DK.
shuttle's onboard
Okay.
computers fine-tune the flight. 2 minutes, 25 seconds into the flight, Discovery traveling 3,189 miles an hour. Its altitude 37 miles, downrange from the Kennedy Space Center 53 miles. Discovery now getting a boost into orbit from its twin orbital maneuvering system engines on either side of the shuttle's tail. These two engines will burn for 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
Your two-engine TAL, we do have updates to your no-com mode boundaries, and we did launch late into pane 1, our only pane. The contingency aboard boundaries we'll use are in-plane plus 230.
Doesn't even look like it's moving, does it?
Press to ATO and press to
No.
MECO.
Well, there's no reference, is there? No point of reference.
Pinto, your press to ATO 11.9. Press to MECO 15.4.
11.9 and 15.4.
That's a good read back on both.
You're funny, no name.
Why would he put?
Discovery now making emergency landing sites in Europe.
I can't see the dome.
But all three
And
engines continue to perform
no
as
names put
expected.
NASA real-time edits out of
Capcom Charlie
view.
Hobart, the crew there with some updated
No, the ice wall.
time information due to the later than planned launch. 3 minutes and 50 seconds into the flight, the shuttle traveling 4,700 miles an hour.
4,700 miles an hour.
Discovery, you are negative return.
Negative return.
Discovery now traveling too high and too fast to return to the Kennedy Space Center in the event of an engine failure.
Oh, okay.
All three main engines continue to function as expected. The shuttle now traveling 5,200 miles an hour. Its altitude 62 miles, downrange from the Kennedy Space Center 170
You
miles.
mean that they're all in now? If they say it that, too late to go back.
Yeah. Yep.
So it hasn't just frozen?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know what's
4
going
minutes,
on.
45 seconds into the flight.
No,
Discovery
in
traveling
frozen.
6,200 miles an hour. Its altitude 66 miles. Downrange from KSC 229 miles. Here inside Mission Control, Flight Director Richard Jones and his team continue to monitor the progress of Discovery's
Because that's
flight.
looking back down
All
the
systems are continuing to
booster.
perform as expected.
Discovery, you are pressed to ATO.
Press to ATO.
That call from Capcom Charlie Hobart indicating that Discovery has enough energy to make it to a low planned orbit should one engine fail at this point.
Montreal is convinced
However, all
that
three
NASA
engines continue
lied
to burn
about
as
something
expected.
and is therefore untrustworthy.
Discovery, you are single engine ops 3.
I haven't heard any citation or reference to anything that NASA have said that it's a lie.
Yeah. And Montreal's Canadian, isn't
Oh,
it?
I've asked him what they've lied about on several
Discovery's engine now
occasions, and
swiveling to roll the shuttle
he's
to
never
a
given me a
position
straight
to get
answer
better
on that.
communication with
He's
NASA's tracking
Canadian,
satellites.
isn't he? No name?
Yeah, he lives in
Montreal's
Montreal,
Canadian.
but I know he used to live in Connecticut. I don't know where he's from originally, though.
Oh, right. But if he's in Canada, NASA's got nothing to do with Canada. It's American. It's
Well, he lived in
Getting to
America
emergency
for
landing sites in Europe should two
I don't know
engines
how
fail at this
long,
point,
though.
but the flight continues to go well. 6 minutes, 24 seconds into the
No,
flight,
but the point
shuttle
now, he
traveling
doesn't.
9,800 miles an hour. Its altitude 67
Oh,
miles, downrange from the
I
Kennedy
agree,
Space Center,
but I don't
447
understand his
miles.
point to begin with because he's never stated fully what they lied about or proved it,
No.
showed any citations or anything.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Press to MECO, nominal shutdown, go for the plus X, go for the pitch.
Good readback.
That call from Capcom Charlie Hobart indicating that Commander Steve Lindsay has to go to press to main engine cutoff as expected in about a minute and a half.
Discovery, you are single engine press.
Single engine press.
Seven minutes, 15 seconds into Discovery's flight. The shuttle traveling 12,700 miles an hour. Its altitude 66 miles.
Woo!
Downrange from the Kennedy
is
Space
booking.
Center, 615 miles. Discovery's engines now throttling back.
You got
to
no
keep the
reference
forces on
of
the crew
how
and the
fast
shuttle
it's
to
going.
3 times that of gravity. The shuttle traveling 14,000 miles an hour.
Sure, he just made a reference. He said it was going 12,000 miles an hour. That sounds like a reference to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew that they need high
Less than 30 seconds to
acceleration.
go in
or
Discovery's power.
That's
high
going
speed.
12,000 miles an hour. How fast does the ISS travel?
17,000?
Yeah.
Well, they think those are water bubbles that fly off it, are they?
Yeah. Not space debris.
Ice.
Ice, yeah. You see one just smacked the lens into it.
External tank separation confirmed.
Oh.
Yep.
We lost the tank.
Commander Steve Lindsay will steer the shuttle up to the forward
Oh,
portion of
no.
the external tank so that the umbilical well camera can capture some images of it.
Discovery, we saw nominal MECO, ohms 1 not required, preliminary TIG for ohms 2, 3730. Welcome to you and your veteran crew back to space.
Copy, no ohms 1 required, 3730 preliminary TIG, and thanks a lot. Good to be here.
Good deal, Pinto. We'll meet you in the post-ohms 1 tab.
That's where we're headed.
No name. Did you say that Montreal's a stationary geocentric globe Earther? So if that's the case, how does he explain southern and northern star rotation?
Exactly.
He's never been able to my satisfaction.
Well, I can vouch my life against that 1 minute 30 worth of video that I put together. I took every single one of those images and I put them together on DaVinci and stitched them together as a video. So there's no CGI.
Oh well, if it's been stitched together, then it's a composite, which means it's not real, right?
yeah, composites are not real.
So,
NASA even said that.
As much as
Clean on
as
all
a
systems. We're not tracking
when you draw a
anything
picture in the
out of the
corner of a
norm.
book and you flick
For
through
your
it,
post-ohms
each one of
the
those
only
pictures aren't
exception
real.
will be tail-only control not required, and that's
Right.
probably what you're used to. Other than that, you can perform all actions as written, and we're still waiting on a go from Max for APU height shutdown.
Okay, we copy all that. Tail only control not required. Everything else is written.
Good readback.
I don't know where I was when all these space launches with the space shuttle. What years was that between?
Thanks, Ben. We're ready for that.
Roughly?
Was it 70s and 80s? Was it late 80s? I think.
Yeah, the 80s. I missed out on the 80s, so that's probably what happened. I missed out on all these space shuttle launches. We're moving.
Hey, Houston, just so you know, we right about the time we got the cameras up there and completed the pitch, we went into dark, so we didn't get anything on the cameras.
No,
hey,
we
thanks
didn't.
for putting
Sorry.
the effort into it. I know it takes a lot. We appreciate it, and thanks for the feedback. Hey, Bim, your go for APU height shutdown.
Copy, go for APU height shutdown.
Good read.
Oh, Roger Rabbit there came in. Hey, Roger.
Yeah. Boing, boing, boing.
Roger Rabbit's the rabbit I think of in that movie with the mask.
Yeah.
Would you like to see another one?
Yeah.
You know we'll never say no, Terry.
Okay, that was that one. That was the dash cam on a space shuttle, front window launch.
What
Already
was the
seen
one?
the Atlas V.
What did Custom put up?
Okay, this one's Antares.
Ooh. You got all the water was sprayed on the site just as it takes off, cool everything down.
When was this taken? (2013).
Selene mission, lunar orbiter and Earthrise. Nice.
Yeah, I've got it ready, DK.
What a ride.
Yeah, I don't know about our lifetime to be able to get a rocket up there as a passenger.
Well, not with how much it costs.
Even if I was a multi-billionaire, trillionaire, they haven't got it ready for me yet.
Oh, they're saying this time. They're saying sometime this year, though, Terry, that they'll.
Yeah, but I want to go into outer space, like past the ISS. Maybe to the moon. Plant my own flag. Surely, if I had trillions and trillions of dollars, they'd let me go. I'll pay for the fuel.
Yeah. Hello, ex-penguin.
Oh, ex-penguin.
Yeah.
Look, what we know are round objects, the rockets look flattish when the camera is close. Do flatties think the rockets are flat as well? Okay.
Probably.
DK Custom says, I'm going to die on Mars. That's your retirement, is it? That's your retirement plan.
Yeah. Which guitar are you going to take with you? Only allowed to take one guitar. Which one?
Fred
as
says,
he says.
gas, us, or grass, no one rides for free.
Yeah.
Bippet said, if I had trillions, you'd build your own rocket. Yeah, I was only going to chuck in for petrol money.
Yeah. Everyone tips in the same amount.
Yeah.
Was that a UFO?
As long as they stop at McDonald's on the way for a coffee. And I can go outside and have a smoke.
Apparently, there's an option to be a tourist on the ISS for a few million.
Okay.
I'm going to die eating Mars bars. No guitars, lol. A Vulcan harp.
Hmm.
A Vulcan, yes. Whee!
We're rotating. What's that bright thing?
I don't know. I think it was the spotlight.
Sam said
off
I'd
the
chip in $5 for petrol money.
Yeah.
Oh, they're headlights from the Tesla.
Oh, of course they are.
Oh yeah. Forgot about the Tesla car.
Yeah, that thing's got those HIDs on there, really bright.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shut up, Davros. Go away. All right, you should time him out. Hello, Davros.
Yeah, Terry, everybody that wasn't here earlier during the mass timeout needs to be mass timed out. Just fair.
Oh, we're going to make
Only
it
fair.
even.
Yeah.
Put up
For the ones that weren't timed out before.
Yeah. Everyone that wasn't timed out before, put your hand up.
Yep. Yep, raise your hand.
Yeah, raise your hand if you weren't timed out from before.
Yeah.
Demonic, you're one of them.
Where's the Tesla car now? There's an actual site where you can actually follow it.
I think it's, at the moment, it's on the other side of the sun. Is that right?
Yeah, I would have thought so by now.
Yeah, they are. Demonic's got his hand up.
Oh, I can't. Wait a minute.
Brainy didn't get timed out.
Okay, digital.
Digital, yeah. Brainery.
Brainery. Chris. What's Chris giving me the middle finger, is he?
No, he's crossing his fingers.
Oh.
Yes.
I just
You
hope
were
I
here
tick
earlier, Chris.
I just hope I'm ticking the right one.
Yeah,
Andrea,
Chris was here
no,
earlier.
Andrea. What has Andrea got there?
She's got a foot. I told her to put her hand up, not a foot.
What? Terry wasn't timed out. Oh, so yeah. How do you time Terry out? Oh, wait. Oh, look, I can't get. That. This is hard to do, you know.
No comment, she says. Gino
Gino.
Mayo's got his hand up.
Okay. No name, I can't do
before the
you.
hatchet
You already
job.
did you, no name.
I didn't put my hand up, did I?
John said I abused myself and got away with it. I said John Rapp is a big snotty booby head and a stupid.
And a stupid.
And
can't be having
rename me.
personal insults, Terry.
Yeah, that's a personal insult to him personally.
That's a personal insult. Sorry, can't have that.
Yeah. No, you can't have personal insults now.
Fred said he was technically timed out because he left for 15 minutes.
But they ain't the
Put a vote out in the peanut gallery. Should Fred be timed out or not, or was he technically timed out because he wasn't here for those 15 minutes?
Roger
said I can't do a hand up on this phone. Oh, that's good.
I'm saying time out. Being gone doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cliff Berman's got his hand up. Hello, Cliff.
Who am I missing out on?
Cliff.
Oh, Fred.
He's got his hand up.
Fred. Sorry, you shouldn't have put.
It's just a big game now.
Yeah, rename me says you wouldn't dare time him out.
Where did he say that?
Just above all the ones you timed out.
Nobody would dare time me out.
Yeah.
He's already timed out though.
He's timed out again now.
No, into the timeout closet. Yeah, but you already got timed out, No.
Yeah, No wants to go in there with everyone else.
Time for me out now, fuckers.
I'm telling everybody else to get into the timeout.
DK, I don't like that word. So you're getting a double timeout. That was what? That was some Trip and Phil. You were timed out, weren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, Hannah said I left as well when it got bad.
Oh, so Hannah missed out on being timed out as well.
Yeah, but she left when it got bad.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know.
So she didn't get timed out.
Maybe I should get you to put your best argument forward to not get timed out then.
Because you love me.
No, you can't pull at the heartstring.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's
I'm fluttering my eyes.
Feel the emotion fallacy.
I'm doing that whole eye flutter thing and looking all sweet and innocent.
Yeah, but we can't see that, so you're lying. Time him out, Terry.
Yeah, you got to make your bottom lip tremble.
But you love me.
No, we love Bola. He's just
you watch what happened to Rocket Scientist.
What did he say though?
I don't know. He wasn't timed out before. No,
Good
you
evening,
timed
everyone.
out. No, I timed you out, Mippet. I'm sure I did. Now I don't know who I got. Now I don't know who I timed out or not. I've lost
You're
track.
gonna have to just start again next time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start again all over again. Dear,
Poor rocket scientist just came in and
yeah, I
said,
know.
"Good evening, everyone."
He just walked in the door and got a pie in his face.
Pain. Here, have this.
Yeah, are you all misbehaving?
Can you hold this holy hand grenade for me, please?
I reckon you should time out Professor Phil for giving disinformation to Montreal.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sorry, Phil.
No name. Hey, rocket scientists, welcome to Timeout Land.
It's like La La Land, only you can't type.
Oh dear.
I hate that.
What have I got here left? I lost where I was up to
Yeah,
now.
no, Mippet, everyone got timed out, just to be fair.
Yeah. Where are we?
Lol, Terry's sounding like a substitute teacher, losing control.
I'll send you to the principal. No, bugger it, I'll just give you a timeout.
Yeah.
What was the last one we just watched? I forgot which one it was now. Wasn't that one, was it? Was that Atari's A1 launch rocket? Atlas V. Atari's Atlas V. Not sure if we... Was that one?
Is Peter in his red dress?
Did we see this one?
Nah, the red dress is hanging up. I haven't worn that for about a week and a half, 2 weeks now.
Did we see
Poor
this
old
one?
Davros. He doesn't know why he was timed out.
What's this for? Oh, Demonic, just so that you know, everyone received a timeout. Because that way it's fair. There were some people having an argument, and Terry decided rather than just time out the people having an argument, everyone gets a timeout.
Yeah, all the kids in the sandbox were fighting over the same toy, so I just took the toy off them and timed them out.
He said, "You get a timeout, and you get a timeout, and you get a timeout."
Yep.
Of course, everyone knew it was a bit of a comedy, tongue-in-cheek thing, except the two people that caused the
yeah,
in the first place.
except the two that got timed out.
Yeah.
What's this? Ex-Penguin saying timeout.
Timeout, arrow going up. And then
Outbox, pray.
Then pray. Ex-Penguin's praying. Proof that grown up doesn't mean mature. Welcome to the stream. Covering for my third shift, guys. Is that a border collie?
Brain reset back again. Time in.
Sorry for saying now. Put these videos in the playlist on your channel, please. You got some great people on your channel, Terry.
Yeah. These ones that are just the funny ones where we're...
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the best.
That's kind of, if you weren't there, you wouldn't understand kind of show.
Yeah, the completely unplanned, unscripted, bag full of laughs.
Yeah.
Oh, and Brainy's got to go back to work.
Oh,
Brainery.
Time him out. Time him out.
Yeah, you're getting timed out for work. You have to go back to work.
How dare you leave?
That's it, yep. How dare you go say you have to go to work, Brainery?
I just walked in when JG was going off on his channel, not being shared. Then he had a hissy fit over me saying instead of wine in front of everyone, just do it in DM.
Rocket Scientist said, wow, walk in and get a smack. No, you walked through the door and there was a pie fight and you got the pie straight in the face as soon as you opened the door.
It wasn't aimed at you. The problem was you got in the way when it was being thrown.
Yeah, that's it.
You're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
You never know where those pies can come from, Rocket Scientist.
I hope you enjoyed the pie, though.
It was a shotgun pie. My timeout was 309.9 seconds. I call foul. Oh. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I call foul. I call foul. Pie fight. A PI.
Okay, collateral damage.
Yeah.
Roger wanted blueberry pie.
Sorry, we ran out of blueberries with the first one. I wouldn't throw a blueberry pie. I might throw the dish, but I wouldn't throw the pie. I'd have to eat that. That's beautiful, isn't it?
What's this about Cyman Dan versus Mr. Sensible?
Yeah, I've got a video of that in the I don't know what that's all about. I haven't got a chance to play that yet.
Me neither.
Somebody's being mean to me. Laugh out loud, Hannah.
Gas pressure leaving the container. Very good. Very good. So I wonder if SC goes to work in the morning and complains to the other burger flippers that physics professor doesn't understand science. Yeah, I tried to tell him what closed system was, but he wouldn't listen to me. He's only a professor. What should he know? I flip burgers all day. I know more than him.
Yeah, what would the professor know?
I can't believe he actually stated that Professor was wrong. Oh my word!
I didn't even ask. I didn't even get to ask SC Montreal what his credentials were. Did you? Did he finish high school?
Oh no, he's been studying this subject for 40 years. as well as all the other subjects he's been studying for 4 years.
Incredibly sad if true.
Yeah.
Ah, black swan
Unfortunately,
pie. Good on you, Gina.
Yeah.
Yeah, the black swan
Yeah.
pie.
He doesn't understand anything he reads. That's why he's been studying it for 40 years. He's still on the first page, Terry.
Mm. Well, if you're calling someone a burger flipper, Fred, I don't really think that's an insult, is it?
Well,
No.
it's a job, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you're a burger flipper.
Hey, can I say something? I once was a burger flipper.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. When
I
I
flip
was
burgers.
yeah,
Were you able to reach the counter?
Oh no, I had those special blocks that they put around Terry at each of the stations. So I just stand up on my block and I could reach the top.
A driver, yeah, driving people insane now, man.
Yeah, no. When I was a young boy and I had myself my first car, I realised that there's this thing that you have to put in a car to make it run, and the only way to get it is to sell your soul to some person. So I chose McDonald's, and they gave me a unfair amount of money that was well below the national standard, and it put fuel in my car so I could take women out to nightclubs.
Been honest.
Yeah, well, I wasn't much into the dishonest ways of making money, to be truthful with you, Matt.
No, I was just reading something in the side chat, sorry.
Oh, no. It's an honest crust.
Yeah, it's an honest crust. They're talking about him being a burger flipper. Yeah, but it's a job and it's an honest crust. Joke crust. But,
Yeah, well, what's worse, flipping burgers or delivering groceries like Leakin and Riley?
Well, you could always take it to the next level and be stuck on food stamps.
Yeah, I don't even get food stamps.
Yeah, well.
Is that what Leaky Lively does?
I believe he had something to do with buses for a while.
Yeah, apparently he ran a mini coach company.
Yeah, and something went wrong with that.
Probably didn't have a license. Probably employed people.
I've heard a lot of different stories. I won't say any of them because I don't know if any of them are true.
No, I don't. I haven't got a clue.
So,
honestly,
yeah, that stopped happening anyway. I think that's the nicest way to say.
He might have lost contracts.
Well,
they're quite
you know.
competitive. So,
and let's be honest, if he lost a contract, then the bus broke down, didn't have the money to fix the bus, one of those big catch-22 situations.
Yeah.
It's anything's possible.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. If someone comes in and says, oh, we'll do it sort of like 10p a mile cheaper, they're going to snap it up. And if you can't compete with that, yeah. But, yeah, I ain't the faintest idea.
I wasn't supposed to do that.
Terry, I thought you were about to play Mr. Sensible, eh?
Yeah, I'll play that after. I think this is my last one that I found with live feed. Not live feed, continuous feed from launch to space videos.
Ooh, I've just had a theory. Remind me when we go off air, Davros. Davros. Sorry, Aussie bowler.
Mm.
Yeah.
You had an idea.
Yeah, I've had a thought.
A thought?
If it continues, you might have to go back to the doctor.
No, they can't do nothing for me.
You can get a pill for thoughts.
Not my thoughts, you can't.
I actually went to college and then never did what I actually got my degree in because I chased the pay. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's fair enough.
Rocket scientist says, fake, fake, fake. It's all fake. I call CGI. Oh, I'm going to time you out, rocket scientist. You can come in, you know. I think you've got a link to the
rocket
thing
science.
if
You
you
do
want to
realise
come
you're
in.
only talking to yourself in the
'Cause you never-
side chat because the rest of it's CGI.
Well, he should know. And you did time him out. You timed him out preemptively. He said hi, and you timed him out. So I think he's got a freebie, like one free screw up. You got to give him a pass.
I'll send him a link if he wants to come in. He can. If he doesn't want to, that doesn't matter.
Someone's put ice on the camera lens, Terry.
Did they?
Yeah.
Someone's put ice on the camera lens.
Oh
Can you just reach out and wipe the ice off it?
Okay.
It's can't see properly. Tell them to turn the windscreen wiper on.
I like what Roger Rabbit's put in. CGI equals can't get it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's good.
Imagine how hard that would trigger Riley or Oakley.
Anyone else out in the peanut
yeah.
gallery that want to come in? Phil
His
can't
wife
come
gave
in.
it to him.
He'll be at work.
Rocket science. Anyone want to come into the side chat?
I thought I
Into
was
the
wrong
live?
once, but I was mistaken.
I was mistaken.
I can't
That's
join.
right.
I can't join tonight. Have an early start tomorrow. Okay.
So who said that? Terry?
Roger Rabbit.
Roger Rabbit.
Roger said I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken.
So I now know that Roger Rabbit watches a certain bloke that might have a CNC machine, and he might have do quite a few tool tests and quality control type things.
Why? Is that the only other person you've heard say that before?
Oh, there's only a few people on the net that I've heard say that.
Oh, okay. I had a teacher that used to say it all the time.
Yeah, it's an old school saying. But
I don't know who's. Yeah, I don't know who's flying this rocket, but they're not very good at it.
Yeah, I'm getting dizzy.
Going around in circles.
Well, it's actually not the rocket; it's the booster. It's falling with grace.
Yes.
What's Grace doing up there?
Well, she had nothing to do today, so she gave her a bit of a fall.
Oh, right.
What do you mean it's all
Someone pushed
fuzzy,
her.
the picture? Why can't you Globetrotters
Yeah.
provide a clear video? Oh, what do you want for nothing?
There's a bug
Yeah.
on the screen, Terry.
Yeah, can you just wipe it off, please?
Yeah, okay, I'll wipe it off.
There's 3 now. Oh, look, someone's put the fire out.
I'm just waiting
no.
for Luigi or someone to come up and go, "Hello, I've come to clean the dead bugs off your windshield." Pull out the bug scraper and give it a
Look
wipe.
at the shadows on the sky, on the clouds.
Well, yeah, we just went through the cloud.
Oh,
there's water there. Hope I can
Oh.
swim.
Oh, no.
It's going to go splash.
What, really big splash?
I hope they put that rocket on now.
Yeah.
They need to slow down.
Doing something. Oh, splash.
Oh, there's the water on it.
There's the parachute. That's the rubber band what fired it up there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Look, we're floating. Get Ranty the window cleaner.
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking up.
Look, balloon shadows.
We're going up. Are we going up?
Yep.
We're turning. through a cloud.
Look, all them birds keeping up with them.
It was obviously dropped from a plane, rocket scientists reckon.
Oh.
No. There's a flight school in the small city where I live, and many of the students are British. When they order a glass of beer, it's not a glass, it's a pitcher.
Yeah, pitcher.
No.
You know, like a jug, a large jug.
Yeah, because I told him an Englishman, there hasn't been an Englishman born yet who could drink me under the table.
I can drink under a table.
Yeah, I can drink under a table.
I can drink under a table. I don't know why you
Y'all
want
are
to,
Australian, not English.
Oh.
Yeah,
You're British Texan. Remember,
I can drink on top of the table, next to the table, under the table.
Yeah, fair.
Geez, if I have to drink in the gutter, I will.
At my age, I have to sit on the toilet while I'm drinking.
Flow straight through.
DJ K says the shuttle is sitting still. It's the sky that's moving down. It's all scaly. Lizard people. Whoosh. I suppose the next bit here they're now going to see is they're going to say, yeah, it's fake. Look how quick the rocket disappeared. The shuttle disappeared. Well, yeah, it's got a booster on it, accelerating away. 7 a.m. still drinking. Look how quick that goes. Whoosh. Bye. Well, he left, Fred. Just as we were just about to show him a rocket going into space, he left, as per usual.
Yeah, I've been showing all them, Fred, all the rocket launches with the camera from launch to space. Even a dash cam view looking up when he wanted.
What was the engineer joke, Roger Rabbit? About the 747.
Did you ever hear the engineer joke about the 747 they used to move the shuttle around? Yeah, we know they used a 747 jumbo to move the shuttle around. What's the joke?
Yeah.
Keeping us in suspense.
Well, because of the wingspan of it, they couldn't exactly use public roads too easy, could they?
Midbit was just asking, is it a bad time to tell you all, I take you to the bathroom into bed with me? That's a big bed, Midbit. Still no ice wall. No, we haven't found one yet.
Trip and Fool. And all thanks for the last.
Later.
Was meeting them earlier and glad to get them now. Hugs to all, even if you don't want them.
Yeah. Night, Trippin'.
Okay.
Yeah. Spooning is fun.
I still haven't heard the engineer's joke yet.
Yeah.
Who was telling the engineer's joke?
Yeah. There are 3 attachments pointing to 747's back. Each one was labelled attached shuttle here, backside down.
Black side down. Just so they knew where to attach it.
Attach it, yeah, backside down. Yep, big bed. She's got a big smile on her face.
Sam
True
says you
Blue
can't
Rit?
verify this footage, guys, but the Bible says it's flat. Ask Nathan Thompson's dog. What, ask his dog? I didn't know he had a dog.
Yeah, he has.
So you're going to bring up the Bible. Mm.
What happened, True Blue? My dog just walked on my laptop.
Yeah.
What did he type?
Just scroll up in the chat a little bit.
It says.
Did it? Oh, okay.
It says G Gabriel Lel to
Blah, 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 blah,
Well,
K
Is he dyslexic?
as oh, hang on, I'll say it backwards.
Yeah, is your dog dyslexic?
Dyslexic.
How far up have I got to go?
Just up, Terry. just up a little bit, like not even a page.
You can see all the random letters. And his
True
dog walked
Blue.
across his
True
keyboard.
Blue. Gervid Dubba Zagid Jugged Gerbid Durgud Yibid Gurgud Exig Jiggud Zigub. Okay.
And that's exactly what Riley said after Blue got through with him.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And he's still saying it now. Yeah. I don't understand. He's burnt my one brain cell away.
Engineer's code, engineer to suit, hammer to fit, paint to hide.
All right. What's going on?
Hello.
Time me out, will you?
Everyone got a timeout.
Yeah, you get a timeout.
Now we
You
can
get a
say,
timeout.
No. See, I've just thought of something, right? If any trolls come in, go, oh, what'd you time me out for? And everyone can go, we've all been timed out before, and then we can link this stream.
Yeah. Every single person who ever comes on here has been timed out, and it was your turn.
Yep, that's it.
Even I got timed out.
No, you should be permanently timed out, man.
I know. Shh, don't tell Terry. Don't tell Terry.
Terry.
Oh, hello, Carl.
Matt just put his hand up to be permanently timed out.
Carl's back. Time him out.
No. Carl's got enough problems trying to keep the electricity on.
There you go.
Yes, that's true.
Carl had to change the mouse that's in front of the treadwheel.
Yeah, and he also had to get his pantyhose off to replace the rope that was running the generator from the spinny wheel.
Yeah, from the spinning wheel. And then he had to replace the cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, bloody.
Well, he had to go to a gorgonzola because he needed something a bit more stinky to entice the mouse.
I'm still waiting for Carl to go look at my video.
I like that video. It's good.
Yeah, it come up all right. I'm quite chuffed with it.
Mm.
I'm
quite chuffed. I can't wait till you get a bigger memory card, mate.
Well, I'm hoping when winter time comes, I'll have a bigger memory card and I can do, instead of only 7 hours worth of videoing or picture
12.
Picture capturing, I'll get a nice 12-hour picture capture. So that should be.
Actually, what would be really, really cool if you had a 256 memory card and you were able to get it from sunset to sunrise.
Yeah, 24 hours worth of facing the south.
Yep.
The only problem I'll have with that is because I've got the exposure rates set where they are. When daytime comes, everything.
Yeah, you'll have to go and put a solar filter on top of it.
Yeah, everything's going to be overexposed. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but even if you were just to have it set from, say you were doing it in May, so sun-ups at what, 7? Around 7-ish?
Yeah. Well, it's still, 6 o'clock, 6:30 at the moment, so...
Yeah, so about 7 o'clock-ish. So start it then, and then pull it back in at like 6:30 in the morning.
Andrea, can I connect my computer straight to my camera? Yes, I possibly could.
Yes and no.
I
Yes or no?
possibly could, but that means my computer would have to be outside for as long as my camera is, and I'd have to run power to my computer so it would actually keep running. So it has its own inherent problems doing that.
And also the fact of he only paid a couple of $100 for the camera. The laptop would be a bit more of a loss.
Oh, yeah. You know I do all my expensive shopping at Cash Converters, Demonic.
Crime converters.
Crime converters. you steal, we sell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Even if you didn't steal it.
I didn't time you out again, Carl. Why?
What's that,
He
Carl?
can't
You want to be
tag
timed
people.
out? What?
He can't tag people.
He can't tag people.
Yeah, why can't I tag people now? Grr.
Maybe you shouldn't be such a naughty lurker.
I'll say. It's all right, Carl. I've had that issue a few times too. Or Carl, stop using your phone. Stop using your phone and get on your laptop.
Tag Carl, you're it.
You can't tag us. I wish.
I heard somewhere that Nathan Thompson reckon he made his feet grow 3 sizes bigger.
Yeah.
By his brain training.
Yeah.
That's the most funniest thing I've ever heard.
Well, I've just received one of the most troubling pieces of information from the Australian government, having checked the mail, and I'm sure some of you may have got one of these. And it's about your child's well-being and having lifeline support and all that for having been affected by the bushfires. We were not affected. Why did they send it to us? Why did they? I mean, I understand why they're doing it, but they've sent out mail to us where we were not affected.
Because Demonic, it's easier just to go, all these people in this
Everybody.
area, bang, send them all a letter.
Yeah.
Rather than individually addressing a letter to people that were affected.
I don't live in an area that was affected by the fire. Physically affected by
but
the
you
fire.
could have been away.
But the fire was within a kilometre of your house?
No.
10 kilometres?
No.
50 kilometres?
Yeah, 25 kilometres away.
So your kids would have seen it on the TV?
No.
Well, only because you didn't let them.
Well, no, because we mostly watch Foxtel. Nick Jr.
You see where I'm going though.
Yeah, I understand where you're going.
So children, like when I was fighting the fires in 2007, my kids knew I was there, so they were all constantly, is Dad all right? I had to make sure that I called. If I didn't call at night,
You know what I just did to people out there? Yes, I did. I see that, Terry. Okay, whoever
That's a bit
uses a
cruel.
word with less than 2 syllables. Okay.
Will get timed out.
Get timed out, okay. Andrea goes, huh? Yes, okay, hi, what?
Well,
Less than-
luckily
they're-
for
they're
me,
less
I'm
than- they're less than
Southern
2
area, there's
syllables.
No word. There are no 2-syllable words in Southern English. They're all at least 2 syllables. Is what I'm.
Yo.
Hang on, you said one of those words incorrectly.
Which one?
English. English.
English.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we'll give him a chance to read
Tripping
it.
Fool
So
wants to
starting
thank you as well.
from now.
A chance. Half the
Jerry.
people that have come into your chat, you've just gone BAM! Timed out.
Yeah, starting from
Jerry.
now.
What?
Terry.
What?
Trip and full as requested. Can I get a spanking as well?
I don't know. Stay after class, and I'll see what I can do.
Terry, since I haven't got the dress on today, I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab the gimp suit.
Look, I can't time you all out that quick.
Sure. Not now. Only if I can get a spanking.
Oh yeah, just to let you guys know, I have received the internet.
Received it? What, in a letter?
No,
In a
have
box.
a look at my have a look at my
You get one
avatar.
of those AOL CDs in the mail?
Have a look at my avatar.
Oh, do you remember those?
Yeah, I remember those.
The
America
free
Online crap.
the AOL bloody CDs. Use this CD to get free internet for a whole month.
Yeah, pay us $9.99 to get a connection.
Yeah, but then when you use it in Australia, you actually have to dial an international phone number to use the bloody thing.
Yeah, and it costs you a bloody fortune.
The latency of the phone call is fantastically wrong.
Jeez. I'm not going to be able to keep up with the timeout.
Yeah. No. Next. I downloaded.
Oh, Terry, there's a good game we could play. So
What, who can download the internet first?
no. So you'd ask a question of the audience.
Now, who's faster at turning it off and on again?
You could ask the question of the audience, and if they get it wrong, then they get timed out.
I know, but every time it moves, I'm timing it out the wrong one that I want to time out.
Does Clippy come with it?
No, I'll make this one the last time because I got another idea planned.
Terry, I think we've made a monster out of you.
Anyone else? Who's left?
Am I gone yet, Roger?
I don't know. These are all single syllable words.
Hey, Terry.
What?
There's 33 watching.
Oh no!
Illuminati confirmed.
Did I miss anyone?
Illuminati.
I missed Roger.
All right, own up. Who hasn't pressed the like button?
I got one.
Yeah, who hasn't hit like?
Well, that was me because I got timed out the moment I came in, so I thought, buggy you.
Well, you can hit the thumbs down. It makes no difference.
No, I'm not taking spanners. No, I'm not taking spanners.
Hey, time me out, Terry.
Oh, wait a minute, Andrea's there. That's me. That's a one syllable
the thing
word.
Is, if I wasn't going to give you a thumbs up, you're not worth the thumbs down.
Did I use any one syllable words?
No, less. You can't use less than two. You can't use words that are less than 2 syllables.
So you got to use
right, that would imply one syllable word.
Elephant.
Discombobulated.
Intellectually dishonest. Ooh,
yeah.
No.
You can't use words that have got less than 2 syllables in it.
Anti-Flurpies.
Okay, whoever comes back, see who comes back first. I don't know how many I got that time.
If they're timed out now, does that mean I can time them out again now? Does that work like that?
You got me.
No, you can't time them out. I can, but you can't.
No name needs perpetual timeouts.
I can report them.
Does it delete the message, does it? I thought it was just timed out. Why does it
delete
the
deletes
messages?
all the messages in the chat.
So what it means, Terry, is when someone comes to this stream, there's going to be no messages in the whole chat.
No, you're going to see fragmented conversation going. Where's the question to that answer? Now, where's the answer to that question? Hang on, is that even relevant?
You might get 5.
Oh, look at the stream tab, Rose. It's literally there's no conversations. Everything's been deleted.
Oh, okay. No, don't. What?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Well, I think that's got.
Well, no,
that's less
that's
than
too
two.
many syllables.
No, that's
I'm
less than two.
diddly-lee,
No, that passes.
No,
It's got more than two
he's,
syllables.
no, he's broke the syllable limit though.
Yeah, but I didn't put a limit. I didn't put a
mentioned the
limit.
limit.
I didn't put a limit on it.
Well, I did.
When I was a little lad.
Yeah, it's got to be 2 syllables, but it can't be any more than 3.
No,
Genius.
it had to be
Genius
more than
says,
2.
Genius says Black Swan
And less than
matter.
4.
Is Black Swan's matter? That's got less than 2 syllables in.
Black is a single
Swan's a 1-syllable word.
Black Swan. Matter's got 2.
Yeah, well, it can't be 2 syllables or less. It has to be more than 2 syllables.
Yeah, but the thing is, it depends where you're from, because in Suffolk, Swan is 2, because they'd say Sir Wan's.
Oh, Dr. Phil here. Never accomplish anything.
Dr. Phil. Never accomplish anything. That's not the real Dr. Phil, is it?
No, it's not the real one.
Or not?
Right.
That's Professor.
It's got its avatar.
Yeah, but never's got less than 2 syllables.
No, it's got 2. Never.
Yeah, but that's
Never.
2 syllables or less. You can't put a word in that's got 2 syllables or less. In other words, they all have to be three syllables.
So now we have to use 3 syllables or more.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay.
I thought that's what
just 1 syllable.
I thought that was
has
what
to
I
be
was
a
implying.
word that is synonymous with a word like banana.
Yeah. It has 3
Banana.
syllables or more is what you're allowed to use.
Absolutely.
Nene?
Okay, Chris said listening while folding laundry. No, sorry, that's got 2 syllables.
Listen.
While is 2
Sorry,
syllables.
sorry. Oops, sorry. Oh shit. I
And
picked the wrong one.
Pip just said g'day. That's only 2 syllables as well.
Oh, it depends. You can make g'day have 3 syllables.
No, but she used the
Scottish.
shorthand
I
I
version.
printed out the internet made sense when I first said it. What time?
G'day.
No, that's 2 syllables. No, you can't have that.
G'day.
What the fuck is going on? She says. It's Terry Stream, Pip. Why are you questioning it?
3 syllables or more.
Dictator was 3 syllables.
No, you put was. The word was is in there, Hannah. Sorry. Trip and fool. What's he got? Cow.
This is what you do when you don't have a lot of content lined up.
Oh, I do have it lined up, but people.
This is more fun.
Yeah, true.
Well, if I've got everybody, I'll stop. But I don't. I think I've got everybody. Tyrannical Terry. No, Terry's. No, you can't. You shouldn't have put my name in there. You would have got it. You would have got away with that, rocket scientist. John
Well,
Ratliff.
you got to say open brackets.
Yeah. I was timed
close
out for the
bracket.
longest basic English word. Goalpost shifting much. Which
Yeah.
word, John?
Anti-disestablished terrorism.
What,
That's
John?
the word.
John was. I missed it. Did I?
Yes.
Was
you
I
did
wasn't
miss
being
it.
fair,
You
John?
did- No,
Actually,
you deleted his message.
anti-disestablishmentarianism is no longer the longest word
Oh,
in the
sorry,
dictionary,
John.
by the way.
I might have got it by
No,
mistake.
it's nowhere near the longest word in the dictionary.
Dora says I'm back from the naughty stool.
Longest word in the English dictionary has got 192 letters in it.
Yeah.
No,
that ain't-
1,900 letters in it.
I hope they're all right, Terry.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's a word that's either come out of physics or chemistry. So.
Yes, quite correct.
Adequate.
As E.
Amazement.
coli.
Attention. Attractive. Average. Banana. Bicycle. Blinding.
Oh, someone's just Googled 3-syllable words.
He
never said you couldn't cheat.
No, I never said you couldn't cheat. That was a given.
Does Terry have to grow a little moustache now?
So what did I get up to? Blinding. Oh, rightio. So now Buffalo.
Yeah.
Compliment.
No one's put Australia yet. I don't understand. Why has no one put Australia?
Well, that would have been
Deep
the given.
acid. No, the word acid's not allowed, Roger.
What is going on?
Hello, Pip.
I'm just waiting for this next
I
last.
don't
I was just waiting for this last YouTube video to finish of these rockets going to space from launch, and then I've got a couple of other
Time out,
videos.
my
I've got
life.
videos lined up.
You pop my time out, Cherry.
Yeah, well, I'm just testing the peanut gallery to see if they know what 3-syllable or more words are.
Oh, has Pip never been timed out before?
Nope.
Nope, never.
She has now.
I hear it hurts the first time.
Cherry, pop me cherry.
That's right. Davros come in and just said hi, and he got timed out as well.
Okay. Now, while I'm waiting for the next video, I'm going to give a question to the peanut gallery. What is the capital of the Northern Territory?
The Northern Territory of what?
Australia, obviously.
Ah.
You can't say it, you got to type it in the peanut gallery.
Rasta.
I believe that would be Anchorage, Alaska. Yeah, makes sense.
What single word? It has 3 pairs of double letters next to each other.
That's a nice air. Is that a balloon or something?
No, that's a rocket type shipish thing.
Okay.
Mippet got it right. I'm not going to say who got it right, because probably the Australians are going to be answering this one.
I'll put it in. I'll put it in the internal there, Chezza.
Northern Territory.
Flat Earthers, obviously bananas.
So
Now,
don't have a
Terry, you're
guess,
gonna
no?
have to time out everybody that answered the question correctly.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be a bugger?
Darwin Awards.
Being 2 syllables.
It's just what I was going to type.
No,
in.
we finished.
Mississippi.
No, we finished. No, I finished the syllable word now.
No, it's random question time.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
Well, we had to shift the
MISSIPPI.
goalpost somehow.
Roger, you
You
know
got-
that was wrong.
Yeah, but you got Andrea has got it wrong as well because she's put 2 I's in Mississippi.
What
Totally
Terry should be
not
doing is streaming the
misspelt it.
chat in the Zoom window.
Streaming the chat
Yeah.
so everyone can see each other getting timed out.
Washington DC, Darwin UK.
Darwin, UK.
I reckon it's London.
No, it's Nod Knoll.
It's Nognol.
Oh, pardon me.
So do I got to time out all these wrong answers for when I finish? When everyone's finished giving their answer?
Well, no, you don't have to.
No, I don't have to. No. But Gino's
just want
timed
to.
out. No Name's wiped out. Peter G's wiped out. Roger's wiped. Yep. These guys are gone. Okay. And Andrea. Australia? I just...
The capital of Australia is Australia. At least it's 3 syllables or more.
This is why I'm a
An
fan of Terry.
authoritarian
You're either
of
laughing
Brexit.
or learning.
Oh, you learn geography while getting in trouble.
Yeah, we're either learning or laughing. Yeah, it's good. Liechtenstein. Well,
There you go. There's another question for you. Now, I'm definitely going to be timing people out if they can't get that right.
very good,
Oh.
ex-Penguin. The capitals of Northern Territories are N and T. Very good.
True Blue, wrong.
We've talked about it often enough.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, it's not a
Shit.
Sandman.
It's not Canberra.
No, I said a wagon, not a panel van.
It works for Brazil.
I said the model. Yeah, you could class that as the model.
Model 3.
I think they might need help.
Red Flyer.
A car that's creamy coloured.
Hello, Hannah.
Models don't exist.
Models don't exist.
Exactly, Dora. No, don't care.
So how have you been, Pip? How's hubby going?
Okay.
She.
Well, it was all right last night. Just waiting to see doctor later today. So whenever he deigns to arrive, probably about 10 o'clock. Find out if he's getting moved up to Glasgow for the
okay.
stents or not.
Ding dong.
But it was all right yesterday.
Somebody's
last
at
night.
the door.
Oh, is it a Hudson?
Hudson.
Oh, Carl.
Harry, tickle pit.
You're evil.
I don't like being tickled tripping.
I don't even know what the question was.
He means make you laugh.
What model?
Pip's got one of the best laughs out there.
What model is Terry's car? Was the question.
Yeah, well, there's the
What
picture
model?
of it. There's the picture of it to help.
The
Holden
front end
Commodore.
actually.
No,
the
I've got
front
a,
end helps
I've got
a lot.
I've got a Holden, but it's not a Commodore
Yeah.
Penguin. That's the other one next to it. That's a Statesman. That's not a Commodore.
I knew it was a Holden.
Yeah, Statesman. Andrea got the Statesman. Yeah, the Statesman's the other my daily driver.
Forgot the Terraplane. Ah.
It's a Vauxhall. What are you on about?
Morning, Alan.
Hello, Alan.
Morning.
Alan.
It's a Vauxhall.
An Opel.
Opel.
No, Vauxhall.
Opel, mate.
Opel.
The Conestoga wagon. It's the kind of wagon you die on the Oregon Trail with there.
Taurus.
That's how old you are.
I'm definitely timing out that person to put bloody Taurus.
Ford station wagon.
Who put Ford? Who put Ford? Who put Ford?
Ex-Penguin.
Ex-Penguin.
You're
You're
gone, mate.
gone. You're gone.
Yeah. Do you want a really big insult? Hannah
I've
called
got
it
Ford.
a Jeep.
Where?
Terry.
Where?
John Rapp's got the correct.
Oh, Jeep wagon.
John Rapp
Yeah.
wins the internet.
Yeah.
Said Jeep, an ugly one.
An ugly one. She wants to get timed out.
Hey. Demonic, I got it earlier, but no one realised that I got it because I cheated.
Of course you didn't.
Because I just did that.
Why am I in Zoom chat? How
Nah.
can you be in Zoom chat, Andrea?
Nah.
Missing the wooden panels down the side.
It's not a Woody.
It's not a Woody.
Oh,
yeah.
I say.
It's not a Woody. Ooh.
H said, Peter Harrington said.
Yeah,
Who's Peter Harrington?
that's the model
Time him
prefix. That's the model prefix.
That's what model it is.
out. Yeah, just time him out for being a smart
yeah, that's what I did.
I only know because I used to have a panel van version.
All right. Night, Chris.
Oh,
I
Chris
thought
has
you
got
already
to
went
go.
to bed. Yeah, I thought you already left once.
Chris left
Right,
and came back.
Chris. Tag.
Oh,
Not
DKG
sure, but my icon
Customs.
was on the screen before.
How many
good night, rocket
colours
science.
is this? Oh, the Joseph's many coats of paint.
This is the Joseph's
Oh,
car.
no,
Yeah.
that's not the Technicolor Dream car. No.
Yeah.
Actually, something interesting. When you go back to the regular window, you're only showing 5 avatars.
Yeah, there's only 5 people in here.
I'm not there.
It's funny. There's 7.
Yeah, I was going to say there's 7 participants in my participants list.
Okay, I'll interpret that for everyone. In Alan's participants list, there are 7 people.
Yeah, I can see 7 people.
Yeah,
I can see 5 avatars. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
there and Alan's not there.
YouTube's behind us somewhat though.
No, but we just saw the HZ.
Oh.
Right, and it's come back there.
Well,
there's Pip and me, and Alan's finally popped up. Yep.
Are we right now?
That far behind.
Yeah, someone had to refresh the window.
Okay, we've got an older video here that was done in February 7. I'm going to go through, catch up on some of these videos. This one was Mr. Sensible and Simon Dan. I don't know what this was all about.
Yeah, it's just a funny thing.
Yeah.
Shouldn't. Goodness.
So this is it, I guess. Debunker turned against debunker. It's a sad day. I can't believe it, Dan. I work hard on my channel, as does everyone else, I guess, apart from the flat earthers. And what do I find? I find someone's rifled through my office. I find my keyboard and mouse are suspiciously moved. What is this? Agent? You send the agent? Hack my PC? I got proof. So what happens? This morning I see there's a Simon Dan video. And what is it? It's the video I'm doing about Culturel. I say doing, I've done it. I've uploaded it. Look at this. You see? I put in all that good work and effort to debunk the ridiculousness of D-Marbles and Star Too Far 432, whatever the hell he's called. I put in all that effort, and for what? So I can be steamrolled by a giant channel. Dan, are you getting weary? You can't think up your own ideas. You have to send people around to break into my studios, to hack my PC, just so that you can get an idea for a video. Hold on. So here I am. I've got to live in my car now, like a flipping flat earther. It's cold. I can't afford to run the engine. I'm not going to get the ad revenue I would have got, am I, Dan? Because you'll have taken it all. I've got another video. It's due out very shortly. What I'm going to do is release this Simon Dan versus Mr. Sensible. I'm going to release it just before my video tonight premieres, because so far you didn't manage to get details of that. It was well under lock and key. So everyone, I'd ask that you please check out this video. I'll put the link up here if I can ever get to my video editing software. So we've seen flat earthers stab each other in the back, and now we've got big creators taking advantage of their size, employing secret agents. It's not good, Dan. Not good at all. And my version of the Culturel advert with D-Marble, that's coming out on Tuesday. So a bit nearer the time, I put a link to that up here as well, if it will let me put 2 links. So I think you should watch that. I'll show you how it's really done, how you really smash D-Marble and his Culturel probiotic crap. I mean, you could try and make it up to me, Dan. You could come onto the premiere tonight and apologise and explain yourself to everyone, couldn't you? But will you? I don't know. I mean, if you wanted to do a collab, it's something I might consider. I might. Well, you obviously need the subs, so I'll ask people are watching this on my channel, pop over to Dan. You know, give him a sub. You know, he obviously needs it. But will this be the end of the debunking community? Are we all going to fragment? Is it going to be war? That's not what we really want, is it, Dan? I don't know. Anyway,
DKG.
I've got a little bag here with some
later,
cheese to keep me
DKG.
going. I've got my hat to keep my head warm because I can't afford to run the car now. What does the future hold? I don't know. I don't know. If someone's got contact details from Dan, please make sure he gets this, a link to this video. He needs to know. He needs to know that big channels like him, they can't go round just smashing the smaller channels. Love you really, Dan. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. Take care. Like and subscribe. Watch the premiere tonight. Watch my Cultural video on Tuesday. Until then, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
I wonder if Dan will reply to that.
He left a comment, apparently.
Scroll down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pinned. I'll tell you what, I'll send you some Simon Dan socks for free. You can pay for the postage though.
Good one. Good one. I don't think I'm that cheap. You think I'm that cheap, Dan? You failed to do the other vid. I beat you to it. Check out my soy sauce technical channel vid. It was hidden at the back of the drawer in my desk. Thanks for posting. I guess you're not yellow. Lots of love, Mr. Sensible.
Do you recommend soft whip hundreds and thousands and some chocolate sprinkles? Valentine's Day is coming up soon.
Oh, please don't show the soy sauce video.
Yeah, don't do the soy
Nope.
sauce.
Just woke up.
What, there is an actual soy sauce challenge? Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He tastes soy sauce
He's back.
with his with his scrotum. With his scrotum.
Well, you do know that that's currently the trending thing on Facebook and Twitter, right? That if you have soy sauce, it can be tasted through your testicles, right?
Oh.
Well,
Get the cream ready.
so just like the same cells are on your testicles, the same cells are in your lungs. So why don't you go and inhale a bottle of soy sauce and see how you go after that? I guarantee you won't be tasting it very much.
And I guarantee you, your missus won't be wanting to touch you for a while.
Ugh. You're so salty, go away.
Well, it's not the fact that you're salty, it's the fact that your balls are going brown.
Sean.
Oh, little
Sean.
G, what's up, man?
Yeah, little
Bye,
G's in the
Sean.
chat.
He was there before. Did he get timed out before?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Did you get timed out before, Sean, when everyone else was getting timed out?
Yeah, he did.
Vote one to time out Sean.
Just tying out in it. Ozzie
It's good
Globehead
the
hasn't
peanut
been.
gallery can see that we now have the internet, right?
Okay, I've got two Where's Wally's to catch up on. Who else have I got?
I don't know.
I've got an Alan.
You might
I've got
Did
an
you
Alan
just-
Evans one.
Oh look, the parrot
Right,
has made a
right.
superhero landing.
I'm going to
Brilliant.
play that too.
What?
Oh my god! Pip Parrot is here.
Oh.
No,
Jeremy's
said one, it
server.
has to be done. Sean says no. Nope. What, nope,
Nope.
that you didn't get timed out? Or nope, you weren't here when everyone got timed out?
Ah, he got
I don't
timed
think
out.
was Ozzie Globehead timed out earlier?
Oh.
I think we've got another one.
Now, I don't think Ozzie Globehead did get timed out earlier.
He wasn't here.
Yeah, we fair is fair.
Already done.
I'm only being fair. Only being fair.
It's going well.
If anyone out there thinks I'm not being fair, please say so.
Makes me glad I haven't typed anything in the outside chat yet. Then.
Oh, yes.
So the rule is, Alan. The rule is so Terry can say that he's impartial and fair to everyone. He's gone through today and timed out everyone. So that way, if anyone turns up and says, well, you haven't timed out anyone else, he can turn around and say, I have timed out everyone in my chat at some stage or another.
Every single one of my mods has been timed out personally by me. Yeah.
And I'll do it again if I have.
I'll do it again just for the lols. And Terry, I just dropped an article from space.com which come up on my Google News
Did you
feed.
flush it?
No. I didn't say I used Google. I said Google. Now, it's 5 myths about the moon that you can easily disprove, and I thought it might be a good little.
After show.
Yeah, well, we are in the after show.
Yeah, we're in the after before pre-show, before show, after show.
Yeah, exactly. And what I thought was, because this is the after show from the moon show from the day before, we could segue into this, because you've been doing some rockets, and usually when as we're trying to prepare for the 2024 business that's supposed to happen, we're going to get up there, right? It may not be at the start of 2024. It may not be in the middle of 2024. It may even be the start of 2025. But we're bloody going. But I thought,
did Dr. Phil get timed out?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
You timed him out the moment he came in.
Yeah.
You went, BAM! See you, Phil.
It's got to be a record.
my son just repeated that.
Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, 32 likes. Oh, 33 watching.
Bam! Go on, bam! Bam!
Bam!
Say hi, Noni.
Hi, Nani.
Hey!
Noni.
Noni. I'll take it.
He loves you guys.
Oh, he's got the. Oh.
Hey, Noni.
Hey, Noni.
Hey, Noni.
Noni.
Oh dear.
Hey, Nicholas, I've been called much worse.
Another one. Geez, how many Wallies
Oh, bloody hell.
That's 3 Wallies that have came out that I've missed. And there's a... What else have we got here? I got part 2 of Bob. Did we watch part 1? The other day?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I've got to scroll up too far to find them. Right, that's that.
No need.
No need.
Get rid of that. Alan did a thing too.
Peter did a thing as well.
I've already showed Peter's thing.
Yeah. Your clouds are blowing the wrong way, Alan.
Oh, Alan, I found my camera.
Oh, good.
Where I put it safe.
Yeah, only a short one.
Alan, you got the film in reverse.
Yeah, where are
No,
those
that's
stars
brilliant.
going? That's all backwards, man. What
You
the
didn't
hell?
do very good editing.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely dropped them in the right order. All of those frames are definitely in the correct order.
Well, just a question. Has anyone seen Leaking Warriors horse racing video?
Nope.
Nope, don't want to either.
Ah. Okay. Let's just say he calls a steeplechase, and apparently Sleeping Warrior's in the front, and he's running in the lead. And who's fallen over? It's Blue Marble Science, so on, so on, so on, so on. And there's Sleeping Warrior in the front, followed closely by Nathan Oakley. So it's a suck up saying that he's the winner, he's going to win. And then there's 4 horses running towards him. He goes, "Oh no, there's 4 trolls on the field. What's Sleeping Warrior going to do? Oh, he's gone round them and he wins." It's like, yeah, Anthony.
Delusional.
Delusional, yeah. The rantings of a lunatic, says the lunatic. What's this? We've got a video.
Yeah, I've got to make sure I get them in the right order. That's February 8. February 8? Oh, same day.
Yeah.
Another, February 9. Okay, I'll move that over.
Yeah, so you have to do the levels one first.
And there's a Wolfie one in between, or not?
Well,
Or is the Wolfie one first?
No, they're all Where's Wally.
Auntie and Brian take on Mr.
Yeah, but
Ice
Wolfie
Veins.
did a quickie as well.
Woke just doesn't seem to understand levels or anything global.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, my new chew toy Woke. He came back and presented another video on just how levels work, but I'm not sure if he actually knows beyond a few meters exactly how a level works. I think Woke even said the other day he's never seen water sticking to the outside of a ball. Well, here you go mate, here's water sticking to the outside of a ball. Compliments of ESA. Thanks guys for sharing this to Wolfie. Good job.
I thought it was a good idea to show you how I wash my hair.
That's funny as anything, you know. Wash my hair.
And that's it.
Space Agency.
Thank you.
Good job.
Let's see what else Woke can do in his sleep.
If we live on a ball and you were standing in America and you went down to Australia, which is at the bottom of that ball, you would technically be upside down.
Mate, are you seriously going to fly a toy plane over a globe? Come on, mate, you're going to have to do much better than that. Yeah, look, I can destroy that whole upside down thing with just one word. Frame of reference. Okay, maybe 3 words. I know, one phrase. Frame of reference. So here's a thought experiment for you. Woke, say you were standing on the North Pole of the Moon, and you would look across and you'd see that plane over the USA. It would be upright. Then when it goes down to New Zealand, you're going to see it upside down. Fair enough. Now how about you stand on the other side, the South Pole of the Moon? Okay, now what's going to happen? That plane flying over New Zealand is going to appear upright to you. The plane over the USA is going to be upside down. There you go, frames of reference, one easy lesson. Look mate, down is always towards the centre of the globe. Simple. So now you're going to...
Wake up. Did you know you can't level a ball? See the gaps under it? That's because the surface below it isn't level. Levels are straight. And we know water is level. When you put the level on top of the globe, it's only level at that one point, which is level. As you rotate it around, as soon as you move it like this, the bubble goes hard to one end because it's not reading properly.
Well, of course the level isn't going to work on that little ball globe. There's this dirty, great big ball globe right under your feet. That's going to upset the whole thing. Now, if you get out of the gravity well of the Earth and say to the gravity well of the Moon, then guess which way the level is going to say is level now?
Wake up. Open your mind and understand how levels work. If you have a 1 metre level, it's perfectly straight for 1 metre. If you have a 10 metre level, it'll be perfectly straight for 10 metres. If you have a 500 metre level, it's perfectly straight for 500 metres. If you
Straight
had
doesn't
a
mean level.
1 million metre level, it would be straight for 1 million metres.
I'll just pop up here a few distances and drops for you, Woke. So 1 metre, it's, well, very tiny. 10 metres, yeah, still very tiny. 100 metres, yep, kind of tiny. 1,000 metres, okay, now it's starting to get a little interesting. That's about 8 centimetres. Not that you're going to be able to measure 8 centimetres over 1,000 metres, that's going to be pretty hard. Okay, now 10 kilometres, oh, that's looking like 7.8 metre drop. Okay. How about 100 kilometres? That's looking like 7.8 metres of drop. Okay, 100 kilometres. Oh, this is really starting to get interesting. 784 metres of drop. Now that's kind of interesting. 1,000 kilometres. Sorry, you do know how to convert metres into kilometres, don't you? Yeah, okay, so at 1,000 kilometres, we're now seeing a drop of 78 kilometres. Okay, now that is really ISS level stuff. You got it?
Wake up. Now, if water is level, no matter the quantity, even if the ground below the ocean was curving in any way, the surface is level, meaning it doesn't curve.
See, I think, Woke, you're confusing level, as in a builder's level, with level in the ocean, which is equal gravitational potential, so the water doesn't flow from one spot to the other. It means it's level, but not necessarily flat.
Wake up. So if the surface doesn't curve, the Earth can't curve all straight and flat. Impossible for us to live on a ball. Think about it, guys. Wake up.
Okay, mate, your video is about as soft as a soft serve by the time I got across Bunnings car park on a Sunday lunch. You got to cover the points mentioned, mate. These two lighthouses, do you even realise what you did there? See, the base of this lighthouse can't even be seen, and that's due to the curvature of the Earth. And then, of course, you had a problem with NASA rockets, so I showed you a private company in New Zealand, nonetheless, and they also show the curvature of the Earth from their own private rocket, nothing to do with NASA. What do you think of those apples, mate? So when I point out a rocket like that, what do you think?
Wake up.
Oh, and one final thought, Woke. Another video I'm going to pop up tonight is Ruhif versus Brian, and I would highly suggest you have a listen to that, because this really shows up just what happens when a flat earther who has no idea about the shape of the Earth, can't understand sunrises in Australia, goes up against Ruhif, who just nails him to the wall in every way possible. It is so funny. I think you'd be well educated to have a listen to what he says.
Wake up.
Okay, Woke, you're done. Go back to sleep now, and we'll just go and do some real science, okay?
Wake up.
You know, every time I see Ranty, it reminds me of something that my my unhealthy cat does.
Renee, me, who are you talking about? Did that dude seriously take the time to make up that grid on the floor using copper piping? That person.
That might have been Woke. Don't know.
Isn't it interesting how often we question what the flat earthers do and for what reasons they do it? Because most of the time when they build an apparatus or something, it's just there for a failure.
I mean, it's that thing about not understanding that the drop for 1 meter is 78 nanometers, which is the wavelength of very far ultraviolet light. Yeah, I mean the X-ray officially starts at, like, I think it's about 35 nanometers. So it's tiny. It's just so tiny, it's unbelievable. You can't even see 78 nanometers because you can't see something that's smaller than the wavelength of the light that you can use to look at it with. We can't look at stuff with UV light with our bare eyes.
That link you put, Davros, that one there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of finishing off from last week on Wednesday. Make it the last.
That's cool.
Make that the last episode. That series, because I don't think we can.
Yeah, you want to use this one?
Yeah, I'm just seeing if it's going to cover what we need. Okay, I'll put.
I reckon if you add that to your favourites.
Oh yeah, I'll just add it to favourites. Yeah. I'll grab it later.
There you go, and yeah, you'll be able to find it directly.
Yeah, while we're doing this, I'm trying to get the sorted out. Yeah,
the little stuff out the way. This one
I've
takes a while.
Yeah, oh, this one's 37
Yeah,
minutes long. Well, while this one's playing, I can do some stuff.
Yeah.
I've got stuff to do.
You should have been here earlier, Alan. Montreal telling Professor Phil he was wrong and didn't understand and was a hypocrite.
Huh.
Yeah, no change there then. He's been studying this subject for 40 years, astronomy.
Who?
Montreal. Montreal.
What? Hang on. What?
Yeah, he's been studying the subject of astronomy.
For 40 years. Did he say 40?
Years.
Okay, so he's a liar. All right. Because he told me the other week, right? I actually asked him about the Artemis launches a couple of weeks ago, and he said, "Oh, I've been studying astronomy I've been watching astronomy for 30 years." Right? So not 40, 30. Right? Then I said to him, I said, "Okay, so when are these Artemis launches meant to happen?" Blah 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 blah. Well, how am I supposed to know?
She's just been studying it for 30 years. You should know.
Well, yeah, if you've been studying it for 30 years, you obviously get magazines in astronomy. You're hooked up to places like space.com and IFL and all that sort of stuff. And you would think they would pop up in his news feeds. He might be on the NASA channel, considering they're basically the number one people for anything to do with space.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I caught him out in a lie once before as well. What did I say to him? I turned around to him and I said, "Oh, yeah, it was nice of you harassing people in the chat, blah blah blah." And he goes, "I wasn't there, I was driving." And then I found him in the chat when he was supposed to be driving. And then I turned around, "So what? You were texting and driving?" He didn't reply then.
No.
Dodgy.
I think all he's been studying for the past 30 years are things that confirm his biases.
Yeah, but the question is, if he's been studying it for 40 years, that means he's at least like 50.
We started when he's 10.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Demonic, let's be honest. Name one thing that you started studying when you were 10 that you're still studying 40 years later, other than your body.
Women.
Yeah, other than a body. They don't count.
Well, see, Here's a problem.
All right, you heard that misogynistic jerk right there, ladies and gentlemen. Women don't count. Okay?
Hang on.
I'm just reporting the news, okay? That's all I'm doing.
You do this too well.
Yeah, so Peter, here's a slight problem. Because when I was 10, in January, well, actually, it was just before I was 10, so I was 9. In January of 1986, there was a certain celestial object that went flying through the sky.
But have you been studying it all of the time since then?
Yeah, so when I got into year 6, we had to make some drawing in science class of our representation of the solar system.
The money.
But,
You can't just say you can't just say a week here, a month there, and that's not studying it for 40 years.
I'm flirting here. This is where I'm getting to.
Oh,
right?
well, you don't need to flirt me though.
No.
Right, let's
Be
honest.
Hear me out. Just hear me out. Right. This is what a flirt would say. Okay. I saw a couple of things and did a couple of things when I was 10 or 12. And then I came into the flat earth community 20 years later. But during that 20 years, I studied everything because I want to be like the debunkers because they know everything. No, I'd say astronomy I've been doing since 2006, I think.
I reckon he's probably got astronomy and astrology completely muddled up.
Oh.
You might be right.
So what you're saying is his moon went into Uranus, and unfortunately I can see some bad times ahead for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately his penis was in retrograde.
He didn't realise Pluto wasn't a planet.
Pluto's just a horse with a mate with a squeaky voice.
Yeah, this is the other thing too. If he's been into astronomy for 40 years, he'd know the Earth's size.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I have two things, both of which have taught me various aspects of science and engineering that I have been heavily into for about 48 of my 55 years. But, but I'm not a flirt.
Oh, dear.
It's all right. I caught it off you, didn't I, Pip?
Yep. It's contagious. Flarpus is contagious.
It's only in one nostril, though, for me.
What about Goofy? Yeah. As Roger Rabbit's put, he's got all kinds of letters telling him how accurate his horoscopes were. Look, I can see Jupiter's coming into Mars. That'll be this week. See, they got it all wrong.
I'm waiting for Oakley to pull out tarot cards to tell everyone what the next week is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's quite funny, that. Yeah.
Press
play. Play.
Did someone say press play?
Press play.
Play.
Oh.
Play.
Yeah, maybe it was too slow today.
No, they already said it before.
Oh.
G'day everybody, where's Wally back again tonight? This is going to be a twofer night. This one is just it's probably a bit of a cheat video because I'm just going to grab 15 minutes or so of Ranty's most excellent Ruhif versus Brian debate last night. It was so very funny because this is when Ruhif and Brian were going toe to toe over where the sun comes up in Australia. Well, look, just watch as little or as much of it as you like because it is just so very funny. I'm still chuckling. It's been 24 hours since I watched it. And Ruhif, Mr. Ice in his veins, he just held Brian's, and Brian had nowhere to go, and he just had to keep making stuff up. Anyway, I'll enjoy this, guys. I won't comment much through it, but Oh, I might drop an occasional sound effect in here. Let's just see what happens.
Or good afternoon, whichever one it is. I'm not sure where you will be. What's it for you, Ruhif? Probably evening, I would think.
10:30 p.m. 10:30 p.m.
So it's evening for you, it's morning for me, and it's morning for you, Brian, yeah?
Yeah, morning for me, 11:30.
We have a Glober and a Flat Earther here ready to do what essentially is going to be a fight night, although it might just be shadow boxing, who knows? We'll see what happens. So,
Rightio. First question is about angles to the sun. So question for Brian. Do you agree with the following statement? So at all times, the sun is directly overhead at some point on the Earth, and that point is always between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Do you agree with that statement?
At some point, the sun will be directly over somebody's head between those two tropics.
Yep, and never north or south of them, right?
No, it never goes north or south of the tropics that I am aware of. No.
Okay, cool. So I live in Sydney, all right, and that's obviously south of the Tropic of Capricorn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the tropics are always... Say again?
Sorry, just saying about 11 degrees.
Yeah, I think I'm 34 degrees south or so.
Yeah.
So the sun is always north of me because the tropics are always north of me, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, the tropics are north of you, so the sun is
right.
The sun is more.
So the sun is.
That's why we're going to be.
Sun is always north of me, but right now in Australia it's summertime or almost the end of summertime. Why is it that when the sun rises in Sydney, it rises to the south of east and sets to the south of west? That's my question.
Why does it rise to the south of east and set to the south of west? Is what you're asking.
Yep.
But it is. See, this in the original analema at this time of year, which would be December, January, February, but mainly December, January. It's summertime in Australia. It's December, January, February is the summertime in Australia. That's basically that's the 3 months of summer. At this time of year, in the original analema, the sun was at its lowest point in the sky. It was moving at its fastest around us, and it also was at its widest circle. So it's actually that would be correct, that it would appear to be coming from south of east.
Yeah, but you've just agreed that it's always to the north.
No, I agree that it's always going around. It doesn't go past the Tropic of Capricorn.
Capricorn, yep.
Yeah.
Right, and the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. So how am I ever going to see the sun in the south?
But you are looking at this from a globe point of view.
No, I'm looking at it from a flat Earth point of view.
Well,
I know it's possible on a globe.
Well, but if you're looking at it from a flat Earth point of view, you have to change the sizes of what you're standing on.
How does the size change the direction of the sun?
Well, it changes the angle it come at you. It'll change it because it's coming at you from a greater distance.
That doesn't change the direction that it's coming from.
Well, it will do. It will do if you're. It will do if you're on a flat plane. It'll change. It'll change your the sun. When you see the sun, that's its apparent position. I mean, that's not its actual position. That's its apparent position.
Where is it then?
What?
Well, it's in the sky, but it's in an apparent position. I mean, can you triangulate? Can you triangulate the sun to say for definite you know exactly where it is in the sky?
Oh, you can, but it's so far away that the angles are too small to be accurate.
But see, this is the thing. See, the sun has been known to be extremely difficult to triangulate, and part of that reason is that for you, if it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn, let's say right now, I'm just going to show something here. I'm just going to put my calculator up on screen. 1 second now. I'm just going to share the screen.
You're going to share screen, all right.
Yeah, just for a moment. I'm just going to show something. It's a calculator. Okay, so when it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn, it's 113.5 degrees from North Geographic Pole, right? Now, I can't guarantee that the latitude and longitude grid is 100% perfect or exactly where the North Geographic or North Magnetic Pole is. I can't guarantee exactly where that is because I don't know, right? I can only go off what is given to us, right? And from what I've learned from from the latitude and longitude grid is that it's actually originally based on a flat plane, and it's turned into it's wrapped around the globe after that. But that's kind of besides the point. But what I'm going to show here is if I go 113.5 multiplied by 69 equals.
Why would you need
What are you doing here?
This is a radius from the center of this is basically a radius from the North Pole, 7,831.5. A straight line radius from the North Pole to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's a straight line.
So yeah, that's 90 plus 23.5 times what was it?
So that would be, it was 100, so it's 113.5 multiplied by
degrees of latitude. Okay, got to be clearer in your explanations. Otherwise, just putting in random numbers, right? Explain what you're doing.
No, I did. I thought you saw it.
Yeah,
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Right? 113.5 multiplied by 69 equals 7,831.5. So on a flat Earth, that's a straight line radius. Okay, now I multiply that by 2 to get a diameter, right? And we get 15,663. Now I multiply that by 3.14 for a circumference, which will be 49,181.82. So on a flat Earth, the Tropic of Capricorn will be 49,181.82 miles.
Let me just double check that. Hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, and of their circumferences.
I'll take your word for it now. I'll just draw it in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the circumference. Yeah, sure. It doesn't matter anyway. Like, just continue.
So that would be the actual size of the Tropic of Capricorn. So you're not going to see it coming around from the north. You're going to see it coming from what will look like from the south.
No, because the tropic is when is the tropic of Capricorn ever south of me?
But it doesn't matter. It's the size it is, and when you're going to see
it's always going to be to the north of me.
See, when you're saying it's coming from southeast, right? What is the proof you're getting is exactly from southeast?
I see it in my backyard every day.
Yeah, but if you wanted to prove it's coming from southeast, if you wanted to prove that the sun is rising southeast, how would you go about that?
I would see probably the south rotational pole or the north rotational pole and apply it from that.
But are you assuming a globe before you do that?
No, I'm assuming north is where the rotation point is. You would agree with that, right? You agree there's a north rotation point?
I don't agree with any rotating anything. I agree that there's a north.
You agree the sky rotates around a point?
I agree the sky rotates.
Yes. Okay. We all agree that's north?
Yeah. Well, I'll agree that
90 degrees perpendicular to that is east.
I agree that north is north. Right? North is towards the North Pole, south is towards Antarctica. East and west are circles.
Oh, what, sir?
East and west are circles. Even on a globe or a flat, east and west are circles.
Sure, I'll give you that. Yeah.
You don't know what you're saying, that word then?
How can you prove it's definitely coming from southeast? Exactly.
Because east is 90 degrees perpendicular to north, so I know which direction east is, and the sun is to the right of that when it rises.
Yeah, but how can you prove it's definitely coming from southeast, exactly southeast? Now, I would say...
As in exactly 135 degrees. No, I don't.
The reason I'm asking this is that I understand that it's going to appear to come from south. It's going to appear to be coming from there. I agree with that. It is going to appear to be coming from that kind of angle. I agree. But that's because you're dealing with a bigger, flatter place than what you do with the globe.
The tropics are always... You agree that the tropics are always north of me?
If you're looking at... Yeah, but if you're looking at... in a straight line, the tropics are, let's say, 34... Let's say 23.5. So, 1 second now. Right. Let's say 34
panic mode
minus 23.4. Sorry.
He's trying to do it all with the calculator instead of trying to do it with any other way.
Minus 23.5 equals, what am I doing here?
Yeah, you mean like 10 or 11 degrees, right?
Yeah, hang on,
Away
let's
from
get it right. 44 minus 23.5 equals 10.5. Right? So 10.5 multiplied by 69 equals, right? So in a straight line distance, you're 724 miles from the Tropic of Capricorn. In a straight line distance, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So when that sun is coming towards you, it's not coming from 724.5 miles directly north of you. It's coming.
No, it's coming from the northeast. On a flat Earth, it's coming from the northeast, right?
Yeah, but it's coming around at a much.
Okay. So why is it in the southeast?
1 second, hang on. It's coming around at a 49,181 mile circumference. So when you first see the sun, you're seeing it coming from what would look like southeast.
No.
Or at least you're going to see it coming from
the tropics.
You're going to see
You agree
it
the
coming
tropics are north of me.
You're going to see it coming from the east. Yeah, but it's in a straight line. It's like I'll put it this way then. Let's say at noon, let's just say, right? At noon on the 21st of December, the sun will be 724.5 miles directly north from you in a straight line and up above that. Would it not? Is it 24th of December?
I can't work out what he means by a straight line.
Summer solstice in the south.
Hold on 1 sec. Cool. Sorry, say it again.
See, the point I'm making is that during the day, when the sun goes across you, right, is it going across you to the north or is it going across you to the south?
Sorry, in Sydney.
In the summertime in Sydney, is it going across the sky to the north of you or to the south?
Well, it starts in the southeast and ends in the southwest, but it crosses over the north.
It crosses your north, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's coming. Yeah. Well, it can't cross across the north. It can't come from the southeast and then go up to the north and then back down to the southwest.
It does.
That's exactly what I said it does.
But it's not. How can it do that?
On a globe, that's what it would do on a globe.
Even on a globe, it will only appear to do that. Because even on a globe, you're still dealing with the rotation of the globe. It'll only appear to do that. It's still not actually coming. It's still not the globe is not tilting for sunrise and then coming up for midday and going back down for sunset. It's just appearance. See,
it's because we are rotating, right?
Yeah, well, the idea is you're rotating, but the sun is still, the Tropic of Capricorn is still the line the sun takes around the 21st of December, around that time of year, that's the line that the sun takes around the Earth, whether it's flat or globe. That's the kind of the general area, right? So it'll appear to be coming what looks like from east or southeast, but it's really still north of you. It just appears.
You've agreed that the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. The sun cannot be further south than the Tropic of Capricorn.
But it's not further south. It only appears to be. How could it be further south?
It only appears to be.
Sure, it's not going to go south and then north and back south.
Sure,
it's not.
That's exactly what it does on a globe.
No, it appears to look like that. It doesn't. It can't do that unless the globe is tilting. That's impossible.
The globe is tilting. That's what causes the season. That's summer down here. Is when I'm sort of pointed towards the sun.
The globe is not tilting. The globe doesn't tilt. It stays at 23.5 degrees. It doesn't tilt from one side to the other.
It's when my southern hemisphere is pointing towards the sun.
Yeah, that's right.
You know this, right? Sure.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you're saying. But it's still, even on the globe, it's still actually going around north of you. But it appears to be coming from south and going southwest.
Going around north of me? No, because in the morning it is to my southeast.
Yeah, but you're saying it's to your southeast. But how do you prove it's to your actual southeast and not just appearing that way? I mean, what you're saying
is where it is. That's the direction that it is. What, are you asking me to prove which direction it is?
Shout out to Stacey B for the super chat. It says free, no wrench for fuck's sake. Wrench means work. Well, on some channels it does. Maybe not here. You know, it's more of a just a symbol of my appreciation that you guys keep showing up. So here we go.
That's exactly what it does.
It
Do I
doesn't
need to
tilt.
draw this for you?
There's no tilting going on. There's a
There is tilting going on.
No.
When when the Terminator line is on Sydney, Australia, the globe is tilted so that my north is kind of tilting away from the sun. All right. My north is tilting away from the sun. My east is therefore tilting above the sun. That's my east. So my southeast is pointing towards the sun.
During the day.
No, in the morning.
It doesn't change the tilt at all during the year. It just depends on what side is pointed toward on the globe. As per Kepler's analemma, it just depends on whether it's north or south is pointed towards the sun. At this time of year, it's the southern hemisphere that's pointed towards the sun more than the northern hemisphere on the globe.
Yes, and that's why it rises in the southeast.
You know, it appears to rise. Even on a flat Earth, it appears.
No, it does rise in the southeast.
How can it rise in the southeast when it's
on a globe, you mean?
when the Tropic of Capricorn is north of you?
It's still above a point on the.
Yeah, but
the sun is still above a point on the Tropic of Capricorn, but it's midday there when it's morning in Sydney. This is really hard to do by text, by voice, by the way.
Yeah, but you have to remember, I lived in Sydney.
I know. So you would agree that the sun rises in the southeast?
No, I would agree. It appears to come from. It definitely comes from east. Well, southeast, I don't know. That's a bit of a claim to say it's coming from the southeast. It might appear to be coming from the southeast and appear to set supposedly southwest. But I just remember coming from the east, going across me to the north, and going and setting to the west. That's what.
It's south of east and south of west. I mean, you can check in the what's it?
I mean, that's just okay. It's your claim that's doing that. So how do you prove that?
How do I prove it's the southeast? Well, I can get the.
It's an impossibility.
To prove that it's in the southeast.
But
I know what
the Tropic of Capricorn is north of you.
Because at that time, when it's morning in Sydney, right, the sun is over a point that is midday on the Tropic of Capricorn, not the Tropic of Capricorn north of me. Okay? Northeast of me, 6 hours later, is where the sun is overhead. It's because of the tilt. This is really hard to do over speech, by the way. It is because of the tilt of the Earth. The northern hemisphere is leaning away from the sun, and the southern hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, pointing towards the sun, right? So north-south in Australia is pointing a little bit away from the sun. So east in Australia is like pointing over the top of the sun. And the sun is therefore southeast.
You're on
Sydney.
You're on the east coast. You look out the water. When you look straight out the water in a straight line, you're looking straight out east. Are you telling me the sun comes from south of that?
Yes, absolutely. You can go, what is it, dateandtime.com or whatever, or I can. My block, the block that I'm on runs east-west.
This is the thing. I figured out, right, after two presentations and one after that, to say this, is that timeanddate.com and SunCalc and all these kind of things are mathematically based around Kepler's analemma. So they don't take in what the sun is actually doing. They take in what the sun should do if we're on a globe that's of 24,940 miles in circumference.
And the predictions it makes are
usual analemma, the Kepler's analemma. So it's based around Kepler's analemma. Everything is based around what the Earth is doing, not around what the sun is doing.
Does dateandtime.com make accurate predictions? Yes or no?
No.
No.
No, it doesn't.
I very much beg to differ.
I checked that myself here. And even Nathan Oakley and some others back in 2015 or 2016, they proved it didn't make accurate observations at all. Or actually,
right. I've never seen an inaccurate.
Not for me at all. No, I found like it was like an hour more than an hour. The sun is not where it should be. You know, I'm only.
The sun is not where it should be.
And even Nathan and them proved that it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. So
I've never seen an error from timeanddate.com, and I can tell you my block runs east-west, and I watch it over the year. It sets to the west in the summertime and sets in the east. Sets in the north of west in the wintertime.
Hey, you guys, if you want to carry on along this track, I'm fine with doing that. But if you wanted a bit of a questions back and forth, again, I'm happy to do that. So whichever you guys want to do, if you're happy to carry on this line of questioning, I'm happy to just sit back.
I'll do a closing on this question. Brian agreed that the sun is always overhead somewhere in the tropics, and he agreed that the tropics are always north of me, and he's now doubting that the sun rises and sets to the south of east and west.
Hang on now, don't misrepresent me. I said the sun is at this.
That's exactly what he said.
You're going around the Tropic of Capricorn, and it is. So in a straight line.
You cut out a second.
Sorry, the sun. I said that the sun is going around the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year. I agreed to that because that is what it supposedly does. Now, what I said is that it'll appear to come from southeast or east, right? But really it's still north of you and go away west, but it's really still north of you. On the globe or flat out. What you're saying is an impossibility on either.
No, I need a diagram to show you.
Or it's not.
What's that, no?
I was asking if you were back yet. Demon Orb needs a timeout. And I'm not sure about Sean Hawkins.
Oh, he said hello.
He said hello, so it's timeout time.
I don't even know. I thought you were here before.
Oh, Sean.
Oh, Sean's back.
Yeah.
You understand what
no, it's to the northeast of me. It's over a point. It is overhead at a point that is northeast of me. But in my morning, so it's overhead at a point northeast of me at their midday. In my morning, it is to the southeast of me. It's very difficult to explain this in words. It needs a diagram. Anyway, that was my closing for the first question. You agree that the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. The sun rises to the southeast.
Would you like to respond, or do you want to ask your question there, Brian?
Yeah, it's a long story, Sean. Don't worry about it. It's not a reflection on you.
I know that the sun, if it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn on globe or flat, can't be coming from southeast. It might appear to be coming.
Do you want to have a chat?
Do
you and Ranty want to have a chat for 5 minutes, and I'll draw it?
Yeah, whatever. If you want, you can. Yeah, if you want to do something like that, if you want to, I don't mind.
Yep. All right. I'll go mute for a minute.
So Brian, yeah. So what's happening here is Ruhiv's got you on because he asked the first question essentially, and you got stuck in that. And I mean, you could talk about this essentially for the next 5 hours. I feel.
I know. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Like, I understand that we could be talking about it for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, no matter. The thing about it is that it will appear to come from southeast. Like if you're talking about if you're talking, even at that, I don't know because I lived there and I don't remember the sun ever rising southeast. I remember it rising east or appearing to be east. So we're saying southeast. But I don't see how it's possible on either model. It has to be an impossibility if the sun is going around the Tropic of Capricorn. Otherwise it means it's not actually going around the Tropic of Capricorn in the way we think it is, and it's doing something completely different that none of us know. You're not going to see. How do we argue about the sun? I don't know how it's possible to argue for definite about the sun. I really don't know how it's possible because how do I prove what the sun is doing, and how does Ruhiv prove what the sun is doing? Like when I asked him how he would prove it's coming from southeast, he kind of well, it looks like it is from where I am, he kind of said. That kind of way. So, the sun is always in an apparent position. How do you triangulate that? Do you understand what I mean? The sun is a little bit like the horizon. It's always apparent.
Yeah, I just want to point out to some of the people listening as well that to show there.
Yeah, we'll have something up there, a diagram.
Yeah, it's a pretty dodgy diagram, but it'll do.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Right. All right. So the Earth. Am I on the live stream as well? YouTube stream as well, Ranty? Yeah. Okay. So I've drawn the Earth with a tilt, and the sun's over here, and the equator's this line, which you can see here. This is the Tropic of Capricorn, and this is Australia. All right, so you can see at this point, so this is at the point where it is morning, like sunrise in Australia. And at this time, it is also midday, wherever this is in the Pacific somewhere, Hawaii, whatever. Okay, so there is a point somewhere over Hawaii where the sun is directly overhead. Agreed?
Yeah, well, at that time of day, in the southern hemisphere summer, at that time of day, the sun will be at midday, somewhere like that.
Yeah, somewhere on the Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah, on the Tropic of Capricorn, directly overhead, that's the sun. I am in Sydney here. My east, oops, shit, hang on. My east is that. That's my east. Do you agree that's my east?
That looks to be east. Yeah, that would be east.
Okay, so where is the sun?
What do you mean?
What direction is the sun?
The sun would be over here. If you see that line you made to the east, see that line you made, the sun would be over there.
No, the sun is to the south of east. That's my east. The line I just drew is my east.
You've placed the sun over there, but the sun wouldn't be possible to.
That's where the sun is. The Earth is on a tilt.
The sun would have to be over here for that.
I can't see where you're pointing, by the way.
Otherwise, how can the sun rise from the east in the way you're talking about? See, this is all pre-assumption. This is all based on the pre-assumption that you have this massive sun 93 million miles away.
That's the model. That's the model. If you could find an observation that disputes it, sure.
Well, there's loads of observations that dispute it.
Well, I very much disagree with that. Yeah. Can you see how the sun? Can you see how the sun is southeast there, right?
Yeah, but for the sun to be shining directly onto where you have the Tropic of Capricorn, it would have to be over. You see where the line is? It would have to be over there, and you're turning towards it. You would have to be turning towards the sun. So the sun.
And that's when the sun becomes north of me.
If you are in Australia, let's say where you're showing Australia there, and the sun is where you have it, then that you would already be looking straight at the sun.
In sunrise.
Yeah, but if you want sunrise, you'll have to move the sun over to where you pointed east. The sun would have to be if you'd have to move to where you east.
The Earth is rotating around that vertical line.
Yeah, but the thing about it is the sunrise happens on a globe, right? On the globe belief due to a rotation, right? That's agreed.
Because of rotating, yes.
Yeah.
You're cutting out a little bit, by the way.
Sorry. The sun is rising on a globe due to a rotation. Now, you just showed exactly where east is from Sydney. So the sun would have to be over there because it rises in the east.
No, because it rises south of east.
According to you, but you can't prove that.
I can't prove where east is?
No, but you can't. I asked you, how do you prove? How can it physically rise south of east and then go north and then go back down to southwest? It doesn't.
Because
it only can appear to do.
As Australia rotates to face the sun, as it rotates towards the sun, so that it's midday, then the sun will be north.
But you have the sun in the wrong place to get sunrise.
No.
You have. You'd have to be over there where you pointed east. That's where the sun would be.
No, the sun is south of east. That's my entire point.
But the sun would be. How could you'd already be looking at the sun? The sun be already risen. Half of Australia would already be like you'd be in midday nearly there. You know what I mean?
What I've drawn here is sunrise in Sydney.
Does he know what southeast
because that shows
means?
exactly where you have to look to see the sun.
No, I would look south of east because of this diagram. This is why I would have to look south of east.
Well, if you look south of east, show me exactly where south of east is then. Draw south
No,
of east.
don't know 3 dimensions.
He's trying to like will
can't
this
draw a line this far,
conversation in
man.
another direction
Hang on.
right now. I mean, you could tell he's like,
Yeah, leave that
okay,
line there.
let me use my brain
South of east.
powers.
That's where the sun is.
South of east.
What?
That's only a line that suits your argument.
That's south of east. That's where the sun is.
Can I just say, I knew you were going to do that, Ruhith. As soon as you said, can you draw a line to it? I knew you were just going to draw
I don't understand how it works.
Yeah, I'm drawing a line to the sun, which is south of east.
In between south of east, if you were going to do south of east from there, right there, south of east would be in between those two lines.
In between,
which would mean
I can't see where you're drawing, by the way, because I'm.
This cannot be where you have Australia now. Cannot be like the south of east from there would be in between those two lines. Would be a line in between those two lines. The one you did just draw to the sun and the one you drew to the east. South of east would be in between those two lines. That would be where south of east.
The line that I drew to the sun just then is south of east.
No, that's a little line that suits your little argument.
It's south of east.
No, that's not south of east. That's a line that suits your argument. Look, the thing about this is, you're like, what is your actual? What is the actual argument here? What is the point of all this?
Oh, it's a logical disproof of flat Earth.
How is
it's one of the only actual logical syllogisms you can come up to disprove it.
How is a logical disproving of flat Earth?
Well, show me a flat Earth map that has the sun rising south of east when the tropics are always north. That's why I got you through the first 2 questions. And I said at all times, is the sun directly overhead a point in the tropics, and are the tropics always north of me?
No, I agree the tropics are always north of you. I don't disagree
then the
with
sun is always north of me on a flat Earth.
The tropics are always north. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The tropics are always north of you on the globe. You understand? It doesn't matter. The tropics are always north of you on a globe or flat. That doesn't matter.
Correct. But on a flat Earth, the sun cannot rise south of east.
But it can't rise south of east on the globe either.
I just showed it to you. This is the diagram. I just showed you.
But it can't rise south of east either on a globe.
I just showed you. What is wrong with this diagram?
No, you didn't show me. That. What you showed me was the line that suited your argument. Different thing.
Which is south of east.
It's not south of. That's not south of east, Ruhith. Sorry, man.
You agreed. You agreed when I drew the line from Sydney, and that was east. The line that I drew the sun. Where would you look?
I didn't agree when you drew the south.
Right, that was before I knew you were going to
north of
trick
east?
me
Is that line north of east?
Reality and stuff.
You use clever words.
Is it north of east or is it south of east?
To make me think something different. How dare you?
It's the south of east. Very good.
That was before you used your words
I didn't agree
make
to
me
that.
look
I
like
said south east would be in between those two lines.
Hang on, man. What's
have
this
not
words
proven
thing?
the sun
No
is
one
rising.
told me there'd be an
It's
exam.
impossible for the sun to come up southeast on either.
South of east. I'm not talking exactly 135 degrees. I'm talking south of east.
But you're saying this proves. Your
But
model.
that's what I
'Cause
experienced.
on your model, the sun
I'm
is
saying
shining.
this proves
The
flat Earth.
Tropic of Capricorn. No, it's disproving your globe Earth model, because on the globe Earth model at this time of year, the sun is shining directly onto the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yes.
Right, directly onto it. Right. So how can this sun be shining directly to you southeast if it's shining directly onto the Tropic of Capricorn?
Because
that's
not
at
where
midday.
Australia is.
This point of Earth.
Do you agree? No, hang on. No. It's
Australia's
shining
round
onto
to
the
the
Tropic of
side.
Capricorn all the time, directly. Like
Yeah,
where you
but
have
it's
the
not
sun
gonna-
there is not. Where you have the sun there is not correct. That sun should be up higher.
What?
No, the Earth is tilted relative to the sun.
Yeah, but it should be up higher. That is not correct. That is not. No, it's tilted in relative to the sun, but that sun should be up.
Hang on.
You have it nicely low to suit your argument. That's
Well, that'd be
they
different
don't have it
seasons,
on
then.
it. Where
That'd be in between seasons.
Rumpus wants me to label this. Hold on. North. And where are we? Text. This line is south of east.
no, south of east. Listen,
Is it north of east?
doing with Rumpus now is either you're having a debate with me or you're messing around with Rumpus. Either one or the other.
Oh, I'm with you. I just saw it in the chat. I've got the chat over here with
You're south of east. Yeah, but the line you're drawing to the sun here was the line that I knew you were going to draw, and Randy knew it as well. And I'm sure everyone else knew
south of east.
That's where you wanted it to be.
Okay. Is it north of east or is it south of east?
Okay, guys, this argument's go on. I was going to say this argument's pretty dead for now. I think.
Yeah, well,
it's dead because it doesn't work to our narrative.
And is this what you're claiming?
I don't claim that anything proves the globe. I can disprove things.
I can claim that things prove flat Earth.
You can what, sorry?
I can claim that things prove flat Earth.
I bet you can't.
Yeah, that's not a really
not as a challenge.
That's not really a response. Oh, but hold on, guys. Brian, that's not really a response in relation to this. I'm sorry, but could we move on? Could we get past this point? Because
Can
I
ask a very yes/no question? Is that line south of east or north of east?
Which line are you talking about?
The line that goes to the sun. Is it south of east or north of east?
That's not south of east. Because
Not south of
the problem you have is that the problem you have is you're putting the sun physically south of east. The sun is not physically south of east. The sun's light is strongest over the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year. So the sun is shining mostly over the Tropic of Capricorn this time of year. Let's just say that's its line that we know of, supposedly did. See, this is all stuff that none of us can actually 100% prove. We can't prove exactly what the sun is doing. I can give an explanation, and I can say, well, it's doing this and it's doing that, and this suits this and this suits that. But I can't use that to prove that the sun is definitely doing anything. It appears to do. As I said, it's a very difficult thing to triangulate. So,
all right, next question.
Yeah, next question. Let's move on.
Oh dear.
Oh dear God.
That was giving me a headache just trying all the buzzing.
Oh bloody fuck! Oh jeez,
Buzz,
sorry,
buzz.
I've got to put it.
Every sentence, buzz.
Well, no, it's because everything, like, if you know what he was doing, every time he buzzed, it was either wrong or fallacious.
Yeah.
Okay, so think about how many times we think of something that we're having a conversation with a flat earther that we think, oh, that's fallacious or that's wrong. And that was just 35 minutes. Imagine sitting in Gems for 3 to 4 hours and you're talking to a couple of different flat earthers, the amount of times you go through that much buzzing. Just think about it.
Do I have to?
Well, no, that's what I mean. That's the response I was expecting. It's like, oh shit, really?
And in all
One of
jokes
the reasons I struggle talking to him.
all jokes aside, I don't go playing Gems for one reason, and that's because I can't stay in there long enough to actually make them even realise a point. You know,
yeah, actually, it was interesting. I was up at the crack of bloody dawn again because of the bloody animals. Right, hot night, animals get antsy around 4:30.
You really shouldn't talk about Nicholas that way.
No, he didn't wake up till 7:30. So anyway, and he was going noni. Ho ho ho. Anyway, as I was saying, it started off. Hang on, where did it go? It started with Lemon Bird and then dropped into a chemo song. And it ended up talking about chemo and about what he does. And it was being explained to him how he starts a conversation relatively well as a flat earther can. But then he'll ask a couple of questions, okay? We'll start to clarify the questions. And we'll start to get some answers flowing, and then he'll ask a couple of extra questions. Anyway, he was asking Blue questions, but he kept calling him Billy. Kept calling him Billy, right? So I kept chiming in because Blue won't answer to it, right? And it sort of caught Kimo off guard. He goes, "I'm not talking to you." I go, "Well, whoever you're talking to, you're not addressing the right person." And that's when Blue stepped up and he goes, "Yes, that's right. My name's not Billy." And that's when I turned around to Kimo. I said, "You're not. One, you're not being courteous, and two, what you're doing is you're firing off 7 questions. Blue can't even remember what the first question was, and you want all these answers."
Are you saying that because Blue is old?
No.
Is that ages?
Because let's be honest. If I asked you 7 questions back to back that you weren't expecting and you didn't have time to write down, you know, unless you're well versed at doing something like that, you don't necessarily catch every single question and or remember it.
No, I'm just going to tell Blue next time I see him that Davros called him old.
And that's the thing. I actually I learnt that from Christopher Hitchens. He actually and he didn't say it too politely, but he ended up berating. Not sure if he was a creationist or just a religious priest or something. And this priest had rattled off half a dozen questions, and Christopher Hitchens turned around to him and he goes, "How quick do you think I can write? I've got the first 2, but what were the other 4?" You know, it's like that's not even how you run a conversation. You ask a question, get the answer. Don't like the answer, clarify it. If you still don't like it, move on.
Man, I bet the first guy who got to experience the Gish Gallop was just bumfuzzled. Like, how on earth? I wonder how that dude responded.
You know, you can Google where that came from, right?
I'm going to drop everyone. Thanks,
right, Peter.
Thanks for tonight, Terry. It's been fun.
Okay, Peter. Okay, Peter.
Bye, Peter.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
Yep. Later, Peter.
Catch us later. I'll see you in Discord later.
Yeah, mate.
Okay, Peter.
Mate.
If Peter's
Yeah,
gone off to
Davros,
have
I mean,
dinner, that's what I should have been doing.
Exactly. You had 37 minutes.
Because it was actually named after someone.
Yeah, it was named after Dwayne Gish, but I wasn't sure about who he debated first with
I have
that.
a feeling it was either Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens.
I'll Google it. I'll check it out.
I have a feeling. It might not be. It could even be Feynman.
Well, the term came from Eugenie Scott. That's who actually came up with the term. But as to who was his first victim, I'm not sure. And good morning, by the way.
Oh, good morning, Farmer.
Morning, farmers.
And Cypher.
Hello.
Oh, g'day, Cypher.
I just caught the tail end of what you were going over again. Can I just say, as an Englishman, that a certain person's Irish accent just adds to the comedy value?
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
really not helping. Not helping the Irish cause
yeah, but
at
is
all.
it south of east or north of east?
He was from Southern Ireland, wasn't he?
He's Southern Irish, yes.
Yeah,
the
with that
Northern Irish accent is a bit different, but
you can understand a Northern Ireland person. Yeah.
Apologies, but it just adds to the comedy value, I'm afraid. But the comedy value is very high with that.
Yeah,
chap
all the
anyway.
Irish jokes were jumping into my head.
Oh yeah.
It's funny because to me he sounds just like that character from Train Spotting who pooped the bed. I can't think. He was the tall, skinny
Spud.
one. Spud. Thank you, Davros. Alexa, I mean.
They're all Scottish.
Yeah.
Well, I know he's
Anyhow, what I could picture from
Hey,
that.
Cypher.
Hello.
Hey, Farmer. Sorry, I missed
Hey.
What I could gather from that, he thought when he was saying south, that he meant 90 degrees from east.
Okay, Sean, I'll pay that one. Was anyone picturing Brother Ted? This is close. This is far away. Yeah, okay. I'll pay that
There
one.
was a lot of Father Ted in there.
Yeah,
far away.
Yeah, I'll pay that one.
Yeah.
It is one of the best descriptive memes out there in video form for the fluff numbskullery.
But is that an insult to Father Ted? Or Brother Ted, or whatever it is?
Well,
Father
Well,
Ted, no.
Okay. Because
I
I
would
don't
love to
insult.
hear-
I don't insult someone that's not intended to get insulted.
I honestly would love to hear Father Ted's thoughts on this whole thing.
Yeah.
It would be.
Is north of east, south of east, or north south
Oh,
of
a better question.
east?
Does the eye see the light, or does the light come to the eyes?
Oh.
Well, strangely enough,
I
both.
have to ponder that one.
Yeah.
Because you see the light when it comes to it.
Yeah, exactly.
But do you see the light if you got the light come to your eye if you got your eyes closed?
Yes, it does.
That still
The
does.
light comes to it, but if you got your eyes closed, you ain't going to see it.
Well,
Well,
you can see
actually,
it.
you do.
You can.
Wait,
Yeah.
I thought the light came from your eyes.
Well, what you can actually do is you can actually during the day it'll look red because it's red shifted through your eyelid.
Oh yes, if you're closely studying the inside of your eyelids, yes, during the day. Bloody hell, it's sufficiently bright enough this morning. Yeah, good grief.
Oh, that's right, Farmer and Cypher. You got to type out in the peanut gallery. The guys in the peanut gallery want to say something to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go say hi in the.
Yeah, go say hi in the
So you
peanut
can
gallery.
what? So you can randomly time us out?
What? It's not random.
What? Fair.
What?
Who said it was random?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Totally
so it's
democratic.
random.
What?
One man, one time out.
But did you
Did
like
you
that?
time
How I
Alan
said,
out?
do you think it was random? Not did you think you were going to get timed out?
Yeah.
I'm all ghostly out in the peanut gallery.
There you
actually,
go.
not listening
I've
just
typed
yet.
something.
You're lucky you weren't here for
Yay.
the 2-syllable or more words you could only type.
Oh,
Gosh, how
you'd have
long
been
ago was
double
that?
timed out.
Well, not long ago, I came in and went, "Good day." I don't even say "Good day, peeps" or anything like that. Normally, I just said,
No,
"Good
you
day."
got
And I get timed
a pie in the face as soon as you open the door.
Yeah.
Oh, Terry, you've actually
Hey,
got
what the hell?
40 likes and 39 watching.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
40 likes.
That's usual.
Yep. We did have
It had been
41
as much as
watching.
45.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
cheers,
said-
Colon.
just saying.
Yeah, thanks.
I know my mouse is worn out from timing everyone out.
Hi, Cypher. Bye, Cypher.
Oh, Cypher. Oh, time out. There we go.
Woo!
Well, and just to let you in, it's so you know that you can turn around and say, "Yeah, I've been timed out by Terry before."
Yeah.
I didn't want
Yeah,
to be timed
the
out. My
badge of
record was
honor.
perfect.
Oh well, no. See, then you would be one of the elites there, Pip.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
No, you don't want to be one of them.
No,
They're
you don't want to be one of
satanic.
them. No, because
Yeah.
the elites are targeted individuals.
They believe in atoms and stuff. You don't want none of that action.
Well, see, the
Yeah.
problem with that, if you have
I'll
to,
tell you, Pip. Being an elite is not all it's cracked up to be.
Is it
It's
not?
really not.
No.
No, 'cause
Really
the,
not.
the masses come.
Oh,
for you.
I
A
would like-
wise
I've been
man
told,
once said, Pip, "Mo money, mo problems." Okay, wise man indeed.
Yeah, I think I could deal.
Trust me, Pip, being elitist is not all it's cracked up to be. Like
It's hard
they
work.
said.
Well,
It is very
well-
hard work, yeah.
Yes, but
Just
if
for
you
a wee
become,
while.
well, actually, Pip, just a story. If you become an elite in the flat Earth debunking or live stream community, you'll end up with Pete Shea, Chemo, Lemon Bird, and Ali B all knocking on your door at 5 a.m.
Meh.
Shade.
Okay.
Does anyone
You
know
don't
if I
really.
timed Colin out?
No,
Yeah.
you can give him a
Colin,
semi. You can give him a semi timeout.
I'm gonna have to. This is, sorry, Colin, if I have timed you out before. Oh, Stewie.
Oh,
Stewie didn't get
John
one.
Stock instantly gets
Yes,
stunned.
Stewie. Yes, Stewie
What's
did,
going
yeah.
on?
John just got in here. Hey, what's going on here? Pow! Straight in the face.
Bye.
You've got to watch out for those pies when you open the door.
oh, who else got that treatment? Rocket Scientist and Pip. Both
Yeah,
got
poor
that
rocket
too,
scientist
didn't
opened the door up, got an
Yeah.
apple pie straight to the face.
Pie.
they? Shotgun pie. Oh yeah, I could go for some pie.
Yeah, you're making me hungry now. It's dinner time.
Ooh, I got a pizza in the freezer. I'm gonna cook that.
I need a breakfast.
Oh yeah,
Three in
I've
the
got
morning.
another 5 minute Wally, but I don't know if I can get me dinner done in 5 minutes. I got a 1 minute debunk, but that's nowhere near enough time to get dinner.
No, that's blimey. Even the microwave takes 3 minutes. Come on.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
It's a pity you couldn't put a couple of these into a playlist and set autoplay.
I know. That's genius, Davros.
That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah. Somebody should implement that program. You need to fire your secretary.
He's gone.
No, they're gone out. I have to have another secretary as a backup.
Yeah, backup secretary.
Who else can wear a size 8 dress that fits Peter?
Ooh,
I can wear
So,
it.
well, I'm out then.
I can wear
Yeah,
it.
I'm
I
out.
don't know how long it's going to last. I can try.
I'm a buxom size 16. Yeah, that's it. 16. Yeah.
All right,
Australian size is the same as UK sizes?
No, they're not.
Probably not.
And I
They're
knew it
smaller.
wouldn't go on my leg.
They're not, and I watched a John Oliver episode about that was pretty damn funny.
I'd
I
actually
know
like,
the states are different.
I'd actually like to give everyone a pro tip. If you're ordering, especially for Australian guys, if you're trying to order a jumper or say a hoodie from overseas, don't go with the large. Go with either the medium or the small, because large or extra large American on you will be like a circus tent. Trust me on this. I've had to send a few back.
No, that's why I like the guys that use Teespring, because that all comes from England. Because it's a GB.
Oh, that's why that large shirt I got from Teespring was so snug.
Tight. Yeah, because it's actually because it's the
it would
correct
be a
size.
muscle. It would be a muscle tee had I muscles.
Yes.
As
Did
it
you
is,
know
it's
women-
more of a sausage.
Do you know they actually changed the women's sizes over here to make larger women feel better for themselves?
Yes,
They did the
they moved
same
them
thing
down
in
a
the
size, yeah.
Yeah.
Which gave them, what was it, a double
Not
zero
far enough.
for women?
Pip says not far enough.
Why don't they just measure things in like inches or centimeters like normal people?
It's in inches.
Are you serious? Like, the rest of the world has moved on to metric. I mean, seriously, come on. What's
No,
holding
you
you
just
back?
need small,
There's
medium,
no
and
rest
large.
of the world. Freedom units.
Extra
are the
large,
only
double
units that
extra
count
large,
there.
triple extra large.
Small, medium, and large. That's all you need. Anyone that don't fit in them sizes, you should walk around. No, don't say no.
No, don't
No,
go
they need
there.
to change,
No, let's
change
not
the,
go
change
there.
the name to like petite, tiny, and teensy weensy. You know, what size are you? I'm a teeny weeny.
Teeny weeny,
Teeny
yellow
weeny.
polka dot bikini.
You're giving it away again, Ross. Shush, I told you.
Oh, well, sorry.
Press play.
Yeah, press play.
Sorry, not sorry.
We can't see it.
ASMR time.
Can hear Wally.
Can't see Wally.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? One of my long-time subs, French Crow, sent me on a bit of a duck hunt, and I wasn't disappointed. Apparently this Level Earth observer has blocked French Crow, even after just one comment.
no.
So let's go and have a look and see what he's got. I had a bit of a hunt down his videos and stopped at something to do with the ISS, one of my favourites. So let's have a play and see what he's talking about.
Now, this official footage supposedly shot from the ISS would suggest that the ISS has just flattened the globe. Let's have a look. I would suggest anyone put a straight edge up against that Earth's horizon. You'll see that it's totally straight.
No, it's not.
I'd like to know how that works on the ISS when we get to see, usually, gigantic amounts of curvature.
We usually see gigantic amounts of curvature. Well, then why are you questioning this? Is this image somehow pandering to your desire for flatness? Ask yourself why dismiss many images in favour of just one. I think that's showing up your biases, Elio.
So did the ISS drop really low below 40,000 feet for this shot? And someone please explain to me why this footage from the supposed ISS is showing a totally flat Earth. Has the
Yeah, but where'd
ISS
the moon
just
go?
flattened the globe? Fuck's sake.
So you want to know why you're seeing relatively straight horizon. Could it be because the camera is zoomed in at this particular point to capture the moon as it's setting? Here is what we would normally see from the ISS. And by the way, this is a lunar eclipse we are seeing there, so this in itself is a globe sign for me. Oh, and you can see the umbra and penumbra there, Rich, if you get a look. Now compare that moon to the moon. Let's have a look at the same moon about 10 hours later. The shadow is gone and we see a glorious full moon. Okay, now let's just zoom in till we see the moon about the same size as Elio's image. That he is admittedly cherry picking like a seasonal fruit worker on his last day on the farm. Well, would you look at that? When you zoom in on a small part of a large curve, it appears to be relatively straight. Alright, by way of checking that, let's look at the Earth curve calculator of choice, Walter Bisland. And normal, and zoomed in. Well, what do you know, we see flatness. So maybe it's the zoom that flattened the curve, not the ISS at all. Level Earth Observer, I think you owe the ISS an apology. Go and have a look at this beautiful footage. I'll play both of these from a year ago in full. One shows the moon in the lunar eclipse and one shows it about 10 hours later, both setting. Let's enjoy this. G'day, where's Wally here? Just watching some lunar eclipse like everybody else, and I noticed Soundly was doing really well, but I had the ISS stream up and guess what? I could see the lunar eclipse from the ISS rear camera feed. Very cool. There it is on the left hand side, so just watch it as it slides down to the horizon.
Hello, Adam. Hello, John.
No, said welcome to the Terry Timeout team.
Team. The
Oh, it's
TTT.
Terry's time team. Today we're going to dig up some derp.
I used to love watching Time Team,
Yeah, it's a good time too.
particularly if it ended up being anywhere local to me. It was like, yeah, I know where that is. I know where that is. They did quite a few that I sort of in my area.
Yeah, they done one around me ex-girlfriends, brothers.
All right, Alan. Take care of yourself, mate.
Get you feeling better, man. Get some sleep.
Okay, Alan.
I only just got up.
I know. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean that it was restful sleep.
We'll probably
yeah,
talk
and I
to
didn't get that much. Yeah, I'll talk to you later, guys.
Right on.
See you, mate.
You take it easy.
All right, I've got
Alan.
to look at the computer. Yeah.
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 All right, take
See you,
care,
bud.
chap.
Adam needs to join the timeout team.
I don't know if Alan... Did I do Adam L?
Oh no, he just got here.
Did he?
I don't know. Did you ever time me out?
Oh, listen to no names there, Mr. Tattletales.
No, I'm the fairness director.
No, you
I
are the...
have the license.
It was him!
Him!
Right.
And here's
Well,
your apple, Terry.
And I was trying to be nice and tell him to save his questions for 5 minutes so all his comments didn't get deleted.
It was more the cake or death.
And Mifford says, bye, Alan, take care.
So which one is Level Earth Observer? He's not that dozy bugger that drives a crane, is he?
I don't know. We'll have a look and see if he puts a link to it.
I can't remember which
specific.
Muppet that
He's,
is. Well,
he's a high-rise crane driver that believes the Earth is flat.
It is that one.
it's
Gravity.
official
I
footage.
Alright, this is the Level Earth
His voice sounds
Observer.
very familiar.
Yeah, click on his channel.
If he's the one
And
I'm
see if
thinking,
he's
he's
got
filmed a
any
lot
with
of
a
them from the
crane.
cab of his crane. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Keep going. They'll, if it is him, there'll be cranes involved at some point.
If you
There's
see
lots of globe evidence in there.
Yeah, funny that. No, maybe
That's
it's not him. I don't know.
I don't think it is.
No,
Oh, yes, it is.
There's a crane.
Hang on, keep going, keep going, keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling, scrolling, scrolling.
What?
He's one of those people.
Yeah, it's look, it's cranes are getting
Yeah,
involved.
I
I
saw
think
the
it is
Twin
the same
Towers
chap.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, some
Yeah, because
man Dan
if
debunked
it's
him
him,
about
he
a year
did
and a half
one.
ago.
Like that just trigger
He
me.
did one about Foucault's pendulum, and he sort of said, well, you know, if that's the thing, then how come when I'm lifting something on my crane, it doesn't start sort of moving backwards and forwards and rotating around?
Yeah,
It's like,
and Simon
yeah.
Dan turns around and goes, "Well, what was pushing it, mate?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this guy's sort of clearly
So
well
what?
into it, isn't he?
So one of these videos to do with the crane be worth watching, or?
No, we don't watch him.
I wouldn't say they're worth watching. I just want. Oh, that is him. That is the crane guy. Yeah, he's a
he
crane
did the
driver.
canal video. Yeah. Oh look, Logan Paul! Yay, hero of the flat Earth! Yay!
And he doesn't realise Hogan was just taking the mickey out of him.
Yeah, I'm surprised he still has that
even
video up.
even
He's got
Bob,
Bob up.
Yeah, he even got Bob in there.
Is that him trying to debunk one of Bob's videos, or is it a response to something Bob said?
Yeah,
Flat
that is the
Flat
guy I
Earth
was
Bob the
thinking
Science
of.
Guy debunks the globe.
Really?
Yeah, really? Okay.
I would like to see that. I don't think I'll go check that one out. I've watched a bunch of Bob's videos.
I'll play that one then.
Oh look, Google Earth.
Oh, you don't have to.
See, that's the ultimate debunk of them being a flat earther. Is if they put
They use
Google Earth
Google
in their
Earth.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're using the globe model. I
dear.
oftentimes
Lake
use
Positron.
the opposing model.
The curve proof.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a measurement on Google Earth to prove the flat Earth.
And if they zoom out, it turns into a globe.
Oh, that's ironic. V2 rocket blows flat. What was it? Hang on. What was that V2 rocket? Because you know the first images we got from space. There you go. V2 rocket blows the globe to pieces. In 1947, the Americans sent up. It was either a V2 or their copy of a V2.
Actually,
first photos.
You've got that date wrong, sir. It was October 1946.
What?
Yes, October 1946 was when the first photo of an orbital picture showing the curvature of the Earth was taken. 3 black and white photos were returned to Earth, and yes, they show a curve.
I think it'd be more accurate to call
John,
it
my band used to
suborbital.
cover that song. I can kill that one when I've got pipes. I do not currently have pipes.
But we can say 1947 with rounding, okay?
Okay, fair enough. I mean, because obviously I wasn't there at the time.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing, right? Back when I was pulled in for Operation Paperclip, right? But they talked to me about this MK Ultra, and I said, "Nah, too soon." So then they turned around and said, "Look, we got this Manhattan Project thing, but first we need to see if we can make these missiles go orbital." Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and just so you know, in the future there's going to be these idiots called flat earthers, so we need to take a couple of pics of the curve.
First satellite was a balloon. Well, actually,
hey Terry, we've got
put a couple of satellite balloons into space, but they were launched there by a rocket first. But they seem to gloss over that point. They weren't balloons being used as satellites. They were satellites that were actually balloons, but they had to launch them in a rocket into space and then inflate them. But they seem to miss that bit. Can't think why.
What, you mean a flat earther purposely miss out some...
Go back up a bit.
Yeah, what cherry picking? Yes, Echo 1 and 2
there
were
4G
balloon satellites.
network on the moon.
laughing my ass off. What the hell's he on
What?
about?
What?
No 4G on the moon.
Where, what?
Yeah.
Can I say that again? What?
What? Who? What?
What the deuce?
No, when you say what-oh, it makes me think of some other idiot.
Oh,
God,
shit,
yeah.
sorry. He's ruined that for everyone. Thanks, Travis.
Well,
Travis ruined
he's developing
ruining.
a character for performing arts when Globebusters finally invite him to join their esteemed team of idiots.
that was
did I say that out
funny.
loud?
I was watching something the other day. It was Bob Nodell talking about a particular person having a beautiful wife that looked like Cameron Diaz, and that one day he would like to get to know her. It's like, dude, this is one of your mates, one of your fellow flat earthers, and you want to try and hit on his wife.
Good old 15-degree Bob, eh?
Yeah,
Thanks,
well, thanks, Bob.
Cool.
Damn it!
Oh,
I really need to get something worked out with Sheeple to 3D print the Nodell prize, and I need to
No
fill
It
it.
just says thanks, Bob.
Well, actually, just to inform you, if that's all right, Cypher.
Go ahead.
We have the Nodell Prize Award.
Yes.
At the end of the
year. we decided to set it up so that it was a shot at both Dell and Bob. So yeah, no Dells with Bob's face as I think should be on the trophy somewhere. We're gonna get the trophy printed up, but we're not sure what we're gonna have as the trophy yet. So we'll wait for suggestions and ideas.
I do like the idea of a tiny gyro compass being mounted somewhere on a globe with Bob's face kind of smeared out over it.
Yeah, that's a good one. You see, a lot of the ones being thrown around have been purple dildos for obvious reasons.
Sure, fair. I like where your head is at.
But
there could also be like a phallic unicorn horn sticking out of Bob's forehead.
Phallic unicorn horn?
Yeah.
Like some form of purplish color in nature?
To bring in the boob noodle name, you could also have like saggy boobs hanging from the bottom of the globe, laying on a disc with pasta noodles.
Super noodle doodle.
On a bed of noodles.
No, what it needs...
The Nodell prize.
I'm not sure which... some bow tie noodles.
Oh!
Ramen.
Covering his boobies.
Ooh.
So wait a minute.
You say boobies?
Boobies.
I heard boobies.
Yeah, I heard it.
So let's see.
Ramen.
Peter and Kaz have all joined the timeout, the Terry timeout team. All right.
Well, see, the best thing about the whole thing is we're only ever going to need to print, I think, one award because none of them are actually going to accept it. So we can just keep recycling the same one year after year.
Yeah,
sure.
Just put the names on it.
Plaque. Yeah, just change the name.
That's like the
DFOTY. Just add the names to it.
Yeah, just got a shield or something.
Yeah, do it like the Stanley Cup.
Yep.
The Stanley Cup,
exactly.
how it's always got a little shield at the bottom with the name of the winning team.
Hell, there's so many of them, though. You look like a Civil War memorial or a Vietnam, one of those Vietnam walls.
Yeah, but this is the inaugural one, so,
Oh, okay, fair.
Take a while to look like that. But yeah, the recycling theme is good because they recycle their nonsense.
I do have a feeling Bob would most likely get a couple of runners-ups and a few in a row.
Speaking of runners-up, we do have a very special category set aside for one great man in particular, Anthony Riley. Now, Anthony Riley is going to have his own Riley Award, but the thing is, he's never going to win it.
He's always going to come in second.
No, it's even worse. It's going to be a participation award.
Thanks for participating.
But yeah, the two nominees. I think this year we're going to go classic Simpsons and just have it as an inanimate carbon rod. The inanimate carbon rod's already won.
That's right. I remember that.
Actually, what we should do is turn it around a little bit more and say that it's the atomic weight of the hydrogen atom wins.
Are you discussing your ideas for somebody else's channel on my channel?
No.
Okay then.
No, but these awards will coincide with the
Fair Dinkum Drongo.
Yeah, the Fair Dinkum Drongo Awards.
Okay.
I can remember things.
Yeah, you remember things.
It's all about collaboration, Terry.
Yeah. Do you remember that time? That time you were timed out.
Yeah.
Couldn't you have an award for the most intelligent flurfer, but every year give it to an animal?
Yeah, a jerk.
And this year it goes to the wombat who herded a bunch of animals to safety. The wombat dug a fireproof burrow and let all the other marsupials inside, where they waited out the fire in safety.
Yes, they actually did that. I heard that.
I know. I was reciting that from memory.
Here's better idea. That it always gets awarded to Lemmy Winks just after it's crawled out of the slave's
that's
butt.
it. That is it. That's the winner right there. Yep, Lemmy Winks.
Lemmy Winks.
No, I found the winner.
Inanimate rock. Yay!
Yeah.
Pet rock.
Yeah. This Inanimate Rock won the Flurfer Award this year for being the most intelligent.
Yes.
Made more cogent arguments than all the rest of them.
Yes.
Together.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did anybody used to watch Ren and Stimpy?
Yes.
Oh no.
Do you remember Log?
Oh yes.
Log. Yes.
Yeah.
Log.
Yeah. Log wins.
Oh dear.
The rock had more weight in its argument than a flurfer did.
Koan says, I really like that inanimate carbon rod. Damn, that rod is useful, unlike Riley.
Yep. That's the whole point.
No, I'm sure
stumbled on
Riley
board.
could be.
No, don't open them. Look out, they're ruffled.
Riley could be very useful somewhere where they're trying to sort of reclaim land from the sea or something.
What happened to
Not
Spaceman? He disappeared.
Actually, I've got an idea. Anthony Riley could be used for a leveling agent for floorboards.
You timed him out, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you timed him out, Terry.
Oh, sorry, I forgot who I timed out.
It's okay. That's why you keep us around.
We got a new Stewie. Long tall
At
Sally
least it's
Jam
got
by
some weight
Stewie.
in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, I want to hear that.
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it. Yeah, that was very short.
That wasn't even a long haul challenge.
No, that was a short haul challenge.
Yeah.
Why am I picturing people fake camouflaging themselves in the back of a helicopter?
prosthesis.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're back on.
Okay. Anyway, back to this full body prosthesis. Yeah, so 2014. Okay, not bad, not too bad. It showed a little bit of the because it had the model of the old suit designed.
What
the new
channel
way.
was that on?
Hang on, give me a 5-minute Google. I'll help you out.
Okay, I must have totally missed those three versions.
I remember one of the TV shows he had a separate, so he had his gun in the right leg, but then he had a separate one on the left leg that would open up and he'd pull out little explosives and throw it at walls and shoot with his gun. And I thought that was a bit weird. The leg
Okay,
holster was the coolest bit.
We're gonna stop talking about RoboCop now.
No, they didn't hear any of that conversation out there. They came back and they hear us talking about RoboCop and go, where'd that come from?
Yeah, we're gonna get back on.
I got
topic.
no idea how that got started from.
That was only 2 degrees of separation. We went from Long Tall Sally, which led us to Predator, which led us to Shane Black, which led us to RoboCop 3.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Damn it!
That's how that happened.
We got it. Nailed it.
Yeah, so you had RoboCop the series, and you also had RoboCop Prime Directives. They were the 2 TV series spin-offs.
Dead or alive, you're coming
I
with
kind of
me.
missed both of them. I wonder how that happened.
Well, I knew that there was one television series because I remember seeing trailers for it, but I never actually watched the show because it just looked that awful.
Yeah, Prime
I don't
Directives
remember
was
what
terrible.
time period.
It was
time
Canadian.
period?
It was Canadian.
Okay.
2001.
As many bad things are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, that would place it in the same general time period as like that crappy Highlander TV show.
Yep.
Oh God.
I actually didn't mind the 2014 remake, except for that hand. You're right, Dad. The hand needed to go. There was no point to it.
Yeah, as Bob Morton
Did he
said.
at least ever say like "talk to the hand"?
No.
No.
Didn't even take advantage of that.
Nah.
Anyway, I digress now. The new RoboCop is slated to look like that guy.
So anyway,
And
we're
they're
going to stop
getting
talking about RoboCop now.
and they're getting Peter Weller to do the voice.
I thought that guy deleted his channel.
No,
What guy?
Not that guy.
What guy?
The
That guy?
suit.
What
the
guy?
Suit.
Not
The
that
suit's
guy,
going to
but
be the
that
same
guy.
as the original.
What guy?
We'll talk about RoboCop later.
Yeah, we'll talk about real stuff. None of this flat earth
Yeah,
bollocks.
we'll start like a Discord server. We can just talk about it'll be RoboCop 24/7. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
So moving on.
Yeah.
So have you
That
started
guy?
that Discord
Stu.
channel yet?
Yep. Thank you, Stu. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was great.
I couldn't hear it over the RoboCop conversation. So I'm gonna go give it a view on your channel later, Stu.
I muted Zoom and listened to it in YouTube because it's better audio.
How do you mute Zoom?
Yeah, how do
Well,
you
you just
Zoom?
change. Well, you click on the up arrow.
Disconnect audio.
No, I don't disconnect audio. I just select
I
a
do.
different audio input for Zoom.
Oh, I'm on a phone.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you should get in the app. It says disconnect audio. Where is it?
Oh, right, yeah.
In the 3 buttons where it says more.
More?
Shame on you, Dora. Shame on you. We're not talking about RoboCop anymore. We agreed on this.
Well, I've got a minute debunk to play. I'd like to go and grab a bite to eat because it's around dinner time for us Aussies, and we've only been streaming for 6 hours and 23 minutes so far.
And yes, Dora, RoboCop 24/7 would be better than RoboCop 3.
Well, I think we've reached the halfway point in the show.
The halfway point.
Yeah, we're at the midway point. So it's a good time to get up and stretch, do some calisthenics.
Yeah, these
yeah.
random shows. This random show in between the normal shows seems to go longer than the normal show. So, anything better than RoboCop? Cypher says.
Robocop
Yeah.
3.
No,
Yeah, through the
3.
3 and
You
after.
forgot
Yeah,
the 3.
yeah, no, the 3 got.
Okay.
I pressed enter before 3.
I'll press play. We've only got a minute and 10 seconds for a 1 minute debunk.
Run, Terry, run.
I don't think I'd get the door open by the time I get 1 minute out. I'll see how far I get. Ready? Go.
Go.
Play.
Oh, I watched this one yesterday.
There's this idea that crops up everywhere where humans only use 10% of their brains, and if we used 100%, we could be slightly better at maths and make objects levitate with our minds.
Movie.
I assumed this would be a misunderstanding and that I could use a cool analogy about how traffic lights only use 1/3 of their lights, but on investigation, it turns out it's just unsighted nonsense from the early 20th century when brains were only understood at a very rudimentary level. The claim that 90% of the brain is vestigial is a touch insulting to the countless mothers and babies who have died due to the mechanical difficulty of a human infant's large head exiting from the womb to the outside world. Nature optimizes these things very effectively. Evolution dictates that these people didn't die for nothing. We don't just have huge brains for no reason. We use our brains in totality. Well, most of us do anyway.
Brilliant.
It's a terrible thing to lose your mind.
Oh, it's time up. Oh, shit.
Yep. Potatoes boiled yet?
Yeah, but you can only lose it if you had it in the first place. Come on. I mean, there are plenty of people in YouTube who just use it to stop their head sounding hollow.
I need extra time. Okay, we'll see what else. While we're chit-chatting, I'll have a look and see what else I can find.
I dare say Stu's probably got a song long enough for you to
Are
make
you
your
going to be
dinner.
eating while we're in bed? Not everyone will like that.
Not everyone's in bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only been awake for 2 hours.
I'm not going to be eating on. I'll turn my mic off.
No, he won't be streaming on stream. Just don't worry about it.
Why? That's what that bucket was for. You've told me to use.
Still supposed to mute yourself.
Oh,
Yeah, Terry.
Okay.
Only polite. Don't cross the streams.
But
Do not
first,
cross.
but what you have to do, Terry, first thing you have to do is you have to get yourself a camera, and then you just have to black out your little bit of the window of where you are.
Okay. What else have we got here?
What else have you got there?
Only going back into Discord looking. Unless anyone's got some recommendations out there or in here.
I would, but anything I recommend, you'll get your bloody
strike.
Yeah.
There no new eyes at Butterfield or anything?
Well, actually, there is. He dropped one today.
Oh.
Dropped it?
Yeah, it
Well,
smelled bloody horrible.
He does Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He does his podcast on Thursday, and then
Well, I do have. I think I've got 2 eyes.
What about Happy Day?
The one he released today was him dropping in on his best friend and his girlfriend. I think.
Okay. I do have part 1, 2, and 3 of Bob that I could have put together.
Mippet! How rude.
This is
Yeah.
part. I got part 2. Part 1 is the sound was really crap for Bob the Science Guy, so I'm hoping that this one's a little bit better. Part 2. I didn't get to speak to Bob earlier this afternoon to tell him about this.
Mippet, does that include mosquitoes?
It It's very interesting what he's talking about, but the sound wasn't that good on part one.
No, that was crap, wasn't it, on the...
Yeah, I think it was the other guy's microphone that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see what this one's like.
He does have subtitles up.
They all have bad audio, Dora said. I'll mute yous guys, because yous don't need to talk out to the people.
Again, this is Bob the Science Guy. Hey, I want to thank everybody for putting up with the sound issues that we had with yesterday's video. I can't fix that any more than it already is. That had to do with the mic on the other end. It's not under my control, and I can't fix it in Premiere Pro. So what I did was I actually wrote captions for the entire episode. Now, I've done that again on this one, and if you would, please go ahead and go down there and click on the captions now so that you can clearly see what Dr. Pinizzotto is talking about. Today we're going to have a chat about gravity, and that would include looking at Einstein and Newton and practical applications. So, since this is a rather long episode, we'll go ahead and cue up the music and get started. Okay, well, let's explore this just a little bit more. Would your bowling ball experiment have worked in an area with no gravitational acceleration, such as space, or a hyperbolic flight, the so-called vomit comet?
No. Like I said, there are two forces there that were being demonstrated. One is the downward force, the sinking force, if you think about it that way, due to gravity. The other one's the buoyant force. So without gravity, there's not the two forces to be put into equilibrium. And so that experiment would not work either in the vomit comet or in the space station.
How about things like density towers? Would they separate out in an area of no gravitational acceleration, such as the space station, or would they just mix?
Well, it's a little more complicated there because of the surface tension forces, but no, it wouldn't work the same.
So in order for a density column to work, it must be experiencing some sort of an acceleration acting on the different fluids?
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely right. So it's, we're really talking almost about the same thing here, having to do with the buoyancy forces and the forces due to gravity. There always has, when something is not changing, it means that the forces are in equilibrium. So you would need gravity.
Okay. Now, I have heard people tell me.
You being a doctor.
What?
Let's know that we can separate blood cells, but to do that, we have to use high acceleration.
Oh, a centrifuge.
A centrifuge. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And that's generating those kinds of accelerating forces outside of just waiting around for gravity due to Earth to do the same thing. So, yeah, we just separate things out. We have to have, as you said, that accelerating force.
Okay. So, if you had two objects with different relative densities, would they move in relationship to each other without an accelerating force acting on both of them? So, for example, if I had
side by side.
Yeah, if I had a rock and a piece of cotton on my desk in front of me, they're obviously of different relative densities. Would they move in relationship to each other spontaneously?
I'd like to give you a simple answer to that, but it's not quite so simple because of gravity. Objects actually, the force due to gravity is there between any two objects. So if you're talking about having the two objects, say, on a tabletop and just putting them down, no, they're not going to move because there are other forces around that aren't going to allow them to move towards each other. But if we took those same objects and put them in outer space, okay, far enough away from the Earth, would they move towards each other? The answer is yes, because of the gravity between those two objects. Any two objects, there's a gravitational force between between them. It's just a matter of how big is that force. On Earth, having two relatively small objects like that, the force of gravity is really, really tiny. But if there are no other forces around, you can measure that. In fact, using the right kind of instruments, you can. Yeah, two bowling balls with the right instrument, you could measure the attraction of the bowling ball. Yes. Gravity, by the way.
Yeah, basically what you've just described is the Cavendish experiment, correct?
Yes, that's one version of doing that, and that experiment's been done with super high precision. I mean, Cavendish had, when he did it hundreds of years ago, didn't have the instrumentation we have now. Instrumentation we have now, we can measure movements, extraordinarily small movements. I guess the most extreme example is the laser interferometer, LIGO, can measure changes smaller than an atom's width. So, yeah, it's a version of the Cavendish experiment.
Just out of curiosity, have they ever done the Cavendish experiment at one of the universities you've been associated with, or have you ever done a Cavendish experiment?
Yes, not at university. I actually did it in high school.
Did it work?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a torsional device, and you bring two heavy weights together, and the angle changes a very small amount, but it's big enough to be measured. So, yeah, I remember doing that as a high school student.
Now, I'm sure you probably didn't have it to the, you didn't calculate G to the 20th decimal place or something or other like that, but you got kind of in the general neighborhood, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if it was between, 9.5 and 10, it was like close enough.
Close enough for government work, so to say. That brings up a really good question. One of the things that we've talked a lot about is the difference between Einstein and Newton. Would you agree with the statement that there is something in the universe called gravity? And our current explanation as to how that works and trying to visualize the mechanism by which it works is described by Einstein. But prior to that, we had Newton, who also described the same thing, gravity. Do Newton's equations still work, even though Einstein's may be a little bit more accurate and it's a little better way of looking at it with space-time? But if we want to design a bridge, can we use Newtonian physics?
Yes, absolutely. So Einstein's, the effects predicted by general and special relativity only occur at very high velocity. And by high, I'm talking relative to the speed of light. So when we're talking about a bridge, or we're even talking about a racing car on the surface of the Earth, that is a very, very small velocity compared to the speed of light. So we don't have to take the relativistic corrections, as they're called, into account at the normal working speed. The only time we really would have to worry about relativistic corrections is once we get out either far from Earth's surface or we're moving at really high speed, a large fraction, a significant fraction of the speed of light. The best example I know of that happens to be the GPS satellites that we all use to do. In the old days, we used fold-out maps, right? We all have electronic maps for us that are based on the GPS satellites. They are in high enough orbit off of the surface, and they're all moving at around 18,000 miles an hour. That for us to be able to determine our position on the surface within a few feet, and in some cases, if we're really good at it, special base stations for less than a centimeter, we have to do the relativistic correction. But there, you have to realize those satellites are 400 miles high, more or less, and go at 18,000 miles an hour, more or less. Bridges are not built 4,000 miles high, and they're certainly not moving at 18,000 miles an hour. So we don't have to do the relativistic corrections for most of the things that you and I deal with in our daily lives.
Well, I think kind of a take-home message on that is that the most accurate way to determine gravity or how to build a bridge would be to use Einstein's equations if you want to just really be very, very accurate. But Einstein's relativity pretty much reduces to Newtonian physics in objects like bridges. And the error rate that we get by using simple Newtonian mechanics rather than going through, field equations, you're not going to have enough of an error to even be significant. Would you say that would be an accurate way of looking at it?
That's true. I think it'd be a total waste of time to try to use the relativistic equations in normal engineering design. The errors in the construction and everything, they're so much bigger than just not even talking about.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you all for stopping by. We took a little deviation from the actual subject of the interview today. We were talking about Sleeping Warrior's treatment of Dr. Pinizzotto's video on buoyancy. So we're going to get back to that tomorrow. We're going to go over the final parts of that episode and Dr. Pinizzotto's response to it. So I think you'll enjoy it. This is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe down there, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Take care.
Oh, Anthony Riley's got something right for once. And he just kept repeating. He says, "What? There's no science in flat Earth." And he just kept repeating it. I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yep, you got that right, Riley.
No, Andrea, I had the panel muted and I forgot to put them back on again.
I think you would have been better off saying something like, there's nothing but cherry-picked science in flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, there's only cherry picking. You don't use the word science.
Yes.
I'm here, Dora.
Need I remind you that this is a direct quotation from Mr. DF. Cherry picking is how you win arguments. Otherwise, if you didn't cherry pick, you'd never win an argument. I don't see the problem.
You can't win. It's not about winning arguments. It's about getting it right, the facts right.
No, it's all about winning arguments. He doesn't deal in facts. He doesn't care about
No,
facts.
I've heard him say that actually.
Yeah, yeah.
What, Riley?
Yeah,
Actually
it's all
said
about
that.
the argument.
Could be unicorn farts. It doesn't matter.
What a dickhead.
Yep.
Yes.
No wonder he doesn't know anything.
I don't have to measure it.
He
The
knows it's a
quanta
globe.
does not have to be demonstrated, quote
Yep.
unquote.
Yep.
I have a list of these things because they're just too good to be forgotten.
Yeah.
Are you having fun and games there, Pip?
Oh, flip.
Flip.
Totally forgot to mute myself. I was on the phone. Sorry about that.
It wouldn't have mattered. They wouldn't have heard it.
No.
Oh, get Bob out of the road.
Oh.
Yeah, get Bob done.
Well, mute while while the video's playing. Yeah.
This is Bob the Science Guy. You know, I had an interesting experience today at the office. I had a patient come in and I happened to notice that he came from Lansing, which is quite a ways from where my office was today. And if he came from Lansing, he had obviously passed half a dozen doctors that do what I do. So I asked him, "Why did you come up to see me?" And he leaned a little closer to me and said, "Because I'm a fan of the secret YouTube channel you have." And he gave me this thing that he made for me. So I want to dedicate this show to Brian. Thank you very much for coming up and showing your appreciation. That really meant a lot to me today. It actually made my day. Now, today we're going to go ahead and finish our interview with Dr. Pinizzotto. Now, Sleeping Warrior had misused a demonstration on YouTube that Dr. Pinizzotto had done when he was with Wentworth Technical Institute concerning buoyancy and density and why submarines come up and down. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little clip from that and show Sleeping Warrior's comments on it, and then we'll come back.
But what we also believe in is industry collaborative, interdisciplinary learning. Okay, so the interdisciplinary part is that we needed to know some engineering, we needed to do the experiment, we needed to talk to our physics guys, and we needed to talk to the math people about how do we calculate the volume of the ball. How does industry come into this? Let's say you're one of our students and you go and you get a job at General Dynamics Boat Works in Connecticut. What do? They make submarines. You want submarines to both float and to sink. You know now that you have to design a submarine so it's less dense than water. But you also know you want that submarine to go underwater. Great, you know that that submarine has to be denser than the water. So now as an engineer, you know you have to develop a system that will make that submarine at your command be either less dense than water or more dense than the water. It's a perfect application to bring industry, direct to industry collaboration into this funny little experiment, which started with a simple question: why does a bowling ball float?
Now, I think based on the first two episodes of this interview, it's very apparent that Sleeping Warrior is misapplying principles to this video that Dr. Pinizzotto made. And Dr. Pinizzotto's not very pleased about it. So without further ado, let's cue up the music and go see what Dr. Pinizzotto has to say about all this. If you would, please go ahead and go down there and click on the captions now so that you can clearly see what Dr. Pinizzotto is talking about. Now, you've taken an opportunity to actually look at the video that was made based on your video. Do you have any comments that you would like to make to the viewers of that video to make sure that they understand your position relative to that video?
Sure. Well, first of all, I think it was taken out of context and I wasn't contacted about it. And I think both of those things are a major problem. And certainly not scientific. You would never use somebody's work without citing it. Science and actually even in journalism. So I was actually kind of aggravated that they took some parts of my presentation out of context without even talking. That's the first thing. The second thing is there are lots of different ways that we could have to that particular demonstration. One way would have been for me to give everybody in the audience equations or put the equations up on the overhead screen or do all that kind of stuff, ask everybody that. That wasn't the point. I mean, that was not a good way to do this. So using the term density assumed that the people in the audience would know that there were forces at play. The people I was talking to were potentially coming there to be an engineer or to be a scientist or to be a designer, to be an architect. The assumption that I could make, and I think it was a very safe assumption, would be that they had some physics background. And so they would know that for those bowling balls to be there, there had to be a equilibrium of forces. Otherwise, they would have been rolling off the table and rolling through the auditorium, doing something else. And so, taking the word density out of context like this, which was talking about the density of the bowling balls relative to their volume. It's not even the density of the material they're made out of. It was the density overall. We could talk about the density of a ship in a couple of different ways. The overall density of a ship has to be such that it will float. That means its density has got to be less than the density less than the volume it displaces has to be less than its weight or it won't float. And so that's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, there's a couple of misconceptions about why things fall, for example. And if you could just address those, I'd like to finish up with that. Now, it's been said that the reason that things fall to the ground, like you pick up a rock and drop it and it falls back down to the ground. It's been said that the reason it falls is that you pick it up, put energy into it, and it wants to return to where it came from. Is that why objects fall, or are outside forces involved?
No, that's not why. The outside force is the force we're talking about, which is the force due to gravity. So let's think about this for let's suppose that I took my 16-pound bowling ball outside and I took an equally round piece of styrofoam so that it would have the same volume, but they are completely, drastically different ways. If I dropped them and we didn't have any error, they would hit it from the same height. They would hit the ground together, even though one had an overall much higher density than the other, right?
Yeah.
Bowling ball is 16 pounds. My styrofoam, if it's only this big around, probably only weighed an ounce, less than. If I drop them outside in the air, a styrofoam ball might get flown around. So, doing that experiment is difficult. But if there was no air, we put them in a vacuum chamber and drop them. They would drop at the same rate. It's because gravity is the force between any two objects. And it turns out that the force is proportional to their mass in the distance. And when you work it out, the mass of the Earth is so massive that they fall down and they accelerate at the same rate and hit the ground at the same time.
So if you were to take those 3 bowling balls that you floated in the fish tank, and you were to roll them off the roof of the building at exactly the same time, because they are relatively heavy, which means mass times gravity, that's weight. Because they were relatively heavy compared to their surface area and the cross section that had to cut through the wind, they would all land at roughly the same instant, wouldn't they? Even though they had different weights?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Galileo did that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he did. I think off the Tower of Pisa, didn't he?
Yes, absolutely. About 1610 or so, somewhere in in the early 1600s anyway, and showed that large weight and a small weight hit the ground at the same time from the top of the Tower of Pisa.
Yep.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can do that experiment. It's not that tough to do. You know, going back one last time to Einstein and Newton, even though Einstein is a more accurate description of something called gravity than Newton was, Einstein didn't supersede Newton and invalidate everything in Newtonian gravity, because we can still use Newtonian physics to build bridges, right?
Right. Now, here's a principle that I personally had a difficult time with when I first went to college. I think a lot of people don't have the same problem. In science, we sometimes will do things that are very, very good approximations within whatever we can measure that aren't necessarily absolutely super accurate to the very, very last 100th decimal place. Okay? And that's what's going on here, is that with we use Newton's laws and we apply Newtonian dynamics to systems that are not moving very fast and staying more or less in the same gravitational field, it all works out fine. That the difference between that and Einsteinian type view of gravity, as we said before, is totally negligible. You don't have to get involved with tensor calculus when we're building static structures on the Earth.
Yeah, and as I recall, one of the problems that Einstein addressed early on was the precession of the orbit of Mercury, I believe is the correct term.
Yeah.
And Newtonian physics made an error in that prediction of that orbit of the planet Mercury around the sun that was on the order of a couple of arc seconds per century. So as long as you weren't worried about those last 1 or 2 arc seconds of precession over a century, Newtonian physics predicted the orbit of Mercury. Einstein just cleaned up those last couple little arc seconds. So
that's one way to look at it. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, so basically you're looking at the ultimate fine details. You know, you just describe it a little better. Does it matter really if you describe pi to 5 decimal places or 100? And then once you get to 100, what's the difference in accuracy between 100 and 150 decimal places? But there is a difference.
There is a difference, but for all the calculations that we need to do, we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for stopping by today and taking a few minutes with us. Hopefully, we'll get to chat again another time and preferably avoid a couple of technical issues that we had earlier. But do you have any parting words for the viewers?
No, I just would, well, I guess these are parting words, right? I would ask all the viewers to really take some time to learn about how science works. I think it's really important. It's what our society is based on, and things need to be based on facts. I would encourage them to find out the scientific facts and all of the other facts that they need for conclusions.
Well, thank you again. I really appreciate you stopping by, and hope to talk to you again sometime in the future. Take care. Well, guys, thank you very much for stopping by. This is not the first time that I have called out the Flat Earth community on misusing scientific citations, but it was very nice to actually get the source person of the citation that they misused and get some comments from them. And as a side benefit, we got a lot of other good information from Dr. Pinizzotto, who's a master educator, and demonstrated that in these 3 interviews. So hopefully we're going to do a few more of these. I have a couple of people and some phone calls out right now. So maybe we'll have some more of these interviews coming up if you like them. In the meantime, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and the little bell icon over there. I'd really appreciate having you on Team Bob. Take care, guys.
Yeah, can you mute it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're finished now. It's finished.
Yeah.
The only
Can I just?
concession is he needs a microphone. I can send him one if he wants.
Yeah. Can I
That's
just show
bad.
a picture, please, Terry?
That's
As
painful.
long as it's
listening
not
to
porn.
Of course not. Not that silly. We do that on the private server.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on RoboCop 24/7, y'all.
Right.
All RoboCop porn all the time.
If the Flurfs want to do something, all right, this is the type of telescope you should get yourself. Okay?
Look,
cost
we're
you a
looking
couple
at-
of grand, right?
Oh.
Okay. It has built-in Wi-Fi. Means you can hotspot it off your phone.
Wait, but that means
Current-
that NASA can send it all that fake information.
You can run a VPN. That way
They
NASA
can
can't
hack
track
it.
you.
Yeah,
Okay?
you think that. You live in the Matrix, son.
You're expecting a flurfer to understand how to set up a VPN.
Well, no,
Really?
okay. All right. I'll help them. All right. There's actually one out there called Dummy VPN.
Hold on, and Davros, does that telescope come in a little 6-inch by 6-inch box, and you pull it out, and then there's a little sign on it that says "Just add water," and then you drop a little drop of water on it, and it up into a giant telescope?
It's actually a
If
collapsible
not,
one.
If not, I think you've also hit a snag.
It's
in
actually
this
collapsible.
little
See those little handles on it? That's for carrying it. So the three shafts actually.
No assembly is required.
All you have to do is undo
But wouldn't
the.
that interfere with it if it's kind of empty in the middle?
Yeah, you don't need that because the light, it's not picking light up from it. It's for night time. But even during the day, you could use it like that. But obviously, you put the cover.
Yeah,
on
you
it.
put a cover over the hole.
Yeah.
It's off.
All you need is a dark material and wrap it around it.
A sock. That comes with it.
I've read that.
How much did you say it was?
Wasn't that good?
I didn't say how much it was.
You said a couple of grand.
2,000.
It'd be a couple of grand for something like this, but it's
You
collapsible.
can get one a lot cheaper
Okay,
than that.
and it even comes with a couple of handles so you can lift the bloody thing, and it comes on a rotating deck. Okay, so
Yeah,
if you
the
actually
old
had
dog
a
says
ute or a truck, you could bolt the damn thing to the back of it. But it
I've seen
collapses.
some like
That slides down. The top of that slides down to make it more compact.
Do you get a cork gun with your deck?
No, you don't need no cork, mate. Right, but the brilliant thing is the amount of telescopes you can get now, and anywhere from $150 to a few $1,000s.
$99.95. I saw a really good one the other day. Simple, basic starter telescope, but has all the bells and whistles you need. Pretty simple, $100.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could
I
see,
don't-
you
I
could see
don't want
great
any bells
features
and-
on the moon.
I don't want
with
any
one of
bells
those.
and
You could
whistles.
get-
No, you only need $100 then.
I've got bells and whistles, mate, but bloody cloudy skies.
It's on Amazon.com for $1,135.
There you go.
Dollars? Oh, that's nice.
£900, something like that.
No, it doesn't seem to.
They're the ones with programmed coordinates, so that all you have to do is press on the little remote thing on the side there. Is that right?
Yeah, if it's a go-to, yeah.
Yeah.
1,800
Yeah, that's what I've got.
Australian dollars by the looks of it.
Australian,
Mine's got a
so it'll be
go-to,
half
yeah.
that. I was going to say they should be a lot cheaper than
Yeah.
1,000. But yeah, in Britain
Well,
they're about
my-
500 quid.
My 6-inch Newtonian cost
Bragger.
me $490, and that came with a tripod.
I caught that brag too, Terry. I caught that, Terry. I've only got a 3-inch American.
I dropped
Yeah, and I've got a
a
6-inch Newtonian.
I did drop a link in the
Otherwise
side chat
known as a
to Terry too.
150mm mirror.
I can make a bigger one out of wood.
That's not 6 inches.
No idea what mine are.
said.
What's not 6 inches?
150 mil.
Okay, so 12 inches is roughly 30 centimeters.
Roughly.
Therefore,
no,
a 6-inch mirror is roughly 150mm.
Yeah,
There's
6 inch pipe's
25.4 mil. There's
Yeah, just
25.4.
don't be pedantic. What are you, fluffer?
Yeah.
What's
Go
your
on, you're
margin
going to use
there?
some racist mathematics, are you?
Some days I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Colonial
I want it to
white
the-
man's math.
I want
If
the
you must know,
measurements to the
its
millionth.
diameter is almost 155mm, but we won't get too technical.
But it's 6 inches in freedom units.
In freezing.
That's all that matters.
Sorry.
But it's a girthy 3 inches, okay? That's all I'm going to say.
I reckon they invented the metric system so you could get ripped off from the inches to. Because
maybe
when
they
they
just
used
did
to
it 'cause
sell
it was easy to
tobacco
round
here, when they used to sell tobacco here in ounces, it used to be 28.3 grams to an ounce. Now it's been reduced to 25 grams. I want my eighth. Give me my eighth back. I'm not being.
Give
What
me
I,
my
that's what I
eyeball
say
back.
about my foreskin all the time. I'm like, give me that eighth of an inch back. Give me that back.
Look, you can blame the French
Yes.
because
Bloody
they were the
French.
first ones to adopt the metric system.
I blame the French for a lot of
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, I'll blame the French too.
I dropped another video in the side chat there for you, Terry. It's the bowling ball versus feathers in a vacuum chamber in regards to gravity.
Can't play it.
What from the
I've
side
already got that put away, that video.
Ah.
Yeah, that's a channel.
I've
bust.
played it before, but I have to do it a certain way.
Oh, well, this is a 58-second one.
No, I don't.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I've got it here.
Yeah, hang
Is
on.
that the BBC one?
I just got to show you.
Of course, BBC. Duh.
They've now invented a paradigm shift camera.
Oh.
Oh,
The
they
Kepler
built
CMOS
that.
paradigm
They built
shift.
that one
I
for
reckon
Lemon
Lemon
Bird.
Bird would be happy to
I
hear
was
about that.
Lemon Bird would love that.
Oh yes.
Oh yes, your paradigm shift camera's gonna work treats going through the ether.
I'm having a PTSD flashback. Stop. I'm just kidding.
Well, just because you got PTSD means that you believe in atomism and you've been taking
I'm
vaccinations.
about to brush my teeth with a 12 gauge, Stavros, please.
Please stop. I'm having a PTFE flashback.
PTSD. PTLB.
Yeah, see, I
post-traumatic
always knew
lemon
you
bird.
suffered a trauma from your religious beliefs.
Oh.
yeah, says the religitard himself.
Yeah, it is 30 grams.
Oh, but I
Steve,
couldn't name you a single verse from the Bible.
Yes,
Well, he read the
just...
children's illustrated version once when he was a kid.
Yes.
He admitted that to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like in somebody's Discord the other day, he admitted that to me, and that just cracked me up.
Does anyone want to know what happens to eggs in a vacuum chamber?
Sure.
Yeah, I know what happens.
Fried or scrambled or poached. What are we talking about?
No,
Sunny
just
side
eggs.
up.
Riley's favorite kind, just eggs.
Just eggs. Okay. I'll show
Found
you.
another one because I'm looking for all sorts of stuff on gravity, and eggs popped up. So I thought, why not?
Yeah.
In the side chat.
Let's do an egg experiment.
And I hope the temperature was measured with a hydrometer. And of course, you measure pressure with a thermometer.
Well, yeah, of course, because I keep my oven and freezer both accurate with my barometer. So
Exactly.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, you got to be careful of the warm fronts coming in, though, haven't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a warm front. Just
No,
depends
there
who it's
isn't.
attached to.
Yeah.
I like a warm rear too.
And it's not just one egg this time; it's 6 of them.
I don't see any eggs in this.
I see a telescope.
Yep, I
Yeah.
can see a telescope being assembled.
There is one site. problem with those framed obsidians? Dust.
Hmm.
In the wind.
Well, not even that. There doesn't even have to be wind. Just from the atmosphere, from the amount of dust particles that's in the air anyway, whether it was windy or not, you're going to get.
But there's always technically wind, right?
You can always put the sock on it so it isn't open.
It's still open at the top.
Yeah. You want
It's
to
open
wrap
on
for
all
protection.
telescopes.
Is it a closed
no.
telescope or an open
No.
telescope?
On
cannot
Newtonian
make that
telescopes, they're
yes.
all open.
Yes.
Yes.
So I told you my telescope was
So
made of wood and it was bigger.
That is a Newtonian.
No, it's a Dobsidian.
It's still a Newtonian.
No,
Star.
it's called a Dobsidian.
Yes, because of the
there's the
mount.
socks.
It's called a Dobsidian.
I don't think they're
because of the
recognising
mount.
that fact. No, what I said.
I recognize it, Terry. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's it.
In the peanut gallery, they all heard. They all know the truth.
Yeah.
So who was the guy named the refracting telescope? Was his
Mr.
name
Refractor. Mr. Refractor.
Mr. Refractor.
John Refractor.
Yeah, John Refractor. I
John
couldn't think of his first
Refractor
name.
was a yeah. Well, it's always John. Just think about it. Whenever you need to answer that question, just say John and then the name of the invention. Like, who invented the microwave oven? John Microwave. The perfect
John
answer.
Gadget,
Like,
John Watsit, John Thingamajig,
yeah.
John Doodad, the great
John Hoosers.
John Doodad.
That's what we always did growing up.
This is an egg. That's the moon.
That is not.
Do you know
an egg.
that was
That's
that was the first correct statement that Riley the retard ever said.
What,
this is an egg.
Egg.
And then it all went rapidly downhill from there.
Yeah. All downhill.
But he started off so well. This is an egg. Yes, well done. You should, what's next? This is a banana.
Look at that. That is,
Hey, you guys should be on What's My Fruit.
that's so nice, isn't it? I expect they're the images you get as well, don't you, Davros?
Oh, is this the one where the little ghost kid comes running by the
moon.
camera?
Who's at the moon?
You.
I'm kidding.
Those pictures, they're just shit, and I expect yours to come up like that as well, don't they?
CGI.
Those things seem to have fallen at the same speed.
Oh, no. Have you heard the argument?
Volleyball hit first.
No. No.
What's the
They're
argument?
the moose.
What?
Oh, jeez. Where the hell it... Oh, recon, guys. Like, get with it. Get with it, right? So, apparently, the feather twists within the vacuum. I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know when, and I don't know where, because it's
Kinetic
not done.
energy.
No.
From being released.
No one has witnessed any movement of the feather apart from the downward force.
So what does that have to do with a moose?
Well, apparently,
The ether that's inside that vacuum.
Don't do that. Don't do
what,
that. Don't do
what
that,
causes the feather to twist, and also for the tip of the feather to hit the deck first. See?
Right.
But what they failed to realize, it's the top of the objects that is falling at the same rate, because that's where they both got released from. It's not the bottom that you're looking at; it's the top.
No. That's where I was looking anyway when that started. Not the I was always looking at the top of those things.
But look at the feathers hitting first.
Yeah, the feathers hit first.
The feathers are longer than the bullroos.
Yeah.
Hush with your logic and reason.
Hey, just because you think your bits are longer than your balls, I mean, come on. I'm a tripod here.
So that debunks their theory then, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but they keep ignoring it. This one's been brought up I don't know how many times.
But it's also that, and actually that's the thing, the perspective of that bottom camera, okay, it's slightly below the feather. It's slightly below the feathers, so it makes it look like the feathers are above the ball. It's not directly in line.
Yeah, but you can clearly see the feathers touch Buzz because they're longer.
And not just that.
But it's not. It's not about. It's not about the bottom of the object.
I know it isn't, but they'd still
Then
touch
shut up.
They still hit the deck at the same time.
Yeah.
But they're saying density and buoyancy.
Mm-hmm.
The heavier object will fall quicker. That just proves their point that it doesn't.
Oh no, because they try and break it down to within that nanometer, blah blah blah. Even though they don't even know what a nanometer is.
Yeah, it's not really.
Isn't
it's
it
not
a
really-
measuring device for a relative? Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. No.
How many grandmothers have you got?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with
that.
Look out, Stingray's here. We're going to get all serious now.
Someone just said that they think it's buoyancy and that wouldn't happen. Well, relative density and that kind of thing. Well, you've sucked all the density out of the chamber. So what are you on about? Of course, this is going to happen.
Well, I think Stingray. The important part to remember there is it's the relative density is effective dependent on the medium that it's falling through. That's the word that Anthony Riley likes to medium push
And
out.
what medium is in that chamber left in it once they've
There
sucked
is none.
everything out?
Exactly. There is none.
All right, so now everything will fall at the same
At
rate.
the same
'cause-
rate. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, you're forgetting about the ether.
There's no.
Yeah, he didn't suck the ether out.
Yeah, but you're not a flat earther, are you? No,
You can't remove something that isn't there.
See, you guys are using bloody logic and global reasoning, right? The
Sorry.
flat earthers believe in ether.
Dare you?
They will argue
I'm
that
saying
to the death.
no. I'm saying you sucked all the force vector of relative density disequilibrium. I can't even say it. Wait a minute. The force vector of relative density disequilibrium, blah blah blah, is derived from the mediums that it's passing through. Normally, that would be the air, which is obviously made up of various gases. However, you've taken most of them away, so this is exactly what we would expect on a relative density disequilibrium existence.
Yeah, what you said.
Blah 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 blah.
What's that? What's that? No comeback. Okay, fair enough.
The ether was leaking in through the cracks of that
What's
concrete
your
bunker.
independent variable?
I've got to come back. Type something in that's out in the peanut gallery, Stingray.
Yeah.
Well, no, Stingray. The question is, who's the flat earther in here?
At the moment, I'll tell you exactly who the flat earther is in here.
Yeah, it's Stingray. No, it's Stingray.
Stingray.
Well, he's the only one building a flat Earth model.
We'll see what
I think it's one of Stingray's pretend to be a flatard days.
Yeah. Stingray just typed something in the peanut gallery.
Yay!
Oh, interesting.
Get 'em.
Interesting.
Welcome to the Terry timeout.
Bye.
Bye, Stingray. Enjoy
Bye,
your 5
Stingray.
minutes of
Nice
fame.
knowing you.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
You go in the closet. Think about what you just said.
It rubs the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose
That
again.
timeout had nothing to do with what you said, Stingray.
Oh, I know. I was teasing.
Another body on the pile.
That room must be getting fairly full by now, Terry.
I bet we can make some pretty good bacon out of him. What do you guys
Got
think?
46 likes now.
What the?
Lemon birdie. It's
Oh,
a
I'm
lemon
having
birdie.
a PTFE moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we not go down that
Birdie.
sewage route?
Yeah, I don't want to go down that hole.
Yeah.
What? Am I triggering your PTSD?
Yeah,
PTLB.
I can smell them from here. That's the point. How can you tell when the flat earther's walking towards you?
You can smell them before you see them.
Yes, you're looking for the manure tractor. Hey, where the hell's that bullshit coming from? Sorry, Terry.
Why? What happened? I missed something.
I said the sh word.
No, you're allowed to say that word.
Sugar. Don't know if John's saying what's happened to Sheeples.
I don't know. I timed him out and he hasn't came back.
Yeah, he probably got upset.
No,
3.5.
Probably didn't know what was
3.5.
going on.
Good night, people.
Why didn't he just join the panel?
He usually does. Where's he gone to? Let's see if I can
Hail
find him.
Sagan.
No, I don't know where he is. He's disappeared.
What?
I would like Farmer's Boy to read this one.
He's not there.
Oh, okay then. We live in a society absolutely dependent on science and technology, and yet have cleverly arranged things so that almost no one understands science and technology. That's a clear prescription for disaster.
Who's what?
I wish I could do a better Carl Sagan because I would have read it more like this. We live in a society absolutely dependent on science and technology, and yet have cleverly arranged things so that almost no one understands science and technology. That's a clear prescription for disaster.
I don't even think that's a real Carl Sagan quote.
Actually, you will find that it actually is, but
is it?
That's actually a cherry-picked quote because he
We
then goes
found
on.
one. We found one the other day about scientific illiteracy that he did say was his biggest worry about the future was the rate of scientific illiteracy in the United States.
Yeah, that was actually part of a lecture he gave on the importance of fundamental scientific understanding of the general population. Is that we will get to a point where people are left behind because of the advancement of technology, and it's happening right now.
Oh yeah, it happened 40 years ago.
Yeah, but what we're doing, we're seeing so you know how we've got that economic scale. You know, you've got homeless, poor, low income, mid-level income, high income, elite income, or whatever, whichever way that scale goes, right? Apparently, there's a scale that's even worse than that when it comes to technological literacy. Okay, the understanding of the technology that you're having to use. I mean, there's some people still don't know how to use an ATM.
What's one of them?
Anytime money.
I think you're missing the point about technology. It's not there for you to understand it, but to contribute to society and make something better or make something possible, in which case you don't need to understand it. The people that create it do.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
they're
it's not. It's
cleverly
not
covering
about.
it up.
It's not about the creation of the product itself. It's being able to use the technology that is bettering your life.
Like we're doing.
Like knowing how
and
to
I mean,
program.
if you have all that knowledge in a very, very small number of hands, that to me is a bad. You're going to have a bad day. At some point, when the numbers get to the point where, 9 out of 10 people have no basic understanding of the concepts involved with science and technology, that's when I think you're in absolute trouble.
It's when you have to go over and set your auntie's VCR to record 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Know what I mean?
No, that's not.
I just want to say.
Can I finish?
No, I just want to say, just before you finish on that statement, if that is an amazing VCR. If you can set it to fucking record 30 years ago, I want that VCR.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they're not being able to understand how the accelerometer in their phone works and how it can detect gravity. How it detects gravity and how it actually displays that on the screen. It's like Jin and his spirit level on his phone app that he took on the plane that D-Marble also took a physical. Like that is just ridiculous. You can't use a spirit level. Come on, guys, seriously.
No, I'm talking about how you used to be able to set up the length that a VCR would record for. You know, my hour show's on, and we're about to go out. Can you show me how to set it to record in 5 minutes and then only go for the hour, right? That sort of thing, right? The fact that people can't do that sort of thing, or trying to record something on your Foxtel, your Sky Network TV, running off your Foxtel box, having to set series record. Some people don't even know how to push the yellow bloody button.
Yes,
right?
but that's very small proportion of modern day people.
Setting up an email.
Yeah, that's a small proportion. It's a small proportion in today's world.
No, it's not a small proportion. It's actually a rather large marginal proportion that they put on short courses at TAFEs all around the country for people to learn how to log into a computer.
Yeah, that's mainly people that don't use the technology, and that's quite small. Most people
but this is the thing.
Majority of people that have been leaving school in the last 20 years know how to use a smartphone, know how to use a computer.
They're not the people that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about a small proportion of people.
No.
Relative, yeah.
No, representatively.
talking about boomers.
The low income population are the ones that are ignoring being able to use it. There are people in mid-range economies that can't afford tablets and laptops. They might have a smartphone, but that's all they've got, and a television, right? This is where it's coming. You look at my house. We've got.
I feel bad for those poor primitive Amazonian tribesmen with their only having smartphones. And
I want to go live with one of those primitive tribes.
Most unemployed people I know in this country have got every electronic device you can possibly think of.
Yeah, but there's to go to our unemployment agencies and to our welfare department, you have to be able to log into your Centrelink to use applications.
I see
there.
where he's going with this. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a but to that. You can go to the Centrelink and use one of their computers.
No, but there's people that go there and don't know how to do it.
Well, here's the other thing
too.
too.
Then they send you on a course. Then you don't have to put your form in, and you can go and do a computer course.
No, Terry. That's not what it's about. It's that they get sent to those courses and they don't go to those courses.
Well,
but here's the other thing
willful ignorance thing.
Well, if we're talking specifically about the Centrelink system, I would actually argue that the people that have set the Centrelink system up know less than the average phone user does about a website. That thing is hopeless. I don't know who they got to make that. It is utterly useless.
Yeah, I understand it, but if you walk into, because like the area I live in is classified as a low socioeconomic area. Okay, so the economy is not.
It's Kenny's trailer park.
It's got great profit capabilities out here, but it's the average wage is really low. Now, a lot of the people you'll see in the Centrelink have had to go and log in to do their form, but they're also there for an appointment, right? And they're cracking the shits at the computer because they've forgotten their password.
Well, if I give you my example, when I go to the job network provider that I've got, I walk in there, I sit down, he asks me how I'm going, I'm saying, great, is there anything I can do for you? No. Okay, when's my next appointment? That's it. Because there's nothing they can do for me, because I'm completely opposite to what you're saying about the people that do go to those places. They don't have a computer, they have to help them out, even getting their resume sorted out and cover letters.
No, I was talking directly about Centrelink, Terry.
Yeah, well, Centrelink don't do all that.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Job Club. I was talking about Centrelink.
And
low socioeconomic people that are going in there having to use that technology, and they don't understand how to use it.
Yeah, but they're a small percentage, Davros.
Not in my area, they're not.
I had a problem with figuring out some Centrelink stuff, actually. I didn't realize that you could link all of your medical record things to the MyGov system. Dav was actually helping me with it earlier. This is actually a really good example. I consider myself quite technically minded when it comes to computers and things like that. I had no idea you could link this system to MyGov so that you could go and have a look at all the medical records that you've had from, the 80s or whatever that they've now digitized. I had no idea you could do that. Ended up having to ring one of them up, and Dav helped me with it earlier. Helped me go through the health record thing, link it to Centrelink. So yeah, he's right. Someone like me that had no idea that was an available option. I do understand where he's coming from with that.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff you have to work it out for yourself.
Yeah, it's
But
not very self-explanatory.
Unless you've got those fundamentals to get to that point, you're never going to get there. So that's where you fall behind. And it's a snowballing effect. It's like people not knowing how to program a GPS. I mean, how long have we had GPS in cars for? What, 15 years? 15, 20 years we've been able to have GPS in the car, downloadable maps. But if you can't log onto a computer, you can't update the maps. Next time you go to use it, you end up running into a dead end.
I don't use one. Use a map. You won't get lost then.
I have 3-4 types of GPS systems, so it doesn't really matter. I'll use Apple Maps, Waze, Google Maps, bloody Navigon, TomTom, you name it, they're all on my phone. So
yeah,
see what the problem is. And the thing about technology, here's the thing about technology. Because you can't just bracket, you can't just have a generalization of technology and then come up with contrived examples of how people don't understand it or can't use it, or it doesn't work like that. That's not how you can classify technology. An example is this. We have a brilliant, well, I say brilliant, a fairly good mail service over here called Royal Mail. Now, it was my task about 8 years ago to update all of Royal Mail's logistics software and in-cab transport management, along with item management, by use of a ruggedized tablet. Wait a minute, a ruggedized tablet. I had to write the software for it. A ruggedized tablet in the cab. Now, the first thing that I did is say, great, we need to find out what these people are using right now. We need a month of figuring out how they work and what they do right now. They work on paper and they work on a paper binder. Okay, that's fair enough. Now we need to understand the user. We need taxonomy and demographic classification of individuals that are going to be using this. So send BAs out and get all the information. The average driver age that came back of a survey of 1,000 records from Royal Mail was that the average driver age was 63.
Whoa.
Now, at this point, great. Now, what type of 63-year-old are they? Do they use Instagram? Do they use Facebook? Do they know about mobile apps? Blah, blah, blah. You build up a persona of what that individual is. And then you say, right, I'm going to design software for this fucker. Shit, we need a swear jar. I'm going to design software for this for these people. But it can't be software because it came back. They weren't Instagram. They weren't, a lot of them had smartphones, but a lot of it, they didn't use Facebook. If they did, they only used it like passively for reference, and they found it difficult. The problem with introducing new technology is there's always a resilience. So you need to mitigate and minimize that. So I actually took charge of the UX design on this as well and said, right, well, the problem about the software is they can get lost in it. And the second they get lost, they've got frustration. They didn't want to be using it anyway, which heightens it, which means now they're utterly dismayed with it and they'll complain, they'll turn it off, they'll actively try and go against it. So what does paper offer that a tablet and software doesn't? Well, paper is safe. You know where you are at any moment in time. It's controllable. You shut the binder. You open it to the tabs that you want. It's that simple. Great. We'll design the software exactly like that. So we designed a binder tab-based navigation piece of software for them to manage the logistics and do the package deliveries, and it worked and everybody was happy. Now that's an isolated tiny little thing that I have personal experience in, but I could have designed that software and thought, I just want to make the world's best software. There you go. And it's going to be the most advanced and amazing. And that's a wrong choice for a software design specialist. So when you say people don't know how to use it, they shouldn't need to, or it should be so simple to them. Software, when you write software or technology or build technology, you do it for very simple reasons. You do it to make someone's life easier. You do it to mitigate human error, or you do it to reduce costs, or you do it to make something available that hasn't been previously. And they are the only four statutes that I would stick to when building software. So it's too easy to generalize and say, oh, they don't know this. But
did you miss the essential things that I spoke about? Email and logging in.
Yes, well, email could be a lot easier.
What's learning how to type in your email address and your password?
I don't think a lot of people suffer from that anymore. If there's an on-screen prompt for a username and password, it's a cognitive issue there. It is not a software design or technology issue. If there is a label that says enter your username,
it's the people.
Oh yeah, but what I'm saying is that generalization, I think that's contrived. I do not believe that exists. And if it does, it will be no different to them filling it out on a form. That contrived example is no different to paper. It's no different to asking them the question. So the software is irrelevant at that moment. That's what I'm saying.
And with something like an email address and your password, usually you can go and click on your username and it'll pre-fill because you've previously entered the information.
No, but it won't at Centrelink. It won't do that.
No, it won't.
What is Centrelink, by the way, just out of interest?
It's our human services.
No, they're not human services. No, they're not human services anymore.
It is part of the Department of Human Services, my friend.
It's not.
It's unemployment.
No, they're just
no,
services
it's not
now.
unemployment. It's Department of Human Services. It's
No,
where you get your pension,
as
your
of
New Start, or any other financial help from the government.
As of the 1st, it's not human services anymore. I only just found that out today. It's not human services anymore. They've actually dropped the human from it. It's just services now.
No, I have a feeling you'll find it still.
Check it. Go and have a look right now. It's not. I checked because I was in the Centrelink office today and I said, oh, it's Department of Human Services, my ass. And she turned around and said, well, that's not what we're called anymore. I literally said that to a Centrelink employee today. And she said, oh, we don't call ourselves that anymore. So yeah, it's not. And if you check the website, let me have a look.
So what's our equivalent over here, farmers?
It's called Universal Credit.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes,
so it's just like right. So it's like the governing body for benefit system or something like that.
Yeah, because you don't really have a job centre per se anymore. It's all just sort of lumped together.
So the problem with criticising government systems is the individuals that legislated or mandated or enacted the directives to carry out that work most likely had no idea what the hell they were on about. They left it ambiguous, and then a company just comes in and takes the piss. And that's prevalent throughout the world.
You ought to hear the people that I speak to when I go and chat to them about it. They are furious about it. They don't know who writ it, but it was a nightmare swapping over from the old system to the new system because they weren't really given full training on how the software worked and where you put stuff and everything. And I
check the Discord DMs, Dav. I just took a screenshot.
Yeah, Centrelink is now called Services, but it's still under the Department of Human Services.
No, it's not Department of Human. It's Services, not human.
No, it is. It is. The Department of Human Services is an umbrella.
Have a look at the screen grab I just dropped you. It's not. They dropped human from the name.
Well, why does it still have Human Services SA?
They haven't gotten to you yet.
I think that is a very telling sign. There could be adding sort of like animals to the list as well. That'd be awesome.
No, they want it to go completely computerized online. They want to wipe the offices out. They don't want you to have an office to be able to go down to talk to someone anymore. They want the whole thing online now.
Yeah, you have to make bloody phone calls all day, spend your whole day at home waiting on. Yeah.
Spend an hour and a half
to
on
India.
The phone waiting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Colin.
No,
So, yeah.
which that's even worse though, right? Think about this, right? You got someone who doesn't understand the financial hardship that the people in the country go through. Going, oh, sorry, you were late for your appointment. What appointment? I've got nowhere to go now. How are you going to make appointments? How are you going to see see the specialists that they have?
And I'll tell you what,
see your
9 times
forms?
out of 10, they organize a phone appointment for you. 9 times out of 10, they won't call you. You'll have to ring them the next day and go, what happened to the phone appointment that I had yesterday? I've had to do this 4 or 5 times in the last 3 months, ring them and
and then they go,
reorganize
oh,
stuff.
we tried to ring you, but you didn't answer.
Yep.
And then you go through your phone records and you go, hang on, no, you didn't. There's no phone call.
That is one thing they've been getting busted on massively, saying that they've been trying to call people, but haven't been. They've been lying about that to the media and everything.
Yeah, well, this is a bureaucracy thing that happened to me. Back in August, I got picked for a second audit by the bureaucracy for my pension, right? Because my partner earns money, they want to take 50 cents in the dollar for every dollar she earns over $750, right? So if she earns $2,000, they're taking $500 off of my pension. It gives me $200 a fortnight, right? This fortnight I get paid $267 out of $703.
Well, you still owe me $268 for last month's friend fees as well, so cough up.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? The excuse they used, because I was under investigation. I was doing reporting for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Did the reporting for the 3 months, because that's what I was told to do. It was for 13 weeks, right? 8 fortnights, or 8 or 12 fortnights, one or the other. Anyway, did that. Rang them up, said, look, we've done all the reporting. What do we do now? Bloke on the phone turned around and said, you don't have to report anymore. Your pension will be reinstated. Okay, cool. 8 months later, August the 25th rolls around. Oh, apparently we tried to call you that you were to continue reporting. Why didn't you send me a letter? Oh, no, that's not up to us.
Yes, that's one thing I've been noticing a lot more with them. They keep saying, oh, that's not our job. Well, whose job is it?
Yeah, it's like I have to report my partner's income, even though she's paying taxes and the ATO know what she earns, yet I have to report to Centrelink what she earns. Bloody compartmentalization sucks.
It's getting systemic with, yes, the Department of Services now.
Yeah.
They're not human services anymore. Give it a few
No, but
weeks.
even
I'll
then-
bet you in the next few weeks you'll find you'll go to log onto that website and it'll just have Services SA on it. They're wiping out the
Oh no,
human
see,
part
that's
of
the
it.
thing. We already have a place called Services SA. It's where we do our registration.
Ah, interesting. Okay, yep. That
Yeah.
makes more sense then.
Yeah, if you type in Services SA, you'll get motor rego and licensing.
Well, that's all part of the MyGov thing. The MyGov is the umbrella website, but it has all of those services listed underneath it. Centrelink,
Yeah,
Medicare.
but the one it doesn't have is the ATO.
Oh, really?
No, the Australian Tax Office is not linked to MyGov.
Ah.
But the moment you do your tax return, for some reason, Centrelink know.
Well,
But everything else you do, financially, earning money, paying taxes, they don't know about. But once you lodge that tax return, bang, they know how much to give you in your family tax benefit or your supplement or whatever, or to adjust your payment.
Okay, here's a question. Do you use eTax or do you use an accountant to put your tax returns in?
My partner uses H&R Block.
Okay, there is an eTax thing that is linked, and I use eTax myself. It is linked to the Services New South Wales thing. if you go through that, and it actually says it in their website, they're like, we're linked via Services New South Wales. Or
Yes, but I
New South Wales.
guarantee you, if you make any taxable income, Centrelink will ask you to provide the information, not the tax department. That's the problem.
Right.
Why is it? You can just, I'll say it again, you can put in a tax return and bang, Centrelink will know that you've done it, right? But for the other 11 and a half months, you have to report the income. Even though at the end of June 30, once your group certificate's listed, the government knows. So what's going on? Why is this communication between our systems so flawed?
Fragmented.
I reckon it's a flat earther in charge.
Now, this sounds like all Globers. This is all Globers. Lies and deceit and misdirection.
Sounds like it actually sounds like
It's NASA. No, it's
it
NASA.
sounds like Chad is in charge of their offices, and we all know Chad likes to spend most of the day under the desk.
No, it's NASA. NASA is covering up. Yeah. That's what it is, you see, because they know you got paid by NASA.
Yeah, they know I get shill money that, like.
That's right.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to be careful.
Still haven't received my shekels, but, you know.
Have you took the microchip off your telescope yet?
Checks in the mail. Just keep an eye out for it. It's on its way. I promise.
Painted like how to cook a black swan. Very good.
That actually, I'm waiting for someone to get a like an inflatable swan. Whether you could get a black one or not. Actually, I probably know someone who could get me one. Because they live in Perth, so they might be able to send me one, being that it's their national animal or their state animal.
State animal.
Yeah. So we could.
Well, I know what I'm Googling later on. Black swan, blow up sex doll. All right.
Well, it was more the fact of getting just a regular one and then putting it on top of a boiling hot fry pan and watching it go. So filling it with a flammable gas, like LPG maybe?
Rather
do it
your
outside,
kitchen
of
than
course.
mine.
No, do it outside, of course, on a barbecue. Right?
Poor barbecue.
Heat up the barbecue, throw it on there and run. Just make sure you got your camera set up to watch it. Go pop! Say no more black swan.
I think your barbecue.
What my statistic streak is showing.
Did you guys see about the black swan thing? Did you guys see LK's new video where it was me, George, Blue Marble Science, Rumpus, and evaluating the black swan? I actually modelled it with the survey data and said that the photo actually doesn't even match flat Earth. It matches concave Earth. I needed a 0.04 degree upturn over 69 miles to match that photo.
Is that all?
I'll play a bit of that after this if I can get that bit out of it.
So you only needed a little bit of refraction to get that entire vision.
Oh no, that's from flat.
So that was on LK's server.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was a mess. Rumpus was supposed to do it, and then he couldn't, so Al stepped in and did
Rumpus
it.
couldn't do something? Oh my god.
Yeah, and oh my god, it got me and Ruhif. He got something completely, utterly wrong. He just didn't get it. I said, I said to him, one of the issues about that image is it is impossible because on a flat surface, as it breaks the laws of perspective. And he goes, and I said, if you take your observer height and you are, it doesn't matter what your height is, whether it's 1 foot or 1.5 meters, and then you look at either 1 foot or 1.5 meters.
Put a space elevation in between the K.
Yeah.
Elevation from the on the oil rig platforms, you've got two. You've got a
There it
parallel
is.
line. I could actually just show you the model if you wanted.
Well, you could, or we have to sit through this 3-hour video.
Yeah, well, while we're finding out where to pick out that, we'll get Professor Phil's recipe for cooking black swan.
Oh, you can't do that in the UK.
Good evening, folks. Well, today I had a rather interesting time listening to Ranty Flat Earth's show while driving to work. And I found it astonishing. Astonishing why? At the level of ignorance about Snell's law and how light bends. Also, I've noticed lately that flat earthers are going overboard with a film that they've been watching and they name it Black Swan. So apart from the fact that they misuse the Black Swan analogy, they have this completely wrong. In other words, what they're assuming is that the one time that they think they see something that shouldn't be apparent on a sphere means 2,000 years of science, all the rockets in space, all the satellites, all the science, Kepler, Newton, are all nonsense. That is their view. So the one time that they notice that, hang on a second, this really looks like it should be on a flat earth, all of a sudden they think, wow, all of science has been debunked. Because if you say there are no black swans and you spot one, well, that means that you must be wrong. That's not how science works. So, let's swing this over and we'll start with some basics about why light bends. Okay, and how it does. What we'll do after that is go into more detail. So we'll look at the specifics that relate to the oil rigs, which are the focus of this particular video. So let's get on with it and let's cook that black swan. Okay, here we are back again. So now you can see on my whiteboard here, I've got Snell's law, and we're going to be looking at refraction. Okay, and this pretty much for the layperson means the bending of light. Now let's have a look at some things first over here. So in this diagram over here, we've got two media. We've got water with a refractive index of 1.33, and we've got dry air with a refractive index of 1.0003. So pretty much close to 1. A vacuum would be a solid 1. So this is dry air, would be not that far off from the refractive index of a vacuum. Water is a long way off. Now, this here is the normal. Normal meaning perpendicular to the media that you're looking at. Okay, so this one here is the ray of incidence. So the incidence ray. This one here is the refracted ray. This particular one over here. This here is the incidence angle, and this here, theta 2, is the refracted angle. So as you can see, the rays that coming in, it bends because this medium is more dense. The ray bends, and apparently to the observer up here, the observer thinks that they're looking at a straight line. However, They are not. They're actually looking at this particular ray. This is the actual ray. This is the apparent ray. This is the actual ray that's coming through. So let's say there's two fish over here. The observer thinks that the fish is over here. This red one. That's what the observer thinks. Whereas in fact, the fish is over here. So good fishermen with their harpoons know better than to throw the harpoon where they think the fish actually is. They will throw the fish understanding that there's a angle of refraction, and they'll throw the arrow so that it gets the fish. So anybody who's ever done that kind of fishing with a harpoon knows this. Okay, let's have a look across here. Here we have dry air around 30%, so that's 30% humidity. It's pretty dry. And then here we've got 65%, getting a bit more moist. And then here we've got 80%, much more moisture. Again, what's happening is the refractive index is changing. So over here, 1.0003, as it was over here for dry air, and then 1.1 at 65%, and 1.3 at 80% and more. In fact, that can go all the way to 1.32, 1.33, pretty much what water is. So, as you can see, it will bend. So it bends first in the dry air, bends a bit in the moist air at 65, and bends even more at 80%. So while there is a gradient, the light will bend. It will bend more and more through the gradient. As it gets more and more dense towards the water, the ray will bend more and more. If you have a look over here, we've got the ray going through various layers, and as it's going through, it's bending. And as you can see, we've got an object over here. This object is loomed. It's loomed, and it's loomed up here so that apparently it looks as though the observer thinks that they're looking in a straight line, whereas in fact they're not. They're looking over here. This is the actual ray that's going between their eyes and this object. To them it appears as though the ray is actually going from here to here. That's called looming. If they took a gun and shot it at this thing over here, they wouldn't get it. It's a bit like the fisherman trying to get this one. It looks as though it's over there, but it isn't. It's down here. It's the light that's bending, that's causing it to look as though it's up here. No matter how Ruhiv tried to explain that, these two people just couldn't get it. It was simply astonishing. Now, you might ask yourself, how is it that light gets to bend? Well, light does act as both a wave and a particle. It's got properties of both. Now, I intend to do a video soon which actually goes into the physics of light, so that we can have a look at that in more detail. However, we'll just proceed with the idea that light does travel in waves, and a wave front approaching through one media at an angle approaches through one media at an angle, then when it reaches this particular different density, will then bend, just like it did over here. It bends. So the wave front changes. it changes the wavelength over here. The velocity changes. So here, the wave comes down to this medium and then changes. Lambda is x, for instance, and lambda nx over here. Now let's just talk about this for a minute, because I haven't mentioned Snell's law in terms of refractive index and angle. So here's the angle, theta 1, theta 2. Over here, if we had the normal through here, that would be theta 1, theta 2, and so on. So, N1, which is refractive index 1, the sine of the angle 1 is equal to N2, the refractive index of the next media, multiplied by the sine of the angle of refraction of that one. So you've got angle of incidence, angle of refraction. You can change this formula around and you'll notice that it's proportional. So N1, refractive index of the incident ray, over refractive index of the refracted ray, N2, is equal to sine of the angle of the refractive ray over sine of the angle of the incident ray. Now this happens all the time. This is entirely predictable. So when the calculators make up the distances and the amount of looming and other light phenomenon that relates to refraction, they take this into account. Okay. All right. That was rather simplistic. I hope that you managed to get something out of that and got just enough so that we can now proceed to the next part of this, which will be how that image that they call this black swan gotcha image actually works. So what I'll do now is I'll finish off this video. If you like what I've said, please press the like button, press the subscribe button, do both, or press the dislike button if you don't like it. Go ahead, do it now, I'll wait. Thank you, good. All right, now, and then I'll see you in the next video where we'll actually have a look at this black swan nonsense and see if we can't cook that goose. Cheers. See you next time.
Yeah. Terry, I actually have a photo if I could share real quick.
Yeah, I'll just get rid of, wait till I get rid of all this out of the way.
To simplify what Professor Phil was just saying, have a go at that.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Physics is fun.
And that is basically what Professor Phil was just explaining. If you get certain, light reflecting at a different angle, you can make your head look like it's popped off.
You know, his hand's holding his head up.
Exactly.
I've got a better picture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a great example though. That's a fun example as well.
I found that one fun? Years ago. PHUN, yep.
I've got an impressive one.
Go ahead.
All right, let me have a look through my myriad of pictures.
No, that's just Jen. Oh no, it's your avatar. Sorry.
Anyway, hello Farms Boy, hello Stingray, hello No Name, hello Pip, hello Mad Bee, hello Cypher, hello Terry, and hello Davros.
Okay.
Hello, good morning, Spaceman.
Where's
Hey,
we got Itchy here. Where's Scratchy?
I don't know. I timed him out earlier on in the side chat and I haven't seen him since.
That's well cool, that is.
Yeah, that's quite good actually. That's fun as well. Yeah.
I know women were into swapping clothes and things, but I didn't know they were into swapping their
Swapping
legs.
legs.
Yeah.
I know.
Can I borrow your legs this week? Yeah, all right.
Is that?
But,
Is
but
that
here you go.
is that-
That's not the same as the atmosphere. I'm going to be a flat earther for 2 seconds. That's not the same.
Yeah. No, of course it's not. But you know, it just shows what refraction can do, though. Is that? I mean, is that genuine refraction, or is that edited? That photo.
That's Snell's law. That's Snell's law in practice, right there, over 2 boundary surfaces. Except the atmosphere requires you adhere to Fermat's principle, of which you can derive Snell's law from. But we don't have physical boundaries in the atmosphere. So yeah. So what? Cool story, bro.
Yeah, can I just borrow the bottom half of the woman and leave the top half at home?
Well, I don't know. It depends on your point of view, really. You know, because you know.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, but you think of the legs. You could go to the shop and put a tray on top of that, right? And
That's a viewing platform pool like you get at certain sporting grounds.
Yeah.
That's well cool, though. I like that. That's funny.
Right, can I share this quickly? Because then I'm going to get off.
Well,
sure.
That was a bit interesting that you said, "Can I just show quickly?" And then I've got to get off after I showed that picture.
Yeah, no, that's not the reason. Work is the reason. So.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
So
Work.
can you see this? Can we all
Yeah.
see this? Okay, so what I've got here is I've got a 110 kilometer or a 69-mile stretch of the Earth. The curvature on that represents 1 degree. I've got a little camera at a stupid amount of height, 30 foot, and then one at 1.5 feet. We're looking through this one on the left-hand side here, and this is the geometry. This is the geometric reality of the situation. In a vacuum, this is what we would expect to see. However, if I say, what do we expect to see on a flat Earth? Then this is what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. There's something very, very important here. The bases of those oil rigs intersect the water at the same level on a flat Earth, because water always finds its level. Now, there's a few things that we can derive from this now, which is incredibly important. And that's if a camera is, let's call it for the sake of argument, 1 meter tall, then 1 meter tall or 1 meter high on these pylons, we can draw parallel lines that include the water and our line of sight along that. Now, as it happens, this is like 1.5 feet. So I can say that this last little bit here is 1.5 feet tall. Now, if I zoom this in here for us, this is maximum zoom on a P1000. We'll just reach that. But I can do a little bit better than that. Oh, no, I can't. Jesus, it only goes down to 1. No, it doesn't go down to 1. It's a float, so I can go to... Oh, my God. That's crap. That's crap. But anyway, so the point here is the vanishing point converges at the parallel line, which is formed from the elevation of this and the same elevation from the water surface on both of these, which is to say this horizon line here absolutely intersects my vertical view of this pylon 1.5 feet up from it, as it does this one 1.5 feet up from it. This is the laws of parallel lines that converge and never diverge in perspective, which should never be in dispute or argument here.
And it's the same, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah. So what we can see is the vanishing point is, on a flat Earth, but this isn't in the photo. This absolutely isn't in the photo. If we actually look at what is in the photo, I haven't got the photo. Someone, we know what is in the photo. The horizon line appears higher than the midpoint of this far oil platform, and the only way for me to do that,
it appears behind it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but wait, it does here ever so slightly. It appears in pixel terms. It appears 1.5 foot relative scale up there. But here's the killer: is if I say 0.04, that's what we see in the photo. I have now bent the Earth upwards, of which we can see.
And that's what we see in the second observation, correct?
This is the black swan. This is the black swan thing now. So if this was to represent, if that image was to represent reality, I've had to turn this from a flat surface into a concave one to show that, which is a little bit odd as well because the horizon ends and it wouldn't exactly look like that. It'd just curve up infinitely.
Just keep going,
Yeah, but you've got that, and don't take this terminology wrong. You've got a definite horizon there.
Dean, where's your bendy oil rig crane?
Yeah, where's your banana arm?
No, I'm looking at.
I mean, this clearly demonstrates you cannot, under any circumstances, regardless whether you've got effects of refraction or not, you cannot have an horizon in front of an object on a flat Earth. You just can't.
Wait a minute. I take issue with that. You can.
Can you? How?
Yeah, well, refraction can do that for you. If you look at, Skunk Bay, refraction can pull up something and put her horizon. Put a horizon in front of the actual geometric horizon while also showing objects behind that, because horizon is defined as the point where the sky and the ocean meet.
Yeah, but it's not actually okay. All right, yeah, you're saying that. Okay.
So if I was at an acute enough angle, I was at an acute enough angle on a flat Earth, and there is obviously gradient-based refraction using Fermat's principle, then I could see wherever the density changes from, wherever there's a density band, it could put a optical horizon in front of me,
so
but I still might be able to see things.
That's your but that's your apparent horizon, right? I mean, it's not the
geometric. There is only in any of these. Don't get caught up in this. There is only ever the apparent horizon. It is the point optically where the ground or sea meet the sky. That's it. There is no other horizon.
Yeah, what we can see. Yeah, exactly. I understand the difference between the two.
Yeah, you cannot, unless you're 30,000 kilometers away, you cannot see the geometric horizon of the planet.
No, I know that. I know.
So here's an interesting thing. So these two are the same size. So let's think about this really quickly. How do I get the blue one? And this is the ground, by the way. But how do I get the blue one, the base of it, to be lower than the base of the green one without playing God and moving it like so into this red fluid? There is only one way that I can do this, and even if I sit dead on a level, it's never going to happen. But if I go underneath that level, I can put the blue one below the green one. But obviously now I'm underwater on a flat surface. So now let's have a look at these. Now, if I overlay where they are, we look at where the bases are on these things, we can see the one on the left is actually a hell of a lot lower than the one on the right. This is an impossibility on a flat Earth. I would have to be underneath the water looking upwards for this to be like this on a flat Earth. The only way that this can happen is on a curve.
Oh, so it's bendy stick, come as you are.
And I rest my case.
I know why that farther one is like it. It's because there's a taller bloke on the front one. And all the guys in the background are drowning slowly.
Yeah, but who bent the boom on the back one? That's what I want to know.
Anyway, going back to what I was saying before earlier on as well, that you cannot have an horizon in front of an object on a flat Earth. The reason why I was saying that was because we were talking about the difference between the geometric and the apparent horizon. We're always only going to see the apparent horizon. But the thing is, what QE was actually saying, he was conflating the two, and what he was suggesting was using the curve calculator that the geometric horizon must be in front of those oil rigs. That's basically what he's trying to suggest, which we know is just impossible. So he's conflating the two. That's what I was trying to get to finish what I was trying to say earlier on.
Right. Yeah, so here's an interesting thing. I'm going to create a horizon here. Give me a second.
Yeah, I have spoken to people about this thing with the apparent horizon and the geometric horizon, and the distance of that tangent basically across the surface of that bowl is actually pretty damn long. So when you see the apparent horizon, it still goes out sort of flattish for a little while before it drops down and away on you. Even though it is dropping down and away on you from your feet, but from your elevation of standing up, you're looking across it, you're creating that tangent with it. So it's the amount that tangent hits that ball. The higher you go, the more of that tangent you get.
All right, so I've got a nice little curved surface here, and if we look over it at some point, there's a
That's
nice
nice
red object.
curve.
There's a red object in the distance.
You have shown this before, Dean.
Yeah, what I'm going to say though is what for the sake of this, I'm going to say it's flat. So let's make all of that flat, and let's get above it, way like so. So now I can see, hey, this flat little surface.
And the red thingy.
Yeah, and the red thing. Yeah. Now, what I can do with bands of refraction is I can. Yeah, I know, right? But what I can do with different bands of refraction is I should be able to put a. Let's have a look at this. I should be able to put a artificial, I guess, horizon in here shortly. Oop, no, definitely not.
You.
That's a skate park. Whee! Or BMX track.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, no, this is.
What? Oh, jeez, there's blood on the dance floor.
Well, yeah,
Killed
well,
it.
what I've done there is I've changed the index of refraction to be extreme, so I've just got rid of that end. Now there appears to be an optical horizon, even though there actually isn't.
But which way did it go? Did it go up or did it go down?
No, it went down. But yeah, I was hoping. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up this to show that you can. Well, I don't really want to prove that you can get an horizon on a flat plane. But the point about the horizon on a flat plane is it would be transient. It would never be in one place. It would absolutely be changing all the damn time, and that's not what we observe.
Yeah,
especially when you take observations of magnitude to actually, what's the distance and what's the distance and angle
any
to the
undulations. Yeah, any undulations on the flat Earth would make that horizon look so odd.
Yes, yeah, that's a good point actually. Look all wavy and bumpy and weird.
Yeah.
Is that a technical term? Wavy, bumpy, and weird.
It is now. I'm coining it.
It is now. You coined it.
Well, they're geometric determinations. I find no flaw in them. I like them.
No, true. No, I get it. Yeah, that's all right. I like it too.
Wavy, bumpy, and weird.
But that was my conclusion to the black swan thing. It's actually impossible. It's A, because of the elevation of the bases on the black swan image. It's impossible to be on a flat plane. It has to be on a geometric curve. You cannot have anything else. Yeah. And then even if you were to take, and even on the black swan one, where we see the horizon behind, that's only possible if we were looking at reality, something that represents reality on a concave Earth. So there you go. Flat doesn't come into it.
Have you actually seen QE's original video with that black swan thing where they're using those two rigs?
No, I don't give people like that any views.
No, seriously, go and watch it and you'll understand what I was talking about earlier on, because what he's trying to do is say to people using the Earth curve calculators that is what we're supposed to see without any kind of refraction. That's what he's trying to suggest.
Yeah. So the issue there is the other thing in that video that we discussed with LK is the K value for the refraction. A K value of 1 actually matches the curve of the Earth. Now, that is it's a non-linear thing as you're shooting out across 9 miles. But let's say we're shooting out across 20 miles. So at 9 miles, on the first mile, probably standard refraction. Let's say on the second 10 miles, it has a K value of 1, which means now the Earth is going to appear flat, give or take, deviation. But then on the next 20 miles, it has a K value of 1.1. Now we're seeing a horizon line that is 20 miles away, loomed up. Now, what QE tries to do is beat you on definitions.
Yeah.
I don't call that looming because looming is a descriptive term. I call it what it is, an apparent elevation based on a positive K value in reference to the Earth. And that's all that is. I don't say looming because what he'll do in looming is the only way you can win the argument. Well, look at this very cherry-picked definition of looming. It says loomed up behind the horizon. How can you have the horizon loomed up behind the horizon? Ha ha, I got you. And then it's just like, you fucking... yeah, sorry, Terry, you swear jar. Honestly, start a swear jar. Every time I do that, I'll put like, I don't know, a pound in it or something.
You put a fiver in
We've
the
already
jar.
started the tab on you. There's Stingray.
No, actually, I'll just pay up front. I'll give him like I'll just pay a monthly subscription.
Yeah, just a quick £10 before you log into Zoom. Here you go.
How much do I watch swear this week? Oh, I'll
Yes,
stick
I've just
50
watched
quid in.
Nathan Oakley. Here's £20. Go.
I can imagine Terry saying, "Oh, Dean, are you coming on?" And that I can't afford it this week, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, my mouse writing checks my body can't cash.
Yeah.
This one's the brilliant one. If I've given this to a couple of people, but if you read the bit down in the bottom left, this is the bit I like the most. Is where it says, unless the observer is very high up, more than about 80 miles, the curvature he sees down below is just the curvature of the horizon circle, not the curvature of the planet.
Yeah.
Interesting observation. That, isn't it?
That actually brings to mind that Kansas is flatter than a pancake paper that someone was trying to use as evidence the other week, and missed the words global and rotation in that paper when asked if he'd actually read it. He obviously didn't, because the words rotation and then global were within that paper in regards to Kansas and the rest of the world.
Here's the funny thing. They didn't say it was like a crepe. He said a pancake, and pancakes are fluffy and slightly rounded when they're cooked. So, yeah.
If anybody fancies a laugh, I do suggest you go watch Ruhif versus Brian.
Oh.
Yes, we watched that earlier.
Have you? Oh, did you? It's
35
it's
minutes
hilarious.
of beepity beep beep.
Oh, when he's on about the sun rising south of east, it's like, I'm like, he's just done you on this. How can you not accept it? And then Brian's going through like the three levels of denial. Are you sure that's what it does? Well, it can't do that. Are you sure that's what it does? Oh, well, it doesn't do that. Can you prove it? Can you prove it? Well, yes, obviously we'd expect that because it's only apparent. It's amazing.
Yeah,
and Rohit kept explaining that where the tropic is, it is north of his location, and if that is the southernmost point at which the sun traverses the Earth, the sun will always be north. But when he was saying it's south of east, right, he was thinking 90 degrees from east, not like east by southeast, or if you know what I mean, just that small degrees south of the
4 degrees.
direction.
But the important thing there is it's probably negative 4 degrees from east or the east-west line, but then positive 15 at its peak, and then negative 4 again as it's setting, and it's like that path cannot exist on a flat Earth.
I can go from my place here. I can see the sunrise from the east here at Shelley Beach. I can go to my mother's place, which is about literally less than a kilometre from here, and the sun is in a completely different spot to where it is at my place. From my place, I can go out into the backyard and watch it go in the curve, like it's in its rotation. If I was sitting out in the backyard, it'd be on my right. If I was to go to my mum's place, it's on the left, way out, because she's actually further out towards the east than I am. So it's got a completely different, directional movement from her place.
My house faces in the perfect bloody direction for this. The street out in front runs east-west. So the back door of my house is north. Going out the front door, I'm facing south. Right? If I'm facing the street, facing south. Now, when the sun comes up in my east, it's at one end of the street. Yet when it's at midday, it's over the back of my house. And then in the evening, it's down the other end of my street.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's what Rohif was trying to explain to him. that because of perspective, and he said that, because of the perspective, it is like it is south of east. But it's not. That's because of the tilt.
Yes.
Because to the observer,
I love the fact that Brian couldn't comprehend. He said, at one point, he said, well, that can't happen on a globe either. And it's like, no, that's the only place that it happens when we're off fucking kilter. Oh, God.
yeah, and
Sorry,
that's
Tara.
what Rohit said. He goes, but that's what happens on the globe. Oh, but it can't. But it does. And now you're just denying it. It's like, geez.
Yeah, but you got to prove which way's east.
Oh. Well, if you're facing north, which way is it, Terry?
That way.
Up.
Right.
No, left.
No,
Right.
east.
Right.
Well, I'm facing south.
To the
I'm
right.
facing south at the moment, so east to me is left.
I said
Yeah,
if you were facing north.
North.
Yeah, but I'm a fluff. I'm going to face south. Just
Yeah, I think Terry actually just flirted then.
Yeah.
Well, according
If
to
you're
flat,
facing
according to
north, no, I'm facing south.
well, according to flat Earth, according to well, Terry's right. According to the flat Earth, every direction's south. If you think about it.
Yeah.
So if I'm facing south,
you know,
east
Except when
left.
you're in the south.
yeah.
Except
when you're in the south, you're facing north. So every
Yeah.
direction's north.
Yeah.
Well, what if you're
So
facing?
you're the southern hemisphere, everything's north.
Okay.
So how the hell does a compass work on a flat Earth then?
It doesn't.
It can't.
It doesn't. It just spins
only
round
place
and round
it
and
works
round.
A compass
Is
on
that
a
the
flat
North
Earth
Pole?
is just a round disc with a line in it pointing north, and everywhere else
No,
on that
pointing
disc,
south.
everywhere else on that disc that's not pointing north is south.
Oh my god! Oh, I think I just had an aneurysm.
Yeah. So the needle would perpetually just be pointing south all the time. Doesn't matter where you are, it'll point
Yeah,
south.
well, that's the question that they cannot answer is where is the South Pole?
Well, there isn't
Well,
a
it's
South Pole on
south,
flat
innit?
Earth, is there?
Which
Well, there
one?
isn't. I mean, they're
Which
not going to answer that, are they?
No, we do not. It's not a pole. Stop saying that. Where's
No,
the
exactly.
South Ring?
Yeah, exactly.
The
That's what I was
South
just trying to say.
Ring.
Yeah.
Oh, but no.
Yeah. Well, it's south, isn't it? That's where it is.
It's south.
It's the opposite to north, obviously.
Yeah. It's not east to west, is it, mate?
I
It's
didn't
south.
know the opposite to north was 360 degrees.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So
We ain't got
technically,
east and west.
if I travelled south to about the equator and turned east and then travelled, I'd end up south.
Yeah. So if the circumference of the flat Earth is something like what is it, 68,000 miles, right?
That's a big ice wall.
It'd take a long time in a boat to go around that.
Yeah, and it'd take an awful lot of penguins to protect
I
that
was
ice wall.
literally just about to say something about penguins.
I didn't know there was that many penguins.
Oh no, forget about the maintenance. The thing is that there's a particular discoverer of Australia, Captain Cook, who traversed Antarctica.
Well, he went through the ice wall.
No, he went around it.
He went around the ice wall. What sorcery
saw
is
the-
this?
Yeah. Did you see the other side?
Which way did he go?
South.
South.
Well,
south.
It doesn't matter. He went south. Whatever direction he went, he
Not
went
only
south.
did he go round it, he went round it on the outside.
Yeah,
not
did
the
he go
inside.
clockwise
Yeah.
or anti-clockwise?
Doesn't
I think
matter.
he went
South.
That was south.
Well, it
Trailer
makes a big,
Park
it
went
makes a
round
big
the
difference.
outside.
I went
Trailer
round
Park
and
Cook
round in
went round the
circles.
outside.
Yeah, I just went round and round.
Went round and round in
circles.
circles, and every time
Yeah.
I went round the circle, I was still south.
Yeah.
Well,
Wherever
no,
it was.
as far as I know, he came down the coast of Africa. He basically circumnavigated the globe by going around Antarctica. It was 5 months, something like that, to do it. But that
south.
would mean, it was less than 68,000 kilometers. Or 68,000 miles.
It would be a lot less than that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because those boats didn't go that bloody fast.
No.
How long did it
And
take?
he wasn't even down there to do that in the first place.
I've got a theory.
No, you don't.
Of course
It's a
you do.
hypothesis.
Yeah, I do. So, well,
It's
yes,
a hypothesis.
So what it is we know. I mean, no one's saying that. I mean, I can't argue with an atomic clock, and a cesium clock. I can't argue with. So we know that
Have you
mass
tried?
affects space-time. We say this. Yes, that's true. Now there is more mass, a lot more mass towards the edge, which means we don't notice it, but time does actually slow down. So it's actually time traveling while it's going around the outside, and it only appears like it did it quickly. So there you go.
That's stingray.
Yeah, but we don't have any proof. We don't have proof.
I think you just discombobulated time dilation there.
No, well, no. See, I was going to say earlier, did you try arguing with the atomic clock? Give that a whirl and see how you go.
I thought
you
it was
never
more.
know.
I thought
Watch
it
out
was
for
more
the
thicker.
atomism.
I thought it was more thicker in the northern hemisphere because that's where most of the flurfers are.
Oh no,
How do they explain?
closer.
How do they explain the magnetic field? I've never actually asked them this. Or a
don't.
single pole
Stingray.
magnetic field. It's like
Stingray.
I've
It's a
seen
dipole.
dozens of different theories
Yeah,
about that. Oh god.
It's dipole. All right. So
Yeah,
they say it's like a radio antenna. Right. Okay. North Pole's like radio antenna.
right, okay.
And it sends the signal out across the plane.
Okay.
Was it Rob Skeever and someone else that came up with the three-pole flat Earth map? That they
Three poles.
Yeah, it had 3 poles. I think Red's Rhetoric and Sean Hufford were debunking it as they were presenting it. I'm certain it was Skeever and someone else. I'll have to go and find the video. But they had 3 poles, one sort of in the center up the top, and then another 2 down in either corner. So you're looking at it from the...
On a flat Earth, there's no corner.
On this one, there was. So that was the thing. They actually had to create it in a square, and I actually took note of the shape because I thought, hang on, that's not the usual shape you guys present this thing in. And then they brought up all the graphics and stuff where it had there was a pole in the bottom left, a pole in the bottom right, and then another one, and all of the magnetic lines were matching up to it. But it didn't work because I think Sean Hufford pointed out you'd actually need a 4th pole in order to get the magnetic lines of the field lines to match up and work properly the way that they do on the sphere of the Earth. I've been taking to calling it a sphere and not a ball or a globe or anything like that.
I call it a planet.
It is a planet. Thank you, Stingray. Yes, it is. It is the planet.
Call it
Earth.
Earth.
Planet.
Why would you go naming your planet after like dirt? Like every other planet has really cool names like Mars, Saturn, Venus, and then we've got dirt. Planet dirt.
Well, we could call it water.
Well, actually, I'd look up the word Earth before you start calling it dirt, because earthworks means more than just moving dirt.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all the rock and everything else that's inside the dirt.
What did you say, Farmers? You said terra.
Terra. Terra.
Yeah, that's
Terra.
what I thought.
Yep.
Yeah.
Terra
firma.
Yeah, but
Right,
yeah,
it's
if you
terrible
watch any,
firm.
yeah, it's terribly firm.
And our sun is actually not called the sun; it's actually called Helio.
That's called Sol.
It's called Sol.
Or even Sol.
Yeah,
Sorry, beg your
Sol,
pardon. Yes,
yeah.
you're right. Correct. Sorry, not Helio. Beg your pardon. That was the Greek son of sun god, wasn't it? Sorry, my bad. Sol, correct.
And Helios handed over the reins of the chariot to Apollo.
Don't care.
Oh, you don't care about the most important mission that man ever did. Right. No, we know how you roll now.
Don't conflate the two. Don't conflate the two.
Well,
Don't try that one on me, sunshine.
That's who
You're
the
talking
missions
about
were named
you're
after.
talking about the gods. I know, but you're talking about the gods. I'm not interested in the gods.
It's nothing but unicorn
Talk,
fire.
talk to me about the
mission that
Apollo
was
mission.
named
Yeah.
after the god
Yes,
Apollo, but Apollo
I know.
sucks.
It's my thing.
No,
I know what it's named after.
Thing.
correlation.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in the, talking about the gods. That's what
It's
I'm talking about.
correlative.
Not interested.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right then.
Yep.
Okay.
You say Apollo stuff.
You win. I'm busted.
Is there any of that deep fried swan left? Or did we eat it all?
Well, it's nearly gone. We're cooking some more. There's been some more cooked today, I think, isn't there?
I don't know about today.
Yeah, there was.
Well, you just cooked a little bit here in the show.
Yeah, we just did it with Stingray. Stingray cooked it fresh.
Yeah.
Except the problem is it's not just one. You guys have roasted the entire bloody black swan population by now.
Yep.
Yeah, but we've been roasting it since just after Christmas.
That's true.
And the Queen's not happy.
Yeah, we can't keep it warm. We can't keep it warm
thinks?
forever. We'll have to eat it sooner or later.
Well, it depends where the swans come from. They're only if it's in the UK, the Queen owns them.
Oh yeah.
Well, you've only got black swans over there because we exported them to you.
Oh, have we? All right. Okay.
Yeah, so they're on loan. You can't cook them.
What's your point? When I haven't seen one yet.
Swan's not very tasty at all. It's not nice.
You have kangaroo burger, don't you? That's weird.
Yep.
Yeah,
Kangaroo,
the only problem with
emu,
kangaroo
ostrich.
burger is hops off your plate.
Did you watch the solar orbiter launch? Did you during the show, Terry?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we did.
Yeah. Okay. I had a feeling you might because I saw that you started the thing at 3:30. So.
And I knew Casual wouldn't like it. That we did it without him.
I was fast asleep.
Yeah, same here.
I wasn't staying up until 4:03 in the morning.
I'd done the best I could for you. I don't know how you would have done it, but I tried my best.
It's all right.
The word Earth comes from Germanic.
Does it really? Didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Which is rather interesting.
There you go. That's the thing I learned today. Thanks, Didge.
Rather, it comes from Old English. But yeah.
Old English comes from Germany, originated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's just
Germanic
Germans
language.
took over from the Romans. Yeah. Da 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 da. History.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
So we're all speaking German.
Yeah.
we would
Yeah, well,
be.
when
Deutschland,
was it?
Deutschland,
Around
über alles.
400 AD, I think it was, that the Germans started invading the British Isles.
Yeah.
Around then.
Quite possibly.
Come from a country called Angle, something like that.
Oh yeah, and then they picked on the
Anglia.
Saxons, right?
Anglia.
No, East
The
Anglia.
Anglo-Saxons.
East Anglia.
The home of the
Anglia.
Angles.
Yeah.
The Angles and the Saxons.
That's it.
Yeah, the Angles. The Angles.
It is the
Anglo-Saxons.
Angles. The Angles. That's where they originated from.
That's why it's called
Germany.
Anglia, because it was colonised by the Angles.
Well, yeah. East Anglia was the first part of England to be popularised. That's Colchester's the oldest town.
Anglo-Saxons.
So what size are the
So
angles
what-
if you've got a
so what-
triangle size
yeah,
1 and 1?
I was going to say what is the angles anyway of the angles?
It was 90 degrees.
What do they use? 90.
But,
South.
but they said it was 90, but it was
They were a remarkably obtuse people.
yeah, that was 3 degrees.
Ms. Ferguson, she was in the 3 degrees, wasn't she?
Yeah. And so was it Diana Ross, lead singer?
Of the
I
Supreme.
don't think she wasn't in the 3 degrees, was she?
Yeah, Diana Ross in a 3 degrees.
What time is it in Sydney at the moment, by the way?
It'd
nearly
be 11 o'clock.
Yep, 11 o'clock. 3 minutes to.
10:57.
Okay, just wondering why the CEO is still awake, but yeah, it's not that late, so doesn't matter.
The Angles also gave us the name of England.
Yeah.
Because
Angleland.
in old English, it was the land of the Angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got lots of
England.
angles on them. Bloody
And then it
angles.
became Angleland, and then the English language pervaded into England.
Yeah, the
So
bloody
everyone
Angles
in
coming
Britain's
over here,
not on-
stealing our jobs.
So everyone in Britain's not on the
Hey,
level.
hey, hey! Britain gave paradise to thieves.
Yeah, but then they paved Paradise and put up a parking lot.
Apparently so. Yes. Yes. I've
Yeah.
heard tell.
Yeah. And it costs a bloody fortune to park there.
Well, I haven't got any more videos that I can find. We've run out.
Oh no!
So,
Oh no, we are videoless.
yeah, we've run
Well,
through
I'm just
everything.
about to I'm just about to post up an edited version of the launch, but there's no point playing that because you've seen it. So
Yeah, we watched it live.
yeah, I know you did.
Because it was postponed from earlier this morning.
Yeah, casual.
Postponed? What?
Yeah, well,
No,
I
it
tried
wasn't.
to watch it. No. Listen, hear me out. I tried to watch it. It said it had 9 minutes to launch. This was just before I was taking my son to school, who started at 9:30. Right? Now,
Yeah, go on.
it didn't. So I put the phone down, right? Drive to the school, park. My missus takes him into class, pick up my phone. Oh, it hasn't launched. Oh, I better turn up the volume.
It wasn't delayed. Would you like to know why? It wasn't delayed because the countdown clock is not necessarily corresponds with the time it launches. And the reason why they do that is they usually do a different hold at different times. On this occasion, they did it held at 4 minutes. And the reason for that is they've got quite a lot of different things to do before launch. You know, they load all the fuels and do all the checks and so on and so forth. So what they do is, hold on. Yes, just hold on. I'm just explaining. Let me just explain and you will understand.
Go on.
Right, different
Casual,
agencies do
you
different
don't
things.
like people over talking you, do you?
No, I don't.
Explain a 5.5 hour delay then.
Cool story,
5.5 hours? What do you want to bet it wasn't delayed by 5.5? It lifted off it on time. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There's no way it was delayed by 5.5 hours.
Well, we could listen to you talk, but people keep talking over you.
So
Sorry,
what they
excuse
do
me,
is
Casual,
people keep talking over you.
No, I know, it's annoying, isn't it? He's trying to get the story out and he just can't get it out.
Anyway,
what,
away you go.
What I was saying was that it was supposed to launch
No,
around
Casual was
9:30 a.m. my time. Because that's when I got
Casual,
that's when
will
I
you
got
get
the
your story out?
notification.
It launched on time. That's it. It was not delayed by 5.5 hours. No, it wasn't. Sorry, I'll leave it. I'll leave it as that. I'll leave it as that. It was not delayed.
There
by
was an
any
earlier
amount.
launch that did get abandoned.
It was scrubbed. It was scrubbed. Yeah, that was a different launch.
That was a different launch.
Entirely different launch.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Solar Orbiter launch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Not
might be
Northrop
thinking of
Grumman
this. You
Cygnus.
might be thinking of the Cygnus launch, the resupply. Yeah,
because
that
the
was
one we
scrubbed.
watched. Yeah, the one we watched was launched on time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, about this countdown thing. So it was held at 4 minutes so that they can actually finish doing everything. It gives them a bit of a cushion in case things go wrong, in case everything, something's happened, they can actually solve. So it gives them a bit of time to actually sort it all out. And then when it gets to 4 minutes before the time to launch, they then start the countdown clock after they've done a poll. There you go.
And that's basically when they throw their hands up and go, hands of the gods.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I see where you're getting confused now. You're getting mixed up with a different launch.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a second launch.
Yeah.
The earlier launch was, I think it was was it 9:30, 9:45 in the evening our time?
Yeah, our time was about just
Spaceman,
after 10.
Because
Yeah.
I was watching something on the TV and I kept checking on my phone. I thought, I'll go and watch this on the laptop.
Yeah, it would have been
And-
around
and they had a
10:30 your
10
time, farmers.
10:39.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And then
10:39
they
it was
got to
due to
within
launch.
2 minutes, and it was just like ding, and it was something.
Yeah,
to do with
just
data
stopped.
time-based services.
Yeah.
Just,
They shut it
apparently
down.
Yeah, it was scrubbed because apparently something to do, some issues with the ground facilities. Don't know, but that's all we know at the moment.
yeah, they didn't explain what it was. It
Well,
was, it
there
was,
was
some
there
data
was there
problem.
was a conjecture about the amount of vapor that was coming out of the actual rocket, and so I only just heard a little bit. It sounded like some of the ground control crew stated, "We've got excess vapor. We've got excess vapor," and then they shut down the comms.
Yeah.
Well, you get excess vapor anyway.
but there was a lot.
I think
There
it
was
was
a
more.
lot.
I think it was more excess than usual excess.
Could have been. Yeah, could have been. Yeah, could have been. Could have been.
Pip says she's waiting patiently. Peanut gallery?
Yeah, I'm back.
Was she waiting?
Oh, there she
Was
is.
she waiting
Back
patiently
to the
for?
shops.
Yeah, I
Hello,
don't
Is
know.
that
Pip.
the shops? Is that the shops?
Did you get my crumpets?
No, we're on a budget. You get nothing.
Oh, bugger.
So
Has-
did you get
more
some
importantly,
nothing?
Pip, has the vince dropped?
I got lots of nothing. Lots of
Well-
cheap nothing.
Pip, do you know if you get that nothing and you put it in a particular place, you could create a universe, right?
Oh yeah, because it comes from nothing, doesn't it?
But only if
Yeah.
everyone's sitting there watching it, apparently.
I'm gonna have a
From what
big
I've
bang
heard.
in my kitchen, am I?
Yeah.
Hey,
But this is the thing. Don't take that word nothing as literal when it comes to cosmology. friends.
Yeah. Actually, Pip, if you'd have took your nothing to Riley, he could actually trebled it. No,
He could get you 5.
he could
Get
get
me 5 out of
5. Yeah.
yeah.
Good idea.
You'd have 5
Oh,
zeros
he-
instead of 1.
You'd ask
He's
him if
the-
he hadn't blocked me,
He's just the gift that gives on giving, isn't he?
isn't he?
Oh,
Just
yeah,
Yeah,
his
he
horse
keeps on
racing
giving even when
video
you tell
was
him
bloody.
not to.
let's stick my headphones on properly. Hang on.
Well, he probably thinks 5 times 0 is the same as 0 times 5.
Or 5 divided by 0.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the
Well, how
first
do you
mistake
get
he made
negative
there was
5?
he thinks.
Yeah.
How do you have negative 5 apples? Well, what I do is I
Oh,
give you
that's-
5. I give you 5 apples, then I take them away from you, and then throw them at you.
Really
That's-
hard.
Therefore, you are
That's
negative
Spurs
5
that keeps-
apples. Yeah.
So that's Spurs that keeps saying that, isn't it? Is it,
I
is it him
think,
that says that?
Yeah, he brings it up. How can you have?
Did
negative
anyone check out
something?
the video? Sorry. You check out the video he put in
Why are
No.
we going to
Discord.
watch? Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one that he recorded without requesting permission.
Yes.
Ah, from a Discord thing, is it?
Hmm.
Naughty boy.
And I guarantee you, he probably hasn't put any credits in it either.
Yeah.
15
Whoever's
versus
on it, go
1.
report it.
Not even worth it. He's not worth it.
No, that's true.
And then if you did, and he beat the copyright claim or the DMCA or whatever, you'd never hear the end of it.
No.
Bob the Science Guy just dropped another one 4 minutes ago.
Oh, he,
Oh,
he,
really,
would, he
Terry?
would claim he would claim that was a victory for flat Earth and all the rest of it, wouldn't he? Just like, oh, I beat the claim, I beat that it's a victory for flat Earth, beating against copyright and
Oh yeah, but he's just a
and all that kind of stuff.
he's just a gormless troll.
Yeah, no,
but
he's
this
just
is-
gormless, full stop.
Yeah, when 999 people say you're wrong, yet there's one person says you're right, you don't hold on to that one person. They're the one that gets sacrificed.
Yeah.
Oh, but you believe in consensus. Yes, because it's correct. It's it. But consensus doesn't always mean a majority.
Oh, I got a Baldy Catz.
It just means all the evidence points in that direction.
Baldy Catz. Is there any?
I got a Baldy Catz.
Oh, so it might be a bit more educational.
Ah.
Science makes flat Earth challenge. Oh, I've seen that. Well,
Have
I
we?
have.
February 10.
Or has he done it again?
Oh, yeah,
He did
only-
one like 2 days ago.
This is 2
replying
hours
to the
ago.
Simon Dan being owed money. So what's this other flat Earth challenge?
From VT Errol.
Bye.
So recently, I had this interview with a flat earther called Mark Doxey.
I had a bias towards anarchy, and here's Eric Dubay being interviewed. So that was the start.
Now, if I've timed this right, that video has just been released at the same time as this video and is linked in the description. And in that interview with Mark, I asked him to present me with 3 pieces of evidence for flat Earth, and I promised him that I would make this response video and I would answer all 3 pieces of evidence. After this video, Mark will be allowed back on my channel to let me know what he thinks. So let's begin. Evidence number 1. These pictures here. So Mark started off by showing us these two photographs here of the CN Tower in Toronto. The one on the left was taken from a distance of about 32 miles, and the one on the right obviously much, much closer. Now, as a reference point, we both agreed that these two buildings here were exactly the same building, as were these two buildings here, and these little groups of buildings in the green circles are also the same. Now, normally these types of photographs would be used as evidence of curvature of the Earth due to the obstruction that we can see in the picture on the left hand side, although Mark seems to think that something else is at play, some sort of optical effect or optical illusion. So let's hear what his problem is. So Mark has got three main points that he wants to make about these photographs, and you can hear them explained in full in the interview that's linked in the description, but for now let's summarise the first point.
And what's this space here? Now, the image on the right has got lots of buildings that sort of average out, and the tippy tops of them can be seen on the distant photograph. But on this one, on the more accurate picture, the closer one, there's an even height, but there's a gap in the distant one where that bracket is. What accounts for that?
Now, there is a bit of a standing joke in the flat earth community that the word perspective is the answer to everything. But I think in this case, perspective and a bit of parallax genuinely do answer our question. Let's see what I mean. So here's a picture of the Toronto skyline, and we can see that as we move our position just ever so slightly, that skyline appears to drastically change. Just like with these two photographs you see on the screen, they have definitely been taken from different distances, but they've also been taken from slightly different viewpoints. The much closer photograph on the right hand side has been taken from an angle similar to this one. However, the more distant photograph has been taken from a more side-on view like this. So Mark, I know at this point you're going to be thinking, do I actually have anything that's going to back up that assertion? So let's use our old friend Google Earth, and let's see if Google Earth, which remember is based on a globe, if Google Earth will actually predict what we see in these photographs. Well, this is a screen grab from Google Earth from what I believe is the angle that the more distant photograph was taken from. Now, the picture on the left here has been taken with a zoom lens camera, but Google Earth doesn't offer that feature. In fact, if I zoom out any more than 7 or 8 miles on Google Earth from the Toronto skyline, the resolution becomes that poor that it's very difficult to pick out any sort of individual building. So what does that mean? Well, to put it simply, in that picture we are starting to see signs of obstruction due to curvature of the Earth. But because that picture was shown from about 8 miles away, we're not going to see anything like the obstruction that we would have seen from 32 miles away, which is a distance that the photograph was taken. But what if we artificially added that obstruction? What would we see then? Well, this is what we'd see. Google Earth clearly predicting that gap which we can see in the original photograph. So I think that shows that the gap that you pointed out that you didn't think was possible really was just a byproduct of the angle that the photograph was taken from. But just to clear up any doubt, do you remember that building that had the antenna on the top? Well, you might be wondering where it is on this picture of the skyline, and that might lead you to believe I'm trying to pull a bit of a fast one, but this is just another example of when you come too far away from the skyline on Google Earth, you lose a lot of resolution. So let me zoom in and we'll find that building for you. So I'll just highlight with my mouse. This is the building there that we're going to zoom in on. Still can't see the antenna, still can't see it. That's the building, but in about 3, 2, 1, it's the BMO Bank. There you go. There's your antenna. Same building. So issue number 1 addressed. The appearance of that gap was just to do with the change of the angle that we took the photograph from. So what was Mark's second point?
Now on the left is another building, which was this one here. But where is it? On the right. It's not there.
So it does appear that in that photograph on the right, a building has vanished, but really the reason for this is no different to the reason we've just discussed for point 1. So the building he's talking about is this one here, and it does seem to be missing from the second photograph. But when we zoom into this photograph, the reason why quickly becomes pretty obvious. It is just shorter than the buildings around it. So if we were to zoom out a little bit and then turn to the angle that the closer photograph was taken from, it would simply just be hidden by the rest of the skyline. But there was also a third problem with these photographs, and again, I'll let Mark explain.
So we've got the CN Tower, the line goes over the white building, which is the one that we were questioning, where's it gone? And the next high building is slightly smaller. Slightly, is it 5 stories difference or 10 story? But it's smaller but identifiable. Now on the distant one, again if we put a line from that identifiable building to the left, why have those buildings got so small on the left-hand side of the CN Tower compared to the right-hand side? If this was curved, the same effect would happen uniformly, right from the left to the right.
So again, I really do believe that this is caused by the angle that we took the photograph from. But rather than take my word for it, can Google Earth predict the same observations? So this screenshot was taken from a similar angle to the closer of those two photographs. And we can see from this angle that that building on the right hand side does indeed look to be just a little bit taller than some of those buildings on the left. But if we then go to the angle that the more distant photograph was taken from and zoom in and add a little bit of Earth curvature, we can see that difference looks even bigger. But then we have to remember that even this screenshot was only taken 7 or 8 miles out. If we were to add the Earth curvature we'd expect from about 32 miles out, we might see something like this. And now it looks like it's absolutely towering above any of those buildings on the left. Now, just to finalise that point, I obviously don't know the exact locations that these two photographs were taken from, but if I did, I'd be able to get a far, far better replication using Google Earth than I've managed to. But I think even with the just 10 minutes that I spent faffing around on Google Earth, I've shown that these photographs are absolutely possible. So in short, I really don't think that there's any issues with those photographs at all. I think that has been cleared up. So let's have a look at point number 2. Evidence number 2, flight times. Now again, you can hear Mark's explanation on this in full in the interview linked in the description, but it boils down to this.
Biggest a proof, maybe if anybody can correct me, it's the east-west takeoff getting from Europe to America, America to Europe. Once you've got an engine, you separate yourself from the rotation of the Earth, and so you should be able to get there faster one way, a lot faster one way than the other way.
Okay, so it's a fairly understandable question. Why are flight times flying west not shorter than flight times flying east? And there was also another specific bit of criteria that he wanted addressing.
If you could just separate the car on the Earth, fastened to it, compared to an engine in the atmosphere, that would be the criteria for me.
So I've thought really long and hard about the best way that I can possibly explain this, because it is a very counterintuitive argument. I mean, if the Earth is rotating west to east, intuition tells us that it should be faster to fly west than to fly east, and that's not what we see. So what I've tried to do is start from a starting point that isn't counterintuitive. Start from a starting point that we can both agree on. Now, you've got to forgive me if the start of this explanation seems a bit low level. My intention is not to patronize anybody. I think it's just important to start from a point that we can all relate to. And to do that, I'm going to start by ignoring the atmosphere. Now, I will get there, I promise. I'm not trying to strawman you. All right, I will get to the atmosphere, but we're going to start off by ignoring it, and we're going to imagine that we're sat on this train. Now, at this point, I want to pause the video just to say, can we all please admire my PowerPoint skills, please? Now, that train is travelling at 100 miles an hour, and on the train, I've put a toy plane. So my first question to you, very intuitive, is going to be, how fast is the plane travelling? And I don't think anybody watching is going to give an answer other than 100 miles per hour. Obviously, we're talking relative to the Earth, but I don't think anybody's going to argue that that plane is travelling at the same speed as a train, 100 miles an hour. Okay, so far so good. Now, what would happen if I took that plane and threw it straight up in the air? What would that plane do? What matches our everyday observations? Well, what matches our everyday observations is that that plane would go straight up and down relative to the train. It wouldn't fly to the back of the train or the front of the train. It would just go straight up and down. Yeah, if we're sat on a train and we throw a ball up in the air, if we throw it straight up, it's going to go up and then come and land back in our hand again. And I don't think I've said anything that we disagree on. Yeah, I think that matches what we'd expect. We'd throw the plane straight up and it will come straight back down again. We could call it conservation of momentum, blah, blah, blah. But really, all we need to know is that that plane is still going to be travelling left to right at 100 miles an hour. So let's just take it up a notch a little bit. This time we're going to throw the plane forward. But the person throwing the plane forward is going to throw it at 10 miles per hour. Now, how fast is that plane actually travelling? Is it travelling at 10 miles per hour? Or is it travelling at 110 miles per hour? And this is another point I don't think we're going to disagree on. I don't think anyone's going to disagree that relative to the train, that plane is travelling at 10 miles per hour. But relative to the Earth, it's travelling at 110 miles per hour. But what if I threw it backwards across the train? What if I threw it at 10 miles per hour backwards? How fast is that plane travelling now? Is it actually travelling to the left at 10 miles per hour? Or is it still travelling to the right at 90 miles per hour? Which will give it, relative to the train, a velocity of 10 miles per hour to the left. So I think here the plane is still clearly moving to the right, but it's just moving to the right now at 90 miles per hour rather than 100 miles an hour. You see, it doesn't matter whether I throw it left or whether I throw it right. It will move relative to the train at the speed that I'm throwing it at, but not relative to the Earth. So if you were on this train and you decided to walk from the back of the train to the front of the train at 10 miles per hour, it would take you exactly the same time as it would to walk from the front of the train to the back of the train at 10 miles per hour. And that's because you didn't start off not moving. You started off moving at exactly the same speed as the train. And if you want to detach yourself from the friction of your feet against the train floor, imagine throwing a ball across the train. It wouldn't matter if you threw the ball from the back of the train to the front, or whether you threw the ball from the front of the train to the back. As long as you threw it with the same power, it would take exactly the same amount of time to travel exactly the same distance. And that is because that ball didn't start off not moving relative to the train. That ball started off moving, just like our toy plane, at exactly the same speed as the train. So I know I've not mentioned the atmosphere yet, and I will get there, but for now, just pretending the atmosphere doesn't exist, there is no difference between the plane on the train and a plane on the Earth. When the plane on the Earth flies west, it is actually still moving east, just at a slower speed than the Earth beneath it is rotating. It's exactly the same as when we threw that plane backwards on the train. So it really shouldn't make any difference whether we fly west or whether we fly east. I do just want to point out that because we have a slower rotation at the poles, if you are close enough to the poles, then you can actually genuinely fly west. But that's the exception, not the rule. But let's very quickly just think about flight times on a flat Earth. The orange circle in the middle represents the northern hemisphere and the yellow one represents the southern hemisphere. Now, it doesn't take a lot to see that in the southern hemisphere, planes either A, have to fly far, far, far faster than planes in the northern hemisphere, or flight times are going to be far, far longer because of the increased distance they've got to travel. But that just is not what we see. We do not see flight times in the southern hemisphere being hugely longer than flight times in the northern hemisphere. We don't see anything like that. So now we've shown why that without an atmosphere, flight times traveling east should be exactly the same as flight times traveling west. Let's add the atmosphere. And to do that, we're going to take a look at this swimming pool. If the water in this swimming pool was still, then walking in one direction through the swimming pool should take you the same time as walking backwards in the opposite direction. But of course, if that water was flowing in one direction, then it would take you longer to walk across that swimming pool in one direction than it would the other. And it's the same with a plane. A plane flying into the wind is going to be taking longer than a plane that's flying with the wind behind it. Now, because the Earth spins from west to east, the atmosphere also spins from west to east. And it's for this reason that flight times are counterintuitive. You see, the average flight time from Los Angeles to New York, travelling east, is 5 hours 15 minutes. Because we've got the wind with the plane. However, if we try and fly west in the opposite direction against that headwind, the average flight time is now 6 hours and 30 minutes. So we do get exactly the opposite of what we would expect if we just used intuition alone. But of course, this is the wind and weather systems, and it's going to get even more complicated. You see, when slower moving Earth from the poles starts to drift towards the equator, the Earth underneath it is now spinning faster, so the Earth appears to drift west as the Earth overtakes it. And as the faster moving Earth from the equator starts to drift towards the poles, it starts to appear to drift eastwards because it's moving faster than the Earth beneath it. Now, we all know this as the Coriolis effect, and the effect it has on flight times changes with the seasons and with latitude. So, all in all, flight times, they are hugely complex, but the complexity comes from the movement of the atmosphere and not the rotation of the Earth. So, as counterintuitive as it first may seem, there really is no reason whatsoever why flight times travelling west should be any faster at all than flight times travelling east. Let's have a look at your piece of evidence number 3. Evidence number 3, feeling the spin of the Earth. Okay, let's see what Mark's got to say about this one.
Miles per hour is a different concept to rotation per day.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, so you and I are travelling at 700 miles per hour on the surface of the globe. Now, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the Earth is pushing us at 66,000 miles an hour. 12 hours later, the Earth is pulling us, you and me, at 66,000 miles an hour. So within 6 hours, the Earth is pushing us at a massive speed, and then it's pulling us at a massive speed, and we don't feel it.
So again, this is quite a counterintuitive point. You know, intuition is going to tell us that if we are on a ball and we are spinning at these huge speeds, then we should be able to feel it. So let's start the explanation again at a point that I think we can both agree on. And that point is starting here. This red dot is going to travel around that circle in a clockwise direction. Now, if we were to take an instantaneous snapshot of its motion at that point, let's say it's traveling at 10 meters per second. At that point, all of that movement is in the horizontal direction. It is traveling at what we'd call a linear speed at 10 meters per second to the right in that horizontal plane. There is absolutely no movement in that instance in a vertical plane. It's not moving downwards at all, it's moving just to the right. Now, a little while later, that situation has been reversed. While that red dot is now here, at that instantaneous point in time, all that movement is in the vertical direction. All that movement in the horizontal direction has been lost. So we can look at this in two different ways. We can say that there's been an acceleration in the vertical direction. We've gone from no meters per second to 10 meters per second in that vertical direction. Or we could look at it from the other point of view and say that there's been a deceleration in that horizontal direction. We were traveling at 10 meters per second horizontally, and now we're not traveling horizontally at all. Now, we know from Newton's laws of motion that whenever we have an acceleration, we have to have a force. And we might learn that at school as force equals mass times acceleration. But this equation here can be derived from force equals mass times acceleration. This will tell us the force that we feel when we're moving in a circle, when those changes of speed in the x and y direction are taking place. And I think that anyone who's ever been on a roundabout is going to agree that, yeah, you can totally feel that force when you are spinning in a circle. But the point I want to make here is that that force happens at every single instance of a circle. We can't treat it as the top of a circle going one way and the bottom of a circle going another way. That force, that acceleration is being applied at every single point. Every single instantaneous point on that circle, we are feeling exactly the same force. And the reason I say that is I want to get away from this idea that if we're traveling in this direction here, we are somehow receiving a massive acceleration. And then when we're traveling in this direction here, we're suddenly being pulled or yanked back in the opposite direction. And you don't feel that on a roundabout. When you're on a roundabout, you don't feel that you're being dragged one side of the roundabout in one direction and then yanked back suddenly and have this constant back and forth. You don't feel it. The force you feel is a very, very constant force. You'll feel the force, but you will feel it there constantly all the time. I have never been on a roundabout in my life where I feel like I'm being pulled to the left and then yanked to the right. It just doesn't happen. It's not what we experience. Now let's take the Manchester Ring Road. I dare say that I can get in my car, and if there was no other cars on that motorway, I could travel 100, 110, 120 miles an hour around that ring road over and over and over until I ran out of petrol, and I'd feel fine. I wouldn't feel as if I was being pushed towards one side of the car or pushed towards another side of the car just because I happened to be travelling in a circle. I think I'd feel quite comfortable. But I don't think I could travel even at 15 miles an hour around and around this mini roundabout here without feeling a force, feeling myself being pushed into that car door as I'm trying to go around that roundabout. So I think we can all imagine what I'm talking about here. There are definitely two things at play. We have the speed and we have the radius. If I was travelling at 1 mile an hour around that mini roundabout, I wouldn't feel any force, I'd feel fine. If I was travelling at 1,000,000 miles an hour around the ring road, I'm pretty sure that as I turn the corner, I'd be thrust into the door of the car. So while I agree with you that angular velocity and linear speed are different things, and I agree with you that the speed that we are travelling at is going to affect how much we feel when we're turning a corner, we also have to accept that the radius of that corner, the radius of that circle, is massively important. And that is all angular velocity is. It's a ratio. It is the linear speed we are travelling at divided by the radius of that circle. Angular velocity takes into account both of those things, and we can't ignore either. I am not ignoring the linear speed. I am not ignoring these great speeds that we're moving at. But you can also not ignore the radius of the Earth itself. And the angular speed, the angular velocity, when we calculate it, is tiny. Now remember the train from earlier on. What we don't feel is just linear velocity alone. That plane sat on that train that's travelling at 100 miles an hour will not feel as if it's travelling at 100 miles an hour. It will not feel anything. What we feel is the change of direction when we are travelling at speed. We feel the acceleration. And that acceleration, that rate of change of direction, how fast we're turning, is just far, far smaller when we're going around something big like this compared to going around something small like that. That is what your everyday experiences tell you. So the take-home points from this are, number one, angular velocity does not ignore linear speed. Linear speed is a hugely key component in calculating angular velocity. Number two, acceleration in a circle is felt at every single point around that circle. It's not a case that you're being pulled in one direction at the top and then yanked in another at the bottom. You are feeling that change of direction at every single instantaneous point, and that force, therefore, we feel it as a constant force. And thirdly, that force we feel, just like angular velocity, is also dependent upon the actual speed and the radius of the circle. Now, this kind of physics is done all over the world by engineers on a daily basis. We need it for drills, we need it for machines, we need it for engines, we need it all over the place. And these calculations need to be done, and they need to be done accurately, and they are done accurately. Things do work based on these calculations. Now, ultimately, when we take these calculations that we know work in the real world, the acceleration that we should feel due to the spin of the Earth at the equator, where it should be the greatest, is still only 0.03 meters per second squared. Now, that 0.03 meters per second squared is obviously tiny to the acceleration that we observe when things fall, so no wonder we don't feel it. Anyway, Mark, it was a pleasure to have you on. I hope you've managed to make it through this video, and I would love to have you back on the channel for you to tell me what you think about the way I've addressed your 3 points. Have I changed your mind on anything? Have I driven you further into the flat Earth? Come on and let me know, and have your right to a bit of a response with that. Everyone else who's watching, thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Flight time from
Yep.
Sydney to Los Angeles is 13 hours 40 minutes. From LA to Sydney is 14 hours 39 minutes. Almost an hour's difference.
Yep.
That's an estimated, but don't forget
An estimate, yeah, no, it's
That's
an
because you crossed the international date line.
No, travel time is what I'm not talking dates or anything.
Ah,
Oh, well,
It's
yeah,
probably
yeah,
more
no,
to do
yeah,
with prevailing wind conditions.
That's
Yeah.
what I was going to bring up. That depending on the
That's-
wind
that's-
conditions as they're flying, it's an estimated time.
Yeah.
Yes.
But as Katz was saying, there's almost an hour difference between. There's going to be a difference between, from LA to New York and vice versa. And because I
Yes.
remember coming home from LA years ago, and they told us it was going to be about 15 hours at the time, but then no, about 15 hours. But then they reduced it to just under 14. We made it.
Yeah, they might have hit it. They might have hit a jet stream, which is helpful.
Yep, I think we did. But yeah, because they actually came over the speaker, and I was really surprised when they did it. They said, "Oh, we've cut our flight time to this because we got lucky."
Yes,
Yeah,
something that came as a shock to bomber crews in the Second World War when they got sufficiently high enough that they hit the jet stream, and I think the first time they encountered it was like 100-mile-an-hour headwind, and crews couldn't realise why they weren't keeping up with their with the rest of them. They were at a slightly different altitude and weren't in the jet stream. It really can make quite a difference whether you've got you're flying with it or against it.
Oh yeah, you only got to feel that when you're on a push bike.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of these long haul routes, if you get the right altitude, and you find yourself in a jet stream, it can make a hell of a difference.
But Rich was saying on your channel, Terry, in your Discord, he's saying there is a difference between one way and the other in flight times because of the rotation. But yeah, it's minimal, but there is a measurable difference. Yeah. Yeah.
But rarely planes fly exactly east-west by the compass.
Very rarely.
Yeah, and that difference is probably just going to be a minute or two difference, probably.
Yeah, roughly.
If that at all. Yeah.
And we went through all the Coriolis too on here several weeks back or a month ago, whenever it was. We did all the Coriolis effects and all that.
Yeah.
Centripetal, centrifugal, all that.
It's quite right. I don't understand the equation either. We don't feel accelerating. It's because you're not accelerating. It's a constant speed.
Constant speed.
Exactly.
Yeah. And on a roundabout, when you're sitting on it, like you said, you don't get pulled one way and pushed the other. It's just a constant what, I fall off this
Yeah,
roundabout.
well, yeah, it's not like a
And a good-
roundabout where they stop the roundabout and then they restarted again to go again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A good demonstration of that. If you look at some of the manned Soyuz launches, when they take astronauts up to the ISS, they don't go weightless until such time as actually the engine switched off.
Yeah.
And then they're weightless. But while that time they're under acceleration, they're not feeling any weightlessness whatsoever, even though they are pretty much well into space.
Yes, well, they're under an awful lot of G, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're accelerating.
Well, I mean, not that much.
But they're strapped to this bloody great rocket that's still going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's, you feel acceleration, you're going to feel that. Yeah, exactly.
1G will keep you pinned. Yeah, 1G.
Exactly. Of course it will.
1G will keep you pinned in the seat. So,
but at that point, they're under about 3G or so.
Yeah.
So, it's not massive, but it's enough.
No, you get more G in a dragster than you do on the rocket launches.
Yeah, quite often. Yeah,
well, Formula One drivers can experience more G than that going around.
Yeah, they can. Yeah. It just depends if they have the launch abort when they're in the terminal stage, then they can go into a terminal trajectory and they can start feeling quite a lot more Gs then. But apart from that, no, they're not feeling massive. Probably around about 3G.
Yeah.
If a stretch, maybe 4G at a stretch, but I don't think so.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is have your pilots black out because of the G-forces.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fighter pilots, depending on what aircraft you're flying, but say an A-10 pilot, they have to be able to cope with 8 or 9 Gs because they have to dive.
G-suits.
So
they
do. Yeah, but they still have a technique they have to use to stop them from blacking out. It helps.
And you know what that technique is?
Yeah, it's clenching the butt cheeks and breathing in these hard breathing exercises.
It's very similar to straining when you're sat on the cars and you can't go and you're straining to go because it forces the blood back into the head.
That's right.
Because that's the problem you have under these high G loads and that's why they wear G suits. It's that the blood has a tendency to pull towards the legs, and you're trying to force the blood back. Mainly into the body and primarily into the head, so that you don't black out at exactly the wrong moment to black out.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
That's what some of the F1 drivers in certain extreme corners when they're going fast enough, the G forces are that high that your sight loses focus. So that just as you're going through the apex of the corner, the one time you really want to see where you're going, you can't.
Yeah. Well, it's like motorcycle riders like me. I've got to clench the tank because we've got so much G-force.
Pip just noticed we had a thumbs down.
That's tongue in cheek. Yeah, tongue in cheek.
Okay, who thumbs down?
Sneaky flare piece.
No, that was Davros.
I've got a thumb down.
Davros.
That's not good for my reputation. I usually get a
That was
nod.
Davros.
Like me getting a timeout is not good for mine.
Terry, that was Davros.
I just arrived and said hello, and I got timed out. I thought, okay, well, I'm editing anyway. I don't really care. So I was busy.
We all did. I said good day, and that was that.
Whoever put that thumbs down better retract it.
That's Davros.
Yeah, pull your thumb out. Oh.
Terry.
It was Davros.
Yeah, when he first come in. It was because we were taking the mickey in that about.
Now there's 2.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Not me.
Dear.
You do realise that in the grand scheme of things, it's all positive.
Yeah. That is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the algorithms still work the same way.
Yeah,
so.
because people.
If you had 200 thumbs down and 1 thumb
was
up,
it me? Was it
still positive interaction?
Yeah, you did.
I think you need to retract that statement, Mr. Mandy.
You said you were going to give it a thumbs down when you first come in, and suddenly a thumbs down come up.
No, well, here's the thing.
How does that say that you didn't do it?
Yeah.
That doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
I can do that.
That doesn't prove anything, just showing a screenshot.
Yeah.
I just want to share something with you. I've just noticed about that launch. I just want to share something with you quick. It's only a still, don't worry. Hold on. doesn't happen very often. There you go. You got the rocket at the bottom, and there's the moon at the top. It's nice, isn't it?
The button moon.
Oh, I didn't get that.
It's off the button moon.
I wonder if I got that in the video.
Don't hit it.
There you go.
Oh no!
I don't know. I'll have to have a look at the video. And
Don't
check.
hit it.
There it is. Yeah, the moon. Don't often see that. It's nice to see.
Oh, Montreal wanted to know why the camera wasn't facing forward.
Oh,
for fuck's sake!
Yeah.
And he wanted to watch the rocket go from atmosphere to space. So
What you can hit
put one
right?
up.
What you can hit right is dark. What are you going to see?
Exactly. That's what everyone put in the
You know,
side chat.
They did that once on one of the shuttle launches. They had a camera
Yeah.
facing forward.
Yeah,
out
we
of the
played
shuttle
it,
cockpit.
Farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it showed
Yeah.
bugger all.
It just
Yeah,
showed sky.
That's why they don't bother.
Yeah.
All we could see was sky and more sky.
Exactly.
And then he wanted to see the rocket to do the complete, through the atmosphere into space. So Terry
I showed
played
that.
it and he buggered off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The shuttle booster ones are classic. They're brilliant.
I
Yeah,
had
shame
about
for that.
I got 3 or 4 videos of video footage.
And Chemo was doing that to me last night in Discord, and I said, "Well, actually, yes, I can show you one because he did the classic thing. Oh, why don't you just show us like one on your camera when it's unedited? I can show you one right now.
Yeah.
I can show you one right now." But then he changed his mind. Then he says, "Oh no, I
Yeah,
want to see one where it's the full orbit." I'm like, "Oh, whatever."
Move the goalpost, do we?
Move the goalpost again. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
what
there's a
Spurs does
reason
all
why
the time.
Chemo does that. It's because he's full of it.
Yeah, he's full of.
Oh,
Let's
you
just
got-
face it.
Yeah,
Let's just say it, full of shit.
Bloody hell, you got 50
Oh,
likes.
I'm sure Chemo's
And
ass
three-
gets jealous of the amount of shit that dribbles out of his mouth.
You got 3 dislikes now, but you got 50 likes, Terry.
There's
Yeah,
only
who's those
36
3? If
watching
I could
now.
find those 3 people, I'll whack them.
Banned.
Why?
Globerman gave you a thumbs up.
I bet you Riley was one of them.
Who
$10
cares?
said.
Honestly,
Who
who cares? But
cares?
anyway, back to Chemo. No, the
We
reason
care.
he shifts the goalpost is
Yeah.
because it's hurting his rectal implantment.
No, we care.
It's hurting his what? Did you say?
It's hurting his butt.
No,
What?
it's rectal implantment.
Oh,
it's
rectal
rectal
implantment. I never heard that bit. Okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's hurting his ass. Well, I don't know. I just know where he keeps his goalpost.
On wheels?
Have you been on the town with him?
Up his ass.
Well, no, it's the fact he's got to keep it close to the shit that he spews. And I think he talks out his ass.
What? That's flicking between
Ah,
2
okay.
to 52.
So is it his ass stealing his mouth's job, or his mouth stealing his ass's job?
No, his mouth
Yeah.
is jealous because he keeps talking out of his ass.
Yeah, his ass gets jealous. Yeah.
With the amount of
Because
shit
the
that his
amount
mouth
of
No, his
crap
mouth
that
gets
comes.
jealous. No, his mouth gets jealous because his ass is doing the talking.
No,
Yeah.
his ass gets jealous because the amount of crap comes out of his mouth.
No,
Oh,
but he
okay.
talks
Well,
out his
no.
ass.
He talks out of his ass. It's
But
not
would
crap
that just-
coming out of his mouth.
But would
I'm
that, yeah, would
confused.
that'd just be technically passing gas? But
Well, he does speak a lot of effluent, yes.
He talks shite.
Shake.
I fart in your general direction.
Lona shake.
Who's
Well,
it?
I mean, yeah, he can't help it. He's a fucking moron.
oh yes, he can. No, he can. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
I'm
course he
convinced
does.
he's
He's arguing for argument's sake, and
Do you know what?
he just likes to try and win every argument.
I'm really not convinced he actually believes what he's saying though. I'm
No,
beginning to
Oh,
think. I'm beginning to
yeah.
think he's a Poe actually.
He is
I
a
really
Poe.
am.
If you,
Yeah,
if you,
he's a
The more I
if you
talk to him.
follow the philosophical route, you can catch him out.
Oh yeah, absolutely you can. Yeah, I made him look silly with that.
Yeah. So you remove the scientific statements and the semantics that he catches you on, and start dropping some philosophical analogies and stuff at him
Yeah,
that
seen that
they're
happen.
like contradictions to his terms. And he goes, "Oh, I never thought of it like that." And you go, "Aha!" Yeah. I
can keep catch him out just on pure logic and reason, not necessarily the scientific stuff because I'm not very good at that. But I can just get him on logic and reason, no problem. You know,
I remember him
semantic
turning
argument about what he's trying to argue.
I remember him turning around and saying Oh, the creator controls the tides. What are you talking about? What?
And that was something he did to me this morning.
Oh, really?
I was talking to him about how I learnt about refraction and perspective and all that sort of stuff, and that came from reading certain books on it, and one of them was actually from a Feynman lecture, which was actually in one of the 30,000 books Feynman's got. His lectures were all transcribed, and the equations and the diagrams that he drew for it were added into the transcripts. And then they created volumes and volumes of these physics books from his lectures. So I found it on Amazon, right? I shared it. It was like $8.99 American, so probably what, £6, right? Could have got it from Amazon. Well, I'm not going to click on that. I'm not going to read that. But you want to know about refraction. You want to learn about light bending. This guy is going to give you the best explanation you're probably going to get from a physics standpoint. Oh, I don't want to read that. There's only one book to read. What's the book, Chemo? And he wouldn't say.
Is it Technical Astronomy or something like that? He wouldn't say.
No, he wouldn't say.
Yeah, right.
I said, which book, mate? Which book? Tell me the book. Tell me the book. I need to know the book. Let me know the book. Oh,
Yeah, I
that's a
want to
you
read this
problem.
book. I want to read this book, Chemo.
Yeah. I want to read
Next
this
time-
book that you think. Yes.
So did you offer to buy the book for him so he could read it?
No. Why would I do that? I haven't got any money.
Yeah, I know them feels.
Yeah.
moment.
And
No,
why would
that's
you
what I
spend?
said to
Why
him.
would
I
you?
said-
Why would you spend a cent on him anyway?
Well,
you know?
well, here's the thing, because then you can download it and read it yourself. Honestly, I mean, can you gift things? Can you do that?
Yeah, you can gift. You
Yeah.
can gift books, like Kindle books.
Yeah, come on. I mean, like, you could gift it to him, but he's not going to read it anyway. So you're just going to waste your money.
I know.
Why spend a single bloody penny on him?
Yeah, I know,
just
but
give me
it
the
was-
money instead.
No, but it was on that philosophical thing though that I have read certain things about refraction and optics and that in certain books. One was astronomy, one was physics, and the other was I think it was field photography or something. Read it years ago, and I explained it that one of them was a book and the other two were on Kindle or Audible, right? Oh, where are they? What are they? Blah, blah, blah. So I pulled up the Feynman one and linked it to him. Oh, I'm not going to read that. So, but hang on, you asked me for the books. What books did I read? Here's one of them. Well, but I'm not going to read it. I was like, well, then what'd you ask for it for?
Yep, mate. It's like when I said to Jim the other week, I've got Mark Fonstad's email address and the email that he wrote to FTFE in regards to that Kansas is flatter than a pancake thing. He wouldn't read it. He didn't want anything to do with Mark Fonstad, the author of the paper. Funny how that works, isn't it?
Very.
I think that's called cognitive dissonance, last I checked, or intellectual dishonesty.
No,
or
it's
what-
willful ignorance.
Willful ignorance, that one. Yeah, that's the
Well,
one.
the trouble is, a lot of them, as I said to all of them, go out and buy a telescope, and I bet not one of them has bought a telescope.
No,
Oh, the
they're
first
scared
is
of
the
what they're
ones
gonna
that say, "Oh, I've got a telescope." You're like, what? You've got a telescope and you think the Earth's flat?
No, the technical term for his problem is arsewipe.
Yeah, I think Casual's actually got the nail on the head there. I can think of less friendly words.
I wish he'd have missed it and hit chemo instead.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a special breed of stupid chemo.
Yeah.
Oh, look
don't
at
know
that. Casual Spaceman. Just posted a video.
What,
Who?
again?
Who? Who's
Rocketbot told me about 20 minutes ago that, hey, everyone, Casual Spaceman just posted a video. Go check it out.
I just saw that, actually.
Nah, bugger him.
Literally just now popped up for me as you said that. That's weird.
Yeah, Casual, your bot is a little bit
busy.
Just a bit. That was posted to me all last night when you were asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's got automatic NASA notifications lined up, and because there was two launches on several different channels.
I know. I need to sort something out, because what I did was I got all the NASA YouTube channels, and there's more than a dozen of them. But just sometimes, like, they post the same thing on the same each channel. So yeah, I probably need to reduce those down a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
No, actually, fuck it. I'm going to leave it on just to annoy you.
Well, since we've brought NASA up, one point I want to make that I only recently learned in the last week is that every dollar NASA gets, they actually make back between 7 and 21 for every dollar they receive. And the flat earthers jump up and down and go, "Oh, NASA lies, and they spend all this public money that could be used elsewhere." Rah. It's like, hang on.
Yeah, but
I always kind of cringe with this kind of like this dollar value that I actually got back. It's hard to calculate because a lot of it's to do with research, and there's a lot of medical research that actually goes on. A lot of things that have improved our lives with drugs and all kinds of different medical research that has actually come back. It's hard to put a monetary value on it, but in terms of sort of what it's brought back to general humanity, it's I think it's worth every penny, personally.
Oh yeah.
At least what's going on in the ISS. You know, I'm not going to say NASA's not perfect. I think they've wasted a lot of money in a lot of different areas, but you know, nobody's perfect. I mean, Jesus, but what do governments do every single day? They always wasted bloody money, aren't they?
Every company wastes money.
Yeah, that's it.
They do.
What about the guy that knocked over the the $2 million satellite? Ever seen that picture?
I've heard about it. No, I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it.
So they turned it into a meme, of course, obviously. And it's like when you're having a bad day at work, when you have to explain to your boss that you knocked over the $2 million satellite or something like that.
Yeah.
You see it like splayed out on the ground. There's dudes milling around it, looking at it. One of them's actually sort of face palming to the forehead, going, "Oh my God, what's happened?" Like I would not want to be the guy that tripped over the cable that knocked that bloody thing over.
That'll be me.
And
that would be you.
Well, on that note, we're finishing up here now. We've been going for a little while today. It's been a long day with me, with everything from rocket launches and timing people out. I've got a sore finger from using the mouse so much today. So we'll catch us all tomorrow, Wednesday night. That's right. We're doing one last stream to do with the moon. We'll just tidy up, cross the I's and dot the T's, so to speak. And we'll see you on that. See you then.
Good night.
Good night, Peanut Gallery.
Bye, Nutters.
Yeah.
Carl was out there. Glover
NASA
Mum.
shills.
Colin. I wiped out a NASA black site because they said I haven't been knocked out yet, but too late.
The hive mind made itself known. Okay.
Yes.
And they're gone again.
Dave, somebody. Oh, I'm going to scroll up too far. You know who you all are.
I don't.